Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday, the 12th of January, 2022. Whoopee, nearly Christmas. Oh no, we've had that, haven't we? What have we got to look forward to next? Must be something. Easter. Oh, I did go into my local Tesco the other day. It's a little, used to be a pub actually. It's a shame really. It was a better pub than it is a Tesco. But, you know, all things being equal, most things change. And what have they got on sale? Easter eggs. Easter eggs. They've actually physically got Easter eggs on sale. So I bought one. And, God, well, you can't miss out on these things, can you? Can't miss out on them. Anyway, it's lovely to have your company. I trust you are well. The tearless onion has arrived. The gravest crisis of his premiership. Is the party now over? And when will he go? That's what people seem to be betting on at the moment. Djokovic could be kicked out over the lie on the Oz entry form. Apparently, when he was supposed to be not doing anything, he was flitting around between Marbella and other places. Gary Waldhorn has died at the age of 78. What do you mean you don't know? Of course you should know. He was in The Vicar of Dibley. He played David, who was the leader of the local council, always making life difficult. The monarch has a greasy, guilty secret. Bet you can't guess what that one is. We don't believe a word of it. We really don't. And wearing your nan's jewellery will become cool in 2022. Because nanas had the best jewellery. I mean, none of it was real, unless you were very rich. But, you know, in the case of the royal family, I should imagine Nana's jewellery is worth more than anything you've ever heard of before. Davina says she'll still do exercise in her 90s. And Paul Dannon is on Celebrity Coach Trip. Well, he was kicked off again. I don't know why they keep using him. He's obviously not a very well person. The Tory donor who hobnobbed with the Queen has just been jailed for tax fraud. There's a surprise. I think we knew about him before. And Will Young has revealed the British Heart Foundation does animal testing. Did you know, I didn't, that there are more than 600 places where they test things on animals in this country? I had no idea. I thought we'd finished testing on animals a long, long time ago. Or is it just the cosmetic industry? Because I know that we had the smoking beagles and all sorts of things that were given to jobs. Mice, they grew another ear on them. Do you remember when they grew an ear on a mouse and things like that? Lots of animals lose their lives in laboratories, or failing that, they die of boredom because they're kept locked up in cages. And they keep them in there. Monkeys were very popular as well at one point. I did have a friend who worked in one of these laboratories, which was in a hospital, and it was there to develop medicines. It wasn't for cosmetic purposes or anything else. It was purely to do the medicine that can make people a lot better. How else do you test it? The EU testing ban on finished cosmetic products was introduced in 2004, and the ban on such testing of cosmetic ingredients in 2009. But after Brexit, we can make our own rules. Yeah, test animals again. Did you get the invite to Eddie Mayer's virtual Bring Your Own Booze party? What do you mean? Hello, my cheese footballs and twiglets. I was the one there. Maitre d' had music and cheese, and we all bought our own Prosecco. It was a great night, Steve, and Boris wasn't invited, so no rules were broken. He can't go for much longer, can he, really? He can't go. I mean, seriously, whichever way you look at it, once the Tory party turn on their leaders, their days are numbered. You might as well click it off on the advent calendar, because the rank and file of the party, you know, we do get rid of him. We got rid of Margaret Thatcher. In fact, we've got rid of everybody, actually. Yeah, Theresa May, they get rid of all these people. Now they're doing exactly the same to Boris. They're obviously a deeply, deeply unpleasant party. Deeply. I mean, also they're very nasty, aren't they? Knives in people's backs and stuff like that. So there's no doubt in my mind that Boris will go. It'll be a case of when, not a case of if. Unless, of course, you've got a different thought. Please would you give my husband Lee a shout-out? You get him through to the end of so many nights working or driving. He apparently listens to you all the time. I've only listened when he drives us to Brighton, as he prefers to drive overnight to arrive for breakfast and miss the traffic. He's my rock, says Maggie. Well, there you go. He's my rock. Brighton Rock. How cool is that? Do you know, I've not had a sticker rock for ages. I used to love a sticker rock with my name running all the way through it. I think that's nice. Steve on a sticker rock. Very exciting. I remember going to the rock shops. You know, when you went on holiday, you'd go there and they had all sorts of things. There was a bag of pebbles, but they weren't pebbles. They were rock. It was rock, and you could have anything done. And then they did chocolate-covered rock. And the same shop also sold coconut ice. I used to love coconut ice until somebody said, you know, it's all sugar. And I remember thinking, oh, blow. I mean, I've seen them making rock. They make it, the letters are very big, and then it's stretched out, and then they whack it on the table, don't they? They take it in two hands and whack it and they rub it backwards and forwards and roll it and do all sorts of things with it. I mean, at the end of it, I'm quite exhausted. But they make big letters, and then the more they keep rolling it, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Until then, and you suddenly look at it, you go, oh, that's very clever. I didn't think it was going to say the word Steve on it. And there was always a picture of the resort. Do you remember you used to get that little black and white picture that went round, and they used to have a sign on it that said Brighton Rock or something. You think, well, what else do you think it is? It ain't a snowball, is it? It ain't a snowball. But nevertheless, what did I watch yesterday? Oh, I was watching a great programme. It's a David Dimbleby programme about how we became who we are. Britain, and it takes you round everywhere, and it takes you and shows you things, hidden treasures, all sorts of exciting things, and the Romans. There's only one plaque in Rome that is dedicated to the invasion of this country by the Romans, because they left us, so you tend to forget. They've just found that Roman town kind of thing, because the HS2, and no, it's not called Britain and the Sea. It's called, oh, what's it blooming called? It's 3 DVDs. It's really good. I would urge you to get it because it goes inside castles, goes inside secret tunnels from the war and stuff like that. And not a picture of Britain. You'll have to show us some of his other programmes. What else? How We Built Britain. It's really good. It's really good. And perhaps it might not be this one actually. So it was a follow-up. How We Built, it's a period of 6 television I mean, it might be, I can't remember now, isn't it funny? Put him up on, because I don't recognise the picture on the front of the DVD cover. So put it up on Amazon and I'll have a look. Because so keep listening because I'll find the blooming thing eventually. I always do actually, with all of these things. So books, no, it's definitely DVD. It's a DVD. Picture of Britain, no, not that. What else? That's a VHS tape. VHS tape? Who's got those? Me. I've got VHS tapes. Natural Curiosity, that's David Attenborough. David Starkey's the Churchills. Are we allowed to talk about David Starkey? I can't remember if he's persona non grata. That's it. 7 Ages of Britain. The 7 Ages of Britain. You must get it. It's really brilliant. It's everything from Shakespeare's history plays, the inventions of the Royal Society, the paintings of Hogarth and Gainsborough, and the architecture. It's an incredible collection of treasures, including, of course, as far as I'm concerned, one of the most famous ones, which is the shirt that they say was worn by Charles I for his execution. They've still got it beautifully. It's in the Museum of London. You can't see it. It's locked away. It was the one that he put on so that he didn't look as though he was shivering through fear. It was because it was a bit chilly on that morning. And so he put this thing on, and they say that all around the top of it, there's blood, which is, they haven't washed it. It's wrapped in tissue paper, and you can't just touch it. You have to wear special gloves. Why they don't put it on display, I've got no idea, but it is very historic, very, very historic. And it just, you look at it and you think, I mean, it's beautiful, but unfortunately it was for his execution, for his beheading. They didn't waste any time at all. They called him a traitor. Poor soul, honestly. He'd done nothing wrong, really. Nothing wrong. Because I told you they actually found his body at Windsor. His body was found at Windsor, down in where the Duke of Edinburgh is buried. Well, he's not buried, he's just sitting there, well, lying. And they opened up the coffin because it had a royal cipher on it, and they found the body with the head separate from it with the little beard. So that's how they knew it was Charles I, who was tried, convicted and executed for high treason in 1649. The monarchy, as you know, was then abolished and the Commonwealth of England was established as a republic. The monarchy then was restored to Charles's son, Charles II, in 1660. Imagine, though, knowing that that's how you're going to end your life. And that's why he wore this sort of shirt. I don't know if they've got any pictures of it. They've got pictures of it on shirt from Charles I's execution. I wonder if they've got a picture of it. There you go. You see, now, I looked at it. It is a bit grubby, but there's not as much blood as I thought there would have been. I thought there would have been a lot more blood than that, because bearing in mind, if you're taking off somebody's head, I mean, I have no experience of this, as you can well imagine, but it's knitted silk. And the silk vest is the star of an exhibition due to open in October. That was last year, that will look at public executions. They also had details of Michael Barrett, who was hanged for murder at Newgate Prison. But the vest is notable for its stains, but whether they're the marks of a sticky end or the contents of a terrified king's stomach remains unclear. They've also got a pair of his gloves, by the look of it. Gloves and a handkerchief. I mean, they were very ornate, these things. I mean, they're made of pink silk and kid leather. And they can't prove absolutely that the way there, but they have been passed down. The stories of others who were executed, and I think the impact on their families will also be covered. And they mapped execution sites. I mean, the most famous one, of course, is London Bridge, where the heads of traitors were displayed. And up at Marble Arch, in the middle of the road, there's a sign because that's where the Tyburn tree was. And they would take people from Newgate Prison on carts all the way up Oxford Street, and all the people in all the bars and the pubs would, buy them a drink. Yeah, have a drink on me, and all this. So by the time they got there, they had quite a few sherbets inside them. So they used to. We were very barbaric, very barbaric. In fact, if you go outside Tower of London, of course, there's that big site over the road which nobody goes to, and that's where they did the public executions. Only special people were executed inside the Tower of London. I heard about the mound at Marble Arch. What a waste of money that was. How many millions? God in heaven. A petition to reopen it? What, by mad people? Oh, I think we need that one opened again, don't we? 93 people have signed it. Go away. They'll be the people who wasted the money on it, I should imagine. I mean, it was falling apart after day one. £6 million. Britain's worst attraction. I mean, God knows. What did we waste money like that for? Who put that one through? Would that be the mayor? I mean, Westminster Council. My God, we need to change them as quick as possible. I mean, now 100 people have signed it. There is a petition to reopen it. We're not signing. Mark in Norfolk says Boris will stay in power. Who on earth would want his job right now? Oh, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Good Lord. I mean, you can have anything you like. You get to be Prime Minister even if you're there for a short time. There'll be no shortage of people, let me tell you. No shortage of people. People would go, oh, who'd actually want that job? Everybody. Everybody. Even though you might think you're the most popular person in the world, you're probably not. Excuse me. Apart from me, I wouldn't want it. You imagine. Although I tell you the one thing I wouldn't mind, I'd like to have a look in Downing Street, because the house is very deceptive and it's apparently huge. You go through the front door and this thing opens up like a TARDIS. And I've always fancied going there. They live... well, Margaret Thatcher had a flat at the top and she used to cook. They live above number 11. It's probably better, I should imagine. Nice. I remember the days when you could walk up to the front door. Now you can't because of the security risk. And so they put barriers up and there's police there and everything else. But I remember the time you could walk up to the front door, lean on it and have your picture taken. Nobody said a word. I didn't, personally. I think that was very naff.
This is LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Apparently the other thing they used to do, and I've seen it, well, not seen it personally, but they went to collect somebody's head, and I can't remember whose head it was that they got. And so they rode over at night time, and they shimmied up the outside, and they actually got the head back, which they wrapped in a cloth and took it away with them, so that they could have the person complete. Because what they used to do, I think there is a picture in the National Gallery of Charles I dead, but they've sewn his head back on again, which they used to do apparently. It was quite a normal thing. So they would and you could see the stitching on it. It's just an oil painting, but quite famous because it showed him with his eyes closed, and they sewed the head back on again. But I was thinking, when you looked at his shirt, if you'd cut somebody's head off, you're severing all the major arteries. The blood would have gushed out. It would have been like an explosion, I would have thought. Would you not think so? I mean, because people used to... Well, even if it's really, what is it? It doesn't heal itself, does it? I mean, it would sort of literally force itself out. So they weren't sure if he'd either been sick or whether or not it was blood. And people paid to dip their handkerchiefs in the blood on the actual scaffold. If you were near the front, you would pay a shilling or whatever it was, and you could, or sixpence or threepence, whatever it happened to be, and you would dip your handkerchief in the blood of the person who'd been executed. Especially if it was a king, that was considered good luck. Obviously not for him. Yeah, weirdos. People did they do exactly the same thing for fox hunting. The idea is that you sort of dip your thing in the blood of the fox. Not that we do fox hunting anymore. Nick says they must have washed Charles's shirt using Daz. Well, it just doesn't look as though it's had enough blood on it, as far as I'm concerned. They also, and I can't remember where it is, and we did try and find it and we couldn't, the hair slide from one of the queens who was executed, and she had long hair, as they all did, and they had to put her hair up and then put the hair slide in to keep the hair away from the neck. So the executioner, most of whom were drunk, unless you paid extra and you got a swordsman in. I think Henry VIII used to make sure that his wives were executed by a swordsman who could literally take the head off in one time. Some of them were dreadful, dreadful. What else we got? Oh, the acid yob. Remember the one who used to go out with Fern McCann, who's in prison for the acid attack, 20 years? He apparently has got an Insta account, and there was talk that he was going out with this girl. He's in prison for 20 years. Of course he's not going out with this girl. Absolutely. Anyway, that's been taken down, and the prison authorities have said that they have checked to see if there's a camera or a phone in the cell, and they said they couldn't find one. But have you seen the size of some of these phones? We've had them on the programme before. They're literally less than an inch tall. They're teeny. No, you couldn't. Well, I don't know. I don't know how sophisticated these things are becoming. I mean, have you seen them? They're really teeny tiny, these phones. I mean, you could put them anywhere. Okay, but so perhaps they haven't done everything. We lost a former Neighbours star, died at the age of 34. She was a child in Neighbours, but that's very young, very, very young. And 1 in 14 of us, wait for this one, say we've cheated on a partner with a celebrity. Really? What sort of celebrity would you want to sleep with? God, blimey. I mean, it's bad enough as it is at the moment. It's very bad. The drugs kingpin who ran his criminal network from his Citroen car. He was called El Chapo or something, whatever he was. El Chapo, but it wasn't Chapo, it was Shepo, I think. But he's in prison for 25 years now. They all get caught in the end, and eventually it's either a shootout or they go back to prison for the rest of their lives. But in some countries, you pay, and we used to have it in this country. If you were thrown in debtor's prison, for getting yourself into a little bit of trouble, you could live very well in debtor's prison. I mean, the place would be swarming with rats and all the rest of it, but you could get food in because you could afford to pay for it. Many of the people in there who went into debtor's prison, mind you, they also were selling us, and it's on the Dimbleby programme, they used to hang people. There was one man hanged. He stole a piece of rope from a wrecked ship, and they hanged him for that. There was one woman who was executed for, I think she'd stolen, a piece of clothing from a shop where she worked. She was hanged for that. I'd been judge and jury and all the right. You're definitely being hanged, and that's what it was. It was just a non-stop, bloodfest of trying to execute people. Why one fashion editor in the paper today will not wear heels? As we were coming into town this evening, or this morning, there's a girl walking through Leicester Square, and she's holding her shoes because she can't walk in them, because people are a bit dim nowadays, and they go out and they buy a pair of shoes, they go, oh, I look really good, and it's made me look a bit taller, and then they suddenly realize they can't walk in the things. You see them hobbling along, so they take them off and they walk barefooted through all the excrement from the pigeons and everything. It's disgusting. It really is horrid. And I mean, there was sick outside. Yes, I know. I was talking to Ben about it because he's been away back up to Welsh Wales, and he works on security downstairs. And we were and I said I came into Leicester Square on New Year's Day, and all you could smell wee. I mean, it was almost like a giant toilet out there. And it's supposed to be a fine. If you're caught urinating in public, the police will fine you. You don't see any police. You don't see any. Yeah, they have to. I mean, there are toilets. Yeah, but then there are people who leave rubbish at bus stops, and they're sitting next to a rubbish bin, and they're so thick and dim they can't be bothered to put, their stuff in there. Drives me mad, honestly. But, hello. What have you done that's different today? Have you got your hair in a different way, Minty? You've got a fashion shoot coming up or something? Have we? I don't know. The hair's darker. Oh, is it darker? Oh, it's greasy. Oh, lovely. Oh, don't need to know that. The Queen apparently likes grease. You won't believe the story. When I tell you the story, she's got a greasy, guilty secret. I don't believe a word of it. Don't believe a word of it. Anyway, Noreen says, I love hearing about your Copenhagen ventures. We had a classic one. We went for a week, boat to Esbjerg, then train to Copenhagen, did all the usual sightseeing. On the last day, we had to leave our luggage outside the bedroom door at 9. Then we had a day's sightseeing, meeting the coach at 5 to go to the station, then en route home. It was a nice October day, which is lovely. Sunny and windy. We stopped for a coffee at an outdoor cafe. Suddenly a burger that a man was eating flew through the air, landed on Brian. Brian got covered in ketchup, mayo and gherkins. So we weren't going to see our luggage, so we got to Harwich, so we cleaned him up as best we could. Poor old Brian. And what's this one from? And another one here. I don't even know this. I really must put these things in. Sometimes somebody phones me, and because I've not put their blooming name in, I've got no idea who it is, and I spend ages going back. And oh dear, who is this one from? I wonder if this is from Tony. I think this is my friend Tony. I've got a feeling this is no, Tony Blair. No, I think this is definitely. He says, miss you, part of the spike today. It is. I'm pretty certain it's Tony. No, it's definitely Tony. I'm 99% certain. There you go. I thought it was. It is. Tony Gibbon. I love it at this time of the morning. It's great. As I say, I had a parcel delivered. And I said to the producer, I've had a parcel delivered. Luckily he has the gift of sight, so he was able to see it was a parcel that was in fact delivered to me. And it came from the Chateau. So I thought, I wonder what that is. Anyway, it turns out it's from Angel and Dick Strawbridge. And, of course, they have the Chateau. And they said, Steve, sending lots of love and well wishes for 2022. And they put a load of goodies in this bag, including a Steve Allen Christmas stocking. I got a beautiful candle. I got some really lovely stuff. I got a diary for 2022, which they've had written to me. And I got their biography as well, which is very nice, which has got essay on the front of the diary, which is lovely. What a nice thought. What a nice thought. We love Angel and Dick. We think they're fantastic. We love the kids. We love everything about it. I mean, you could put it this way. They seem to be perfect. If there was such a thing as perfect, they would be it. He can turn his hand to most things. She is just phenomenal in the material department and painting and doing all sorts of things. And they work their little socks off, and they've turned that Chateau around, because you can pick up Chateaus reasonably cheaply, but they work. He's obviously got the gift of being able to mend anything. He's been up on the roof. They've sort of cleared pigeons out. They've had the staircase done. They've had everything done. In fact, I think it's got a lift in, hasn't it? I can't remember. They had a lift fitted. Might be. Anyway, whatever it was, I sit there and I watch it, and they cook in the kitchen, and they get the kids involved in everything. You know who they are because you've seen them on the television for a number of years now. And they get the kids involved in everything in the kitchen. And you remember Escape to the Chateau on Channel 4, where they literally, it was a labour of love to do it. Now they have weddings there, phenomenally successful. And in fact, if you want to book up to go there, it's going to take you forever and a day to get a bed. But it's all been done up beautifully. It really is lovely. It's a source of inspiration to watch them, doing things, and they seem to get on so well. And it's just it's just a delight. It really is. It's something. My mum and dad could have done something like that, actually, because my dad was very good with his hands. He could make things. He made, years ago, when he married my mum, he made her a galleon out of, like a ship. Only a small one. It was a model, but he did all, not a real one, would have taken years, but he did all the rigging with cotton and little bits of wax to put all the rigging on there. He painted it. He called it the Lady Jean, and it had all the floorboards on and cannons and guns and all the rest of it. Beautifully made. Somewhere in our moving, we lost it. What did my dad do? Well, he was in the forces. ADC to the Governor of Hong Kong for 2 years. It was 2-year posting. The RAF was 2 years. You got 2 years here, 2 years there. So we did Egypt for 2 years, Germany 2 years, Hong Kong for 2 years, Yorkshire for 2 years. I quite liked Yorkshire, actually, but by that time he'd worked for a missile tracking station, which is one of our secret bases. But it's open now to the public. You can go there. And they used to track Russian missiles. and it was quite good actually. It was quite good. I mean, you never appreciate things that you've got when you're little. You just don't. You don't really know, anything about what your parents do. You just know that they come home and there's cornflakes on the table for breakfast in the morning, and that's about as far as it goes. I never knew anything. Yeah, I mean, mostly in Hong Kong. I mean, Dad used to go off in the morning for work, but I can't remember that. I just know that he was ADC to the governor of Hong Kong. We had a typhoon when we were there, Typhoon Mary. So this was back in the 60s, and it was all the squatters' huts on the hillside all got blown down. Next morning, all completely blown down. I had to sort of start all over again. The only place I've ever been in the world, and I've been to a few places, where I've seen women building apartment blocks. Women were out there with the big bamboo poles over their shoulder and the baskets at either end with stones and rubble in and everything else. And women, 1960 Typhoon Mary, was it? 1,700 died. Yeah, you could watch buildings moving. They swayed. Not our building, because we weren't sort of tall enough to be a swaying. But now they build in the sway into the building, don't they? They've got huge, not springs, but it's the way it's built in. 1960, that was. Good Lord above. So I'd have been 4. No, I'd have been 6. 6 years old. 6 years old, and I still remember little bits of it. Not much. Not much, but it was good fun. I remember we went to the Royal Yacht Club and we saw Father Christmas arriving, but he wasn't called Father Christmas. He was called St. Nicholas. And he had 2 little boys with him, and one had a list of all the good boys, and one had a list of all the bad children who weren't going to get a present. Can't begin to tell you which, find out where I was.
This is LBC.
Oh, hi, Gary. Yeah, I'm at the dentist, so actually, while you're on, that budget, could you...
Just take a seat for me and we can get started on the...
Procedure for setting up reports. Can you please...
Lean all the way back in the...
Chair meeting went well, yeah. I think we'll be able to open...
Wide, please, and let's have a look.
Thanks, Gary. I'll see you tomorrow.
Do it all on the big network for business. Search 3 Business.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Shane says, Steve, I've just come out of the chemist. I had my booster. I was very lucky. I didn't need an appointment. I got a text yesterday reminding me about the booster. Always get the booster. Always get the booster, please. Steve, those having an appointment at Tyburn and stopping off for a final drink in each of the pubs created the saying, one for the road, says Ken. They would literally hang them. The Tyburn tree, there is a plaque. It's in the middle of the road. The plaque for the Tyburn tree is in the middle of the road. It's balmy. It really is, because the whole of that area is changing. There was a big cinema. I saw Mary Poppins there years and years ago, and they pulled that down. And I think it's going to be flats again. They just put up flats all over the blooming place. In Aldi, Steve, they had boxes of their premium short crust mince pies for 9p a box. And Morrison's in York was selling Easter eggs on January the 2nd. I can't believe we're selling Easter eggs so early. I mean, is there some reason for that? Phil's in historic York. Money. Denise, hands, needs, and bumps a daisy. I remember walking down Downing Street, Steve, a long time ago. Who'd have thought we'd be able to visit Buckingham Palace? I know. Love it. Jill says, I've only been in my new job a week and I get COVID. I'm feeling very ill and sorry for myself, but I love your show. God. Gerard says, there's not much blood because the heart stops beating. Immediately the spinal cord is severed. Oh, right. That would be the reason for it. Can't hear you. Oh, you weren't talking to me. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, we were talking about bloody shirts this morning. Bloody shirts. Steve, got my copy of The Magician today, Bill Bixby. Great act, says David. Yeah, it's good. I'm enjoying it very much. It stands up very well. And Bill says, do you think that centuries from now, pairs of your throwaway socks will be on display in the Museum of London? Oh, I should imagine so, yes. Phil says, another 3 weeks in the North Sea, 65-mile-an-hour winds. Apart from that, everything's fine. And Kim says, I've got a feeling Mr. Johnson will ride this out. I think he might be on a loser on that one. I mean, most people are saying he probably... I mean, he could. He could. I'm wrong, mind you, when it comes to the establishment. Will spin and manipulate it to keep him and his ilk in power. It's in their interest. Loving the historical references. I like the historical references. I like that. And Joe says, please put me to sleep, Steve. Oh, don't worry, come round here. We've got a hammer somewhere. We can probably sort that out. Yes. Is that from you? I have terrible insomnia. If you can't manage it by 5 a.m, I'll have to download a Nick Abbott show. That's a bit cruel, isn't it, honestly? Nick's very popular, very popular. Conrad says, I used to like rock, but my teeth didn't. I do love chips with curry sauce and then later an ice cream, especially in 99. Living in Hove, I fancy going to the Palace Pier early next weekend. Oh, I like a good pier. Steve, you make great mention of Charles I today, with January being a key moment in Stuart history, with the Rump Parliament calling for his trial on the 1st of January 1649 and ending with the death warrant on the 27th. Yeah, that's why he wore these shirts, because it was cold. It was winter. They made him walk all the way through St James's Park. Cheeky devils, honestly. I'd have had oh, God. I said, do you get me a taxi? I'm not walking to my own bloody execution. You had to walk all the way through the hall, the banqueting house, go up the stairs, out of the window and onto the scaffold, which was draped in black. I mean, to be honest with you, it's not even exciting colour black, is it? They could have gone for red or something a bit more interesting and in keeping. But the only thing they don't know is which window he stepped out of. That's the only thing they don't know at the banqueting house. They just know that that's it. People are hanging from lampposts on the roofs of buildings because they put curtaining around the scaffold. The only reason you knew he'd been executed is because the executioner held up his head and went, "Behold, the head of a traitor." And I think people went, a bit of a giveaway on that one. We went, yeah. Woo, or something, I don't know. They were selling little dolls or something, get your memorial axes here and stuff like that. But interesting, very interesting. Prince Charles has been mocked for talking to plants. Nothing bad with talking to plants. It's when you get answers back you've got to worry about it. And the lorry driver, who's now been sent to prison, he killed 3 people. He was browsing sex websites at the wheel of his Juggernaut. I mean, you seriously can't believe, how stupid some people are. And the tearless onion. I like the idea of a tearless onion. I found it's easier. Go and buy onions already chopped. Why would you buy an onion and start chopping the blooming thing up? I buy them chopped in Waitrose. They do red onions or they do normal onions. And you just buy a bag of them and you just pour them into whatever it is you're doing. I do like onions, actually. Do I cry? Only at the prices. At the price. I cry at the price of everything. So Gary Waldhorn, the vicar of Dibley Star, has died at the age of 78, which is a great shame. Anthony Andrews celebrates his birthday today. You might know him from Brideshead Revisited. Did you ever see Bright? No, probably before your time, actually. That was very, very good. I loved it. Filmed at Castle Howard in Yorkshire. I mean, he was at uni and he took his friend back there. You can imagine, you go down the drive and you go, that's where we live, there. And you look at Castle Howard, it is the most beautiful building. That's the one thing we've got in this country, is these fantastic country houses, which are just enormous. And Castle Howard is, it must cost a fortune to heat it. I mean, I should imagine, people go, aren't they lovely, all these places? You go, yeah, but I bet they were freezing. Absolutely freezing. You look at the images, look at it. I mean, it's just fantastic. It is just beautiful. I'd love to live there. Imagine if somebody goes, all right, Steve, we've heard your programme. Bridgerton is filmed there, yeah. It's a beautiful, huge. Makes you wonder how these people had limitless money. You can book tickets for tours and you can get the guide and everything. It's just vast and breathtaking. And I love things like that. Like going inside. Do you think the Queen wanders around Buckingham Palace going, it's very big, isn't it? Because it is, it's huge. Checking for dust, can you imagine? She'd never survive 4 in a bed. So I should imagine the dust in there must be absolutely incredible. But if you imagine if she went on there, and today we've got Her Majesty, so you'll be taking in bed and breakfast, people. Yes, she'll be running her fingers along the top of the Van Dykes. Dirty, filthy dirty. But if you look at the ceilings when these people built I'd love to have seen them building these houses, because we know we end up with them. Clivden's another one, but it's now a spa, isn't it? But the architecture is like no other. It's just everything is on such a vast scale. And that's why half of these people, they need to sort of do things like rent it out for filming and everything, because they need the money to look after them. And we're very lucky to have these houses. Absolutely. Wayne, my favourite trolley dolly, at 20 to 5 in the morning, says, on the subject of the smell of wee in Leicester Square, have you seen those disgusting open public... We don't like them at all. I think they're horrible. They're all over the West End, and there's one behind Global. I know. What do you mean one? There's loads. There's about 6 of them, and there are people with their bits out all over the place. Are there? Oh, don't think I've noticed that. I have to go back and have another look. But it's. I'm never that desperate to use one. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, put it this way: if I was there, I'd rather come into Global and go, "Excuse me, Ben, can I use the loo?" I think it is. I'd have to ask, actually. Kevin the Milkman says, I've now got this vision in my head of Danny Baker turning up on Charles I's scaffold saying, are you ready to take the Daz challenge? Imagine, can't you? You can buy a book, apparently, of UK piers. There's 58, says Dale. My wife and I visited 12. Very good. I love a pier. Frinton's my favourite. I've never been to it. I've seen pictures of it. It's an old-fashioned pier. It doesn't have any rides or anything else. There's no... You searched Piers book. Came up with Piers Morgan, isn't it? Yeah, how odd. So it's a book of UK piers. Try UK piers. Anything to help him out, you know. He gets himself into a pickle sometimes. Can't find all the right bits and pieces. Frinton's very nice. There you go, British Seaside Piers. Paperback, £54. You're having a laugh, aren't you? I can't afford that. That's very expensive. That's unbelievable. It's hardcover, £20.45. Good grief. That's Brighton Pier, isn't it? Yes, I was going to say, well, most of them are free, aren't they? Are most piers free? Have you seen Frinton Pier? Have a look at Frinton Pier. You might like that, actually. It might be up your street. Sort of place you could go. It's very down market. You'd like it. There's a lot of elderly people sitting around, sort of, contemplating. And see, look, there's Frinton Pier. And, wow, that's an interesting one. Clacton and Frinton. That is huge, isn't it? You know what they do? They sort of build these places and then they stick in amusement arcades. I thought Frinton Pier was smaller, but I might be wrong, actually. Pier 1, Frinton-on-Sea. How lovely. You can get a free ride. Oh, yeah, it's obviously changed since I heard about it. But I just like that sort of thing. The British seaside is remarkable in so much it's like the Showman's Guild told me, look at the size of that fish there. You get a good bit of fish, don't you? That's very good. I don't like the idea of peas and they all stick a lemon. Yeah, the chips are too big and it's a lemon wedge. Who has lemon wedge, I ask you? How dated is that? But the Showman's Guild say that's the good thing about fun fairs. It's free entertainment. You don't have to go on a ride. You can just go there and look at the pretty lights and they will... That fish looks delicious, doesn't it? What's that? Is that a gherkin? That's in Clacton. We shan't be going there. But the chips do look nice on the one on the left. Oh, mushy peas. Yeah, look at that batter. I'll tell you, that's just melting in my mouth. Melting in my mouth. That looks really good value, doesn't it? Of course, you know what's there that they've got they're in trouble over? They've got those 2 little sealed sachets for putting in your sauce and everything else. They'll be out the door very shortly. Won't be having those. But that fish does look particularly good. I always wanted to... I mentioned on air years ago, I said if I was going to have a business, I'd quite like a fish and chip shop. You know, in a little sort of seaside town, and I'd be the only fish and chip shop. And it would be absolutely lovely. But the trouble is, somebody told me if you work in a fish and chip shop, you never get rid of the smell of it. It permeates your skin. Your skin oozes fat and you stink of grease. So I'd be using Creed Aventus like every day. You know, but I just love the idea. I'd be frying all sorts of things. Nothing peculiar. I'd be doing the sausage in batter and the beef burger in batter. I've got this obsession with beef burgers in batter. Sorry, it's making my mouth salivate. Frinton doesn't have a pier. Maybe Walton on the Naze. No, we've just seen it. It is Walton on the Naze, isn't it? Walking on the pier, Walton on the Naze. It's very big, isn't it? One of them's got a sort of... Frinton, are you sure? It's got a roundabout inside. They've still got the roundabout down at the Natural History Museum. I love... They're called gallopers. They're not called roundabouts. They're called gallopers. And they're really lovely. I like stuff like that. I did a whole documentary on fun fairs years ago for LBC. We were looking at programmes to make over the bank holiday period. And my boss said, can you think of anything you want to do? So I said, well, I'll do one on fun fairs because there's a fun fair that we have down at Richmond called Traylons. And all these fun fair lorries, they've only got short mileage on because they just do a small circuit. They don't do big circuits. They do the same places year in, year out. And so I went to the Showman's Guild, who at the time, I don't know if they still are, were based in Staines, did an interview with them, went down and talked to the Traylon family, because it's the people who have the big rides in the middle of the fun fairs that own the site. They have guild rights over the site, and then they sublet to all the other people, which is very good, very nice indeed. Steve, I loved Brideshead revisited back in the day. I went to see Castle Howard in '83. I was thrilled to be able to visit. It really was beautiful. I'd love to visit, says Carol, Highclere Castle. Yes, that would be another good one for you. Not as flash as Brideshead, but still absolutely lovely. Still absolutely lovely.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. I was wandering through the papers earlier on, and it's all number 10's lockdown. Boris can't remember whether he went to a party or he didn't go to a party. Most people remember if you'd invited 100 people to a party. Would you not think so? But anyway, the party's over, Boris, say the Mirror. However, their main story is Arge, how I lost 13 stone. Well, it ain't no diet, put it that way. He had a gastric band fitted. And he starts off the interview. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a non-story, because most of you, I would think 95% of you, could not afford to have what he's had done. It's about £10,000 to have this gastric band fitted in surgery. And you think to yourself, I'm a bit bored with Arge and his fads of, you know, he's lost weight, he's put on weight, he's lost weight, he's done drugs, he's come off drugs, he's been this, he's been that, and then even Gemma Collins gave up on him. And if she gives up on you, you know, you might as well just, you know, fade away into the distance. Go and get yourself a proper job, love, and stop fannying around. The 13 stone was lost for a gastric band that was fitted. And so now when he eats his food, because the gastric band limits what you can eat, and it starts off with him and a chip. And he nibbles a little bit off the chip. That's what it says in the interview. In fact, I'll read it to you. Might as well get it right. Don't want to get these things wrong, do we? If people are sort of doing it. James Argent bites a tiny piece off a French fry. So it's not even a proper chip. It's a French fry. Chews it slowly. No, it doesn't say triple cooked. Chews it slowly for 20 seconds, swallows, waits for another 20 seconds, then bites, then repeats. Can you imagine? Well, you imagine going out for dinner with him. It could take a day. Something like that. You know, he just had a plate of chips. I wouldn't bother, actually. You know, apparently the reality star this time last year would sit alone wolfing down fast food and wonders why he got fat. That's it. You eat pizza, you eat curry. He says he'd start off with a full English breakfast. Can't imagine him ever cooking anything, so he must have gone out for it. And then throughout the day I'd have fizzy drinks, chocolate, chewy. I mean, you sometimes wonder whether these people have got a brain cell. Because anybody will tell you, if you start every day with a full English, and then you go fizzy drinks, chocolate, chewy sweets, crisps, lunch and dinner takeaway, binging on bad food, and then piled on 10 stone, then up he went to 27 stone. You know, I mean, apparently it took a while to adjust to the new normal, and there were moments he overate and became sick. How can you overeat a French fry? I don't quite understand how that works. But anyway, he's been accused of cheating with the quick fix surgery. He says, I enjoy food, so to commit to a lifetime operation was a big thing for me. Yeah, also, I mean, I'm assuming, you know, you must have paid for this unless it was some gifted freebie. It's fantastic. You want to lose that much weight. But most people can't afford to do that, Arge. So, you know, losing 13 stone, if you're eating chips like that, for God's sake. In fact, to be honest with you, what are you even having chips for at all? Shouldn't be eating chips. It's fried. It's fried food. There's the clue. There's the giveaway. Not good for you. Not good. Steve, have you ever seen the list of 19 crimes that can get you transported to Australia? One of them is for impersonating an Egyptian. We know about that, actually. I mean, to be honest with you, I seem to remember reading this list some time ago, actually. I think, yeah, I didn't memorize it, but I remembered some of it. I think it was counterfeiting a coin, was that? Something like that. Also, stealing roots and plants. Fish, if you're accused of... I mean, you could be sent abroad. I think, actually, petty larceny, which was theft of... I think it was something like under a shilling or something like that. Also, buying or receiving stolen goods. And this could actually get you transported to Australia. And then people became actors and appeared in Neighbours after they'd been accused of bigamy, assaulting, cutting or burning clothes, and stealing lead, iron or copper, or buying or receiving. In fact, basically just what Australia was built on. Criminals. That's what it was built on. We used to send them over by the thousand. You know, I'm sorry, somebody's just, you know, done that. Well, send them to Australia. Without realising, actually, that most people were sort of quite nice, actually. Impersonating an Egyptian, I didn't quite get that one at all. But mind you, the Bangles walked like an Egyptian, didn't they? So there's obviously something about Egyptians that's going on here. We wonder where they disappeared to. And Steve, got the Hippodrome book, says James in Clitheroe. And he said, as a Christmas gift, I love it. It's exactly as you described, fabulous. Sadly, the Manchester Hippodrome, a Matcham Theatre too, built on the same grand scale, was demolished. After hardly 30 years of being built, there were stabling for 100 horses in the basement too. That Hippodrome book is fabulous, isn't it? I got one, I gave it to a friend of mine because I said, it's literally a spit from here, from outside our back door. You turn left and there's the Hippodrome, and the history that it's got and the shows that went on there and the big stars that appeared. This is the best book I've ever seen on the entertainment, and I am light-end, the entertainment scene in London. It's beautifully done, beautifully put together. Simon should be really proud of it because it's fantastic. And it's not very expensive, not in terms of what I call big coffee table books. Big coffee table book. So I'm glad you got it. It's a lovely thing, actually. Kim says, I sing to my plants, they're thriving. Sir John Gielgud was wickedly witty in it. Terrific drama. Yes. Was this in Brideshead? I loved Brideshead. It went off the boil, though, actually, after Anthony Andrews disappeared. I don't know why, but I liked it originally. The London Hippodrome, Lucinda Gosling, 30 quid. I promise you it's a good 30. If you're interested, you just have to search online, London Hippodrome, Goldsboro Books, Goldsboro Books. I should imagine Ollie will be buying a copy immediately. I wonder if he's in the gym already. He goes to the gym on a daily basis, does our Ollie. I think he goes fairly early. I don't know what he's doing, whether he just sort of gets changed and then just sits there in the changing room staring at the hooks. I've got no idea whether he actually sort of listening to the radio and going, pumping iron. I don't think Ollie could pump iron. Is he doing pumping iron? See, I don't know what he does. I'm going to surprise him one day. I'm going to turn up in the gym in my lycra. That's just to freak him out completely. I love it. Mike says, my boyfriend wanted to visit a branch of Farm Foods, as we'd never been to one before. I'd never even heard of it. Living the dream. A shop selling frozen food like Iceland with headquarters in Scotland. Guess what? Not only do they sell frozen beef burgers in batter, but sausages in batter and, be calm, frozen spam fritters. Woo! Oh, I like that idea. Well, actually, you can get the Harry Ramsden sausages in batter from Iceland. They do them because I was standing behind somebody the other day who was buying them. And I remember thinking, that's quite nice. So, what? So, they were buying sausages in batter, and because I always look at the person in front of me and see what they're buying. Do you not? I am jealous sometimes. I've just got chocolate biscuits in my basket. But no, do you not look at that, what the person in front's buying when you go to the supermarket? I do. I do it all the time. Really? Do you not do that, Mint? Is it just me or something? Can't believe it, honestly. I use the self-checkout. I still look at somebody using the self-checkout going, I don't think they've put that through. That's what I always think. I think they're thieving. Constantly doing that. Excuse me, miss. Thieving. Next door here. Thieving. She didn't put through the coleslaw. And especially the amount of elderly people who, after all this time, still can't get to grips with these automatic tills. Because if you make a mistake, sometimes it goes bing, 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 and the little orange red light flashes at the top, and you've got to wait for somebody to come over. I mean, especially annoys me if I'm buying Prosecco. I think it's up to me if I buy 10 bottles or not. But and every time it goes to bing, 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 and then you put it through. Unexpected item in the bagging area. You need to seek authority for buying the Prosecco, which is very frustrating. I mean, I keep saying to them, I'm Steve Allen, I'm 68. Am I 68 or 60? No, I'm 67. I couldn't remember what I was. Yeah, have you got any ID? I'm waiting for somebody to say to me, excuse me, have you got any ID? The last time? About 50 years ago. I was drinking in pubs when I was 15 because I was big for my age, somebody told me. But I only used to drink Coca-Cola. I didn't drink anything else. I only went into the pubs to play the fruit machine. I would stand outside pubs in Berkshire waiting for them to open. That's how desperate I was to go and play a fruit machine, because I worked on the assumption, and if I looked through the window and the landlord was playing the fruit machine before they'd even opened, I was furious. I would go somewhere else, actually. Steve, just off to New York with work, says Dan and Sidcup. Last time I discovered Joe Allen's in Manhattan, an even better menu than the one off the Strand. Ooh, yeah, but have they got duck with watermelon? That's my new one. This is the one. I tell you what they have got. They've got Maine's. They do meatloaf. Now, I've never seen meatloaf here. Sautéed spinach, which I love. Mashed potatoes with gravy. Sautéed calf's liver I have calf's liver all the time. That comes with spinach, mashed potato and bacon. Roasted half free-range chicken, mashed potato. They're obsessed with mashed potato. They really are. Everything's got mashed potato in it. Grilled shrimp. Hardly worth bothering. They're only about that big, aren't they? A grilled shrimp. Oh, it's on the barbie. Steak frite. 10-ounce grilled New York strip. That's what they call it. It's been sliced. French fries, red wine reduction. I think that's a Jew, isn't it? Jus. Okay. Crab and shrimp ceviche. Lime, orange, avocado, and a load of other things. Oh, look for desserts. They don't do big desserts at Joe Allen's. They just do, banana cream pie. Yeah, see, I love a banana cream pie, but I haven't had it. I've never had it before. It sounds delicious. I think it's a bit like lemon meringue pie, but bananas, I should imagine. Lemon cheesecake with strawberry sauce. Ice cream, vanilla or chocolate. Sounds a bit dull, doesn't it? You'd think, no, there's no strawberry there at all. Hot fudge pudding cake, vanilla ice cream, hot fudge. Yeah, that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? But I still think banana cream pie sounds a bit gorgeous. We could have that. Actually, I could eat that now, actually. I quite fancy the Joe Allen burger. Actually, strange enough, it features on their menu. I've never seen it on the menu. It's normally something you ask for, and it's only for people in the know. They do a nice La Scala salad with salami, provolone, lettuce, chickpeas, red peppers, Italian vinaigrette. Sounds ghastly. Really, that sounds most right. Yeah, I think I'll stick to Soho. Roasted beets and grilled pear. Oh, God's name is that? Or a garden salad. Mixed greens, cucumber, tomato, radish, onion, feta cheese, red wine vinaigrette. How boring. I think we'll stay here, actually. You have a nice time, though, Dan.
This is LBC.
Barclays provided the spark to help me get my first job.
The spark that boosted my confidence online.
The spark to help grow my business.
With programs such as Barclays Life Skills that help people develop the skills to get into work, Barclays Digital Eagles that keep people safe online, and Barclays Eagle Labs that support entrepreneurs to innovate and grow, Barclays is sparking opportunities in your community. Search Barclays Communities to find out more.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. It's Wednesday, the 12th of January. I trust you are well. Do you know 600,000 flights have been cancelled in the past year for people who, either had COVID or they didn't have COVID or they weren't allowed to fly? But it's all better now, isn't it? Wasn't it better? They're opening up all sorts of things in Scotland. They're saying you can go out to all the different places. Whether it's the same in Wales and Ireland, I've got no idea. What the papers appear to be running with at the moment, as you can well imagine, is Boris. Boris, who can't remember if he went to a party at number 10 with 100 people. I mean, it is shameful that he can't remember these things. I mean, quite clearly, he tells fibs. And for the Prime Minister to tell fibs, and if you get caught out, there's only so far that you can bluff it. And you can go, well, this was going on at the time and all the rest of it. No, people had the police knocking on their door. People were fined for having parties. So, it's a case of, furious, he dodges questions over it. It's my party and I'll lie low if I want to. But that's exactly what he's done. He's just basically like, la, 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 and that's it. But this could be the end of the story, I suppose. Steve, you're not the only one, says Kevin the milkman. I love a good mooch at the person in front shopping when I'm waiting at the checkout. Not only, Kevin, do I do the people in front of me, I do the people behind me as well. And I get very cross if somebody gets too close. I feel like saying, excuse me, you're too close. Okay, we're still distancing. Don't want to bump into people. The assumptions that go through my mind when seeing what they've chosen, character assassination in my head via the conveyor belt. I love it. And I'll tell you what the other thing is. I get really annoyed if people go through and they put all their stuff on the conveyor belt and they don't put the little thing on there, the little divider which separates the rubbish that they've bought compared to the classy items that I've bought. And the people that really annoy me, and they do this on the bus as well. The bus, they're standing at the bus stop. They've been waiting there 10 minutes for the blasted bus. It turns up, they get to the little thing, and then surprise, surprise, they then start looking for their ticket. And when you're in the supermarket, they'll be packing the bags and then some of them will have little chats with the person on the till. How are you? Did you have a good New Year? And I'm thinking, just get on with it. It's a supermarket. And then somebody goes, oh, right, that'll be £43.20. And then they have to open up their vast bags to try and find what they've done with the credit card. You know, are you in the car park? Do you have a Super Saver card? You know, get threepence off everything or something. Super Saver card. I quite like the idea of a Super Saver card. But it's just, honestly, you stand there and I go, oh, God, honestly. And they're still trying, and then they put the thing in. I mean, the other day we had somebody on the bus, and it happens quite a lot, actually. They've obviously got no credit on their car, but they're determined to ride for free. So the bus drivers just go, oh, just go on. They don't even bother checking them or send them. I'd be off the bus. Get off the bus now. Some school children are the worst. The amount of them who haven't got the brain cell to realise that they've left their... I mean, it doesn't make any difference because they don't pay for it anyway. But the school kids are free. School kids are free. And some of the little kids don't even have to put a card on there. They just walk straight onto the bus. Little children. Wish I was a little children. I could walk straight onto a bus. No, I want to be a little children. There's definitely two of me. So you're quite right, Kevin. You do judge people, don't you? You look at somebody and you think, God, that's a bit pretentious. A bag of cut salad. Washed cut salad, I ask you. One of our favourite things to do, says Jill in Kent, is to go to the Victorian tea rooms on Eastbourne Pier. Can't wait to get down there again. Oh, I love a cup of tea. We did it on Southend Pier years ago with me and the godchildren. And we'd walked down the pier. It's a hell of a long walk. And we got to the end. And I remember thinking, oh, a lovely cup of tea. And we had to wait a bit because it was so busy. But the feeling of sitting down and having a cup of tea with a piece of cake, which I might go and buy a cake today. Occasionally I sit at home and I get a bit of a craving. And I think I could just do with a bit of lemon drizzle. Do you like lemon drizzle, Minty? That's quite nice, isn't it? Do you do fruit cake? Oh, I don't do fruit cake. God help us, honestly. So, yeah, that looks... fruit cake. Oh, my godfather, can't believe it, you know. I thought if anybody came from a family where they'd make their own Christmas cake, she'd be it. She'd be it. No, let's not bother. I quite like it, actually. I mean, but it's, to be honest with you, it's cheaper to go and buy these fruit cakes now than it is to actually make the blooming thing. You can spend ages making a fruit cake. And my mother used to make one every year. She used to make the Christmas cake. And in fact, she made everything. Glacé cherries, not glacé cherries. Glacé cherries. Glacé cherries. You're so snobby, honestly. You really are. Have you got glacé cherries? We used to eat them out of used to come in a little plastic pot. I was never sure if they really were cherries or if it was some made-up concoction, because I've eaten cherries before, and these things come... I mean, they almost look phosphorescent when you take them out. Look at them. Apparently glacé... Oh, they're candied. Oh, right. Oh, so they're made by soaking cherries in a sugar syrup. The sugar syrup replaces all the natural moisture, and that makes them very sweet at the same time. We used to love it. I used to work in a pub, and the only time anybody would ever have a cherry is if they were having a snowball. You didn't do it on half a lager. We weren't that sort of pub, and we sort of did it. And I used to pinch these cherries off the thing. We used to have to we used to get the lemon out and slice it, you know, thinly. We didn't want to waste lemons at all. But I quite like the idea of glacé cherries. My mother used to use them all the time. She used to make like an Easter cake, and that came with sort of cherries in and everything else. Very nice. I might buy a bit of a cake today. I felt sorry for Robbie Williams because love ain't hair anymore. He's been trying because it's to stop his baldness. Had his first hair transplant back in 2013. I didn't know that, actually. And in 2020, he said he wanted a second procedure, but discovered now that his hair is too thin to make it happen because they've got to have something. So he turned to super expensive injections. He says, I'm losing my hair. When a light shines on the top, it becomes like a baby's bum. So I went to go and have a thatch, and the guy says, bad news, your hair is so thin we can't harvest it. So I had these injections, an absolute fortune. Apparently, he says, 2 files of this stuff cost the same price as his grandmother's house. Very, very expensive. Listen, there is no cure for baldness. Male pattern baldness is the most common thing. The worst thing is comb-overs. You know, what you have to do is just keep it cut short, that's fine. Castration's fairly popular as well. Apparently that stops you losing any more hair. But he's got four children. He shaved his head last year and tried out a mohawk. And The baldy man was Gregor Fisher, wasn't he? He used to comb his hair over. I've known loads of people who do that, but in fact, it draws more attention to it. The best thing to do is just keep it cut short. That's it. But, Robbie's tried it. Fancy spending that much money. The equivalent of a house for his grandmother on 2 injections. You think, oh dear, I think that's a terrible waste of money. Just go bald, for goodness sake. Nobody cares. Also, it's a sign of virility. Well, it must be in his case. He's got 4 children. So, must be. Yeah, baldness is a sign of virility, yeah. Yeah, apparently so. Means you're very good. Okay, that's all I'll say, I mean, you don't get any sort of awards for it, or a medal, or a cup, or something like that. But, I mean, at least you have the satisfaction of somebody saying... I mean, years ago, people would go, hey, baldy. Nobody says that now, because everybody starts losing their hair. And the first people who lose their hair are people who are blonde. Blonde people, it's the finest hair. Black-haired people tend to last a lot better. Redheads, very sort of thick hair. We don't know any redheads. We just know ginger. I love the way that ginger people try and muscle in on the redheads. It's copper colour. It's called autumn shades. Love it. I love it. I don't know anything about ginger. I think ginger's okay. I think that it goes quite well. Yeah. It's not lustrous. No, I mean, it's obviously a cheap haircut, but I mean, nothing to do with me. Was I blonde? When I was born, I was platinum. Well, that's what it said on the carton that my mother washed my hair in. I used to have a thing about going blonde. Ever since Rod Stewart did the album, Blondes Have More Fun. So I tried it, and it's a lie. They don't. Frosted tips, always. I'd sit there under the hairdryer. I was very happy. I remember when I used to have highlights before, and they used to have to pull your hair through the cap. You remember that plastic cap that went on your... Oh, that was a nightmare. And, my skull would be bleeding by the end of it. It was so... In the end, I said, listen, let's not bother with the cap. Let's just put streaks through. Just, get a toothbrush and sort of do it on there. And I started doing that. I mean, I can't do it now because I don't have any hair. But sitting under the hairdryer, my mother used to come back from the hairdresser's. Her face was bright red because she'd sat under these hairdryers. It was just so funny. It's a thing of the time, isn't it? Matthew says Snowball and Babysham. Very nice. Very nice. I'm all in favour of things like that. Jane Moore's got a column today, as has Dawn Neeson. And apparently OVO, you've heard of OVO, haven't you? They're one of the energy suppliers. They made the papers yesterday, mainly because they sparked flames of fury by advocating 10 simple tips on how to keep warm naturally. They include cuddling the cat, eating a bowl of porridge, doing a few star jumps, and cleaning the house. They've had to apologise to people for saying, I'm so sorry, we're stupid. I mean, what a ridiculous thing to say, honestly. It's so the advice from OVO may be tone deaf to the plight of millions struggling to pay the bills, but the real scandal is that those who have faithfully followed government advice to get LED lighting, energy-efficient appliances, fancy new boilers, yada, 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 are still seeing the energy costs shoot through the dutifully insulated roofs. It is terrible, isn't it, when you look at the cost of everything? I just got my electric bill. It's £330. They said, but it's estimated. Goes up in April, does it? I'm going to plead poverty, I think. I've decided. I'm going to play the pensioner card. I've decided. I'm very old. We've heard your show, Steve. Yeah, thank you. Also, what was the other one they were doing? Oh, yes. Have you ever been to meet and greets? I do meet and greets at my show. And they've got a list here. Who makes the most on the meet and greet circuit? Oh, should we save it? Oh, we've only got a minute, so we can't do it all. I'm more expensive than some of the ones who are actually in the papers today. Which, Sean Wright is only 50 quid, and Ricky Hatton's 60. Mind you, Paw Patrol's 68. You know what Paw Patrol is? It's a live show. The canine rivals to Peppa Pig's domination will be touring their show Race to the Rescue. Well, I've never heard of Paw Patrol, actually, but they do a meet and greet for 68 quid, which is lovely, isn't it? Yeah, if you buy that kind of thing, you quite like it.
This is LBC.
Tired of walking the same streets you have done a million times? Or eating at the same old restaurants? Scrolling through the same streaming services in the same living room? It's time to leave behind what you know and move beyond the norm. Enjoy gourmet dinner, award-winning entertainment and exclusive lounges as you soar through the sky to Hong Kong. Cathay. Move beyond. Book your next adventure at cathypacific.com.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 17 minutes past 5. Wayne Rooney charges £450 for a meet and greet. But, to be honest with you, for that, you get a meet and greet event with the Derby County manager at a Manchester hotel, a signed shirt, a free drink, a 3-course dinner, a souvenir photo and superior seats to hear him speak. But angry fans were not buying his expensive tickets, or one saying, not at that price. Well, don't go to it then, Sugar Puff. Goodness sake, he's doing, a meet and greet thing, and it then leads on to the show, and people are going, oh, well, I'm not going to pay to... Well, don't pay then. Don't pay. Don't worry about it. It's not for people like you. He's appealing to people who obviously are fans. I mean, I wouldn't want to pay 450 quid either, but I wouldn't bleat about it. Doesn't make any difference, does it? Sean Ryder's VIP experience... you can have a picture taken with him. And pricier tickets also promise a Q&A session. But don't expect a deep and meaningful conversation. You're allotted just one question. He charges 50 quid. The funny one is Gemma Collins, the former Towie person, is doing a one-woman show in April. And what she's going to be talking about, God alone knows. But anyway, she's offering fans the chance to get up close and personal with her before curtain up. Before curtain up. Very unwise. The ultimate diva-ship package apparently promises an intimate pre-show VIP experience with the GC herself. Quite how intimate remains to be seen, but you will remember the occasion with an A5 signed picture with Gemma, 40, and you can carry it away with your own GC tote bag. It's 115 quid, by the way, for a photo and a tote bag. Yeah. That's A5, yeah. Ridiculous, isn't it, really? And that's 115 quid. But also she's doing it before curtain up. I mean, to get her to do anything for more than 5 minutes is sort of pushing it a little bit, I should imagine. She is going to be worn out. Patrick says the London Hippodrome book is £23.78 on Amazon. Is it really? We don't know. We shall have a check. I mean, put it this way, there's always discounted things all over the place. Whatever it is, you should buy it. I would thoroughly recommend it. Thoroughly recommend... No, it's not. Don't tell lies, Patrick. OK, you're barred now. We're going to take you off. We're going to put you out of your misery. Can't bear when people tell blatant lies. Yeah, might be different. What, Amazon? I don't think there are any other books on the Hippodrome. Have a look. Check. Like to get these things right. Have to check them properly. Not our London Hippodrome book. Ours is 30 quid. I can't see them discounting it already because they've only got 1,000 of them anyway. Well, I say they're way down. Loads of people bought them after we mentioned on the programme. Patrick's right now, is he? There you go. An entertainment of unexampled brilliance. So, 23.78. Wow. Well, that's good. Mind you, they've only got 8 left. I'm not apologising to you, Patrick, because the producer told me to tell you that they weren't selling it. So the producer's apologising. I'm not. I'm just following instructions. But it's well worth getting. It's a big book. It's not a small book. And it's got everything. Circus of Variety, Talk of the Town, The Greatest Disco in the World, Ragtime and Review, Comedy Musicals, and the Hippodrome Casino. 2012. 2012? I remember going in there. Dame Shirley Bassey does the introduction, and Sir Michael Grade. It's a fabulous book. It really is. Anybody who's remotely interested in the history or you love showbiz, this will be your sort of book. And now you can get it discounted, which is good. But as I say, they've only got 1,000 of them. But now they've only got 8 on Amazon. That's all they've got left in stock. Very good. They'll be gone by 7 o'clock. I bet you anything they'll be gone by 7 this morning. Because it's got the original prints and photography, numerous breakout sections dealing with, the war years and everything. It's really good. I thought it was brilliant. How much for the Queen to meet you off the plane at Heathrow? Ooh, I don't know. 50 quid, 60 quid. There was a thing, she's arriving in Paris to do something, Her Majesty, and she's in this beautiful Rolls Royce. And the amount of outriders that come with it, I mean, they've got police cars and sirens flashing and all sorts of things. And I think she was in Berlin as well. And all these huge, an entourage of motorcyclists, the police who were sort of escorting the car there. She must have sat there thinking, it's quite exciting being the Queen, isn't it, really? You get all these flashing blue lights everywhere. So Piers has joined the Sun. Hold on to your screens, they say. Oh, this is Kim Jong-un. This is, look, all his bodyguards have to run along the side of the car. If I was him, I'd be going, put your foot down, make them run, make them sweat on the motorway. I don't know why they do that. Perhaps it's sort of, I mean, also it's a stretched limousine, but I think it's, how many people? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's 12. I think it could be 11. I don't know. Perhaps I miscounted one of them, but it's about, yes, I want that same thing. I want the same thing. 12 bodyguards alongside the limo. I mean, to be honest with you, you're never going to go and attack him, are you? He has people shot. Somebody fell asleep at one of his speech-making things a short while ago. They were taken out and killed. He doesn't waste any time. He really doesn't. Yeah. I mean, I do the same. Nobody falls asleep at my shows. Thank you very much indeed. So, Dua Lipa, you get a dance lesson. Her meet and greet is top of the meet and greets, by the way. So the package includes a dance lesson from a professional choreographer, access to a glam squad and a group picture with the star herself. Paying customers even get the chance to have a dance-off with the levitating singer, but only if they enter and win a competition beforehand. So in other words, it's a group picture. So you've all paid 1,842 quid, and she just does a selfie holding up the phone, and you can take your sort of pictures as well. Yeah, Blue charged £349. I mean, seems an awful lot to me. Apparently, you can be snapped next to the naughtiest dreamboats on a DSLR camera or an iPhone, but not just any old Apple phone, or God forbid a Nokia. You'll be snapped only with a premium iPhone. And apparently in the terms and conditions, organisers point out that if COVID rears its ugly head again, the band will be protected by an antivirus perspex screen while you get your picture taken. Not quite the same, isn't it, really? I don't want to be, I want to get up close and personal. But Steps, the producer's already done this one, I have to tell you. And here, you get a meet and greet experience, an exclusive Q&A session, and a signed programme from the group. But apparently, the cherry on the top for fans may well be the knowledge that they will receive a collectible Steps lanyard too. 375 quid. 375 quid. Collectible lanyard. Woo! Want one of those. Goodness sake, that's a lot, isn't it? Jazz in Houso says doors frozen again, but came prepared with a mini de-icer. Thank you for the tips. It's not that cold out this morning, although I did see somebody as I was going home the other day scraping ice off their car window. And I remember thinking, is it really that cold out there? I mean, today it's going to be sunny and 8 degrees. Tomorrow, is it Thursday? It's tomorrow, isn't it? Thursday, yeah. Today's Wednesday, thank you. Lovely. Thursday, 7 degrees. Friday, 7 degrees. Saturday pops up to 8. Sunday goes 9, then back down on Monday to 7. Tuesday, 6. Wednesday up to 8 again. It's all over the blooming place. It's all over the place, but it's cold. It's always colder out of town. But some people, like my boss, travels for ages. Seriously, ages. I mean, he's probably on his telephone most of the time, because bosses here live on telephones. I went for breakfast with one of my bosses a short while ago. His phone didn't stop. I remember thinking, oh, good Lord. They heard he was with Steve. Oh, it's Steve with you, you know. Can we have a photo taken? You know, that'd be nice. I love it. Davina saying she'll still do exercise in her 90s. I have no doubt that she will. No doubt that she will. And Richard Hammond sits behind the wheel of that car that nearly killed him in 2006. This was the vampire dragster, which somersaulted at 300 miles an hour following a blowout. But as I said, you're sitting on a petrol tank. And Richard, who was filming for Top Gear, recovered, but vowed never get into the car again. And here he is in it. I like Richard Hammond, and he's nice, actually. In fact, I liked all three of them. I thought they were absolutely great. Absolutely great. No wonder Joel Corey is so ripped. He's revealed he fine-tunes his music while working out. Who is he? Is he he's a DJ. Oh, it says here, the I Wish DJ. I Wish what? Is that the name of a song or something? He's a DJ who's got a song out. Good Lord above, we don't want to encourage that kind of thing, do we? Definitely not. Sorry is another song. Oh, right. Joel Corey, Sorry. Oh, right. Almost rhymes. So it's the I Wish and then Sorry. Lonely. Lonely's another one, is it? He's rivetingly exciting on his song titles, isn't he? But he says, during an Instagram live, the car's a good one. Because he tests out his tunes when he hits the road. Head and Heart is another one. Yeah, all right. I think we've had enough of that. Thank you very much indeed. Can't believe it. Fans hoping to see S Club 7 back together again could be disappointed. Thank God for that. Don't bring them back. We don't want them again. You know, reach for the stars. China. There's 3 of them, is there? S Club 7 is down to, so 4 plus no more. So Tina Barrett has revealed she and Rachel Stevens, plus Bradley and Hannah, are all up for a reunion, but Joe O'Meara, John Lee and Paul Catamol aren't. Well, Joe O'Meara was the lead singer, but she had a bit of an incident, shall we call it, on Big Brother. So it's S Club 3. It's not quite the same. I mean, they can't sound the same, can they, as S Club 7? Well, I don't think so, anyway. But I wonder why they wouldn't want to sort of do that. Apparently, with their peers such as Steps continuing to have success with hit albums, the sky is the limit. Steps were going to be touring, weren't they? Was there not a tour that was cancelled, I think? They have done one, have they? Producer's huge fan. Okay, don't actually say anything. And a little bit old. And because you do get lots of little kids. I remember seeing them live on YouTube, and it was one of their concerts, and it started up with Tragedy, and then it cuts to the audience, and there's little tiny children doing all the dances and all the rest of it. It's so sweet. It's so sweet to watch. And, how many were singing, I've got no idea. So what else we got here? Kylie Minogue's video for Can't Get You Out of My Head turns 21 this year. Lovely. Is she still in the country? Has she not left by now? I thought she was supposed to be leaving. She's going to leave very soon. And Daniel Craig only agreed to play James Bond after, wait for this name drop, Steven Spielberg told him it's a winner. So that's why he did it. He asked the director to vet the script for the 2006 film Casino Royale as he worried about taking the role. The long-serving 007 saw Spielberg, 75, on holiday and couldn't resist getting his opinions. Why not? Go to the top. There's a lovely thing. It's Barbara Streisand. She came back. She was paid, I think, $1 million, which a fortune years ago, to come back and do Caesar's Palace in Vegas for New Year's Eve. And so they had a full orchestra, and there was, I think, 17,000 people there. And the orchestra played little extracts from all her hits. And she's walking backstage while they're playing the hits, and it's almost getting to the dun dun dun, and then she sort of does a bit of breathing, and the camera's filming, and then she walks up this little staircase, and then a man goes 3, 2, 1, pulls the curtain aside, and she steps out. The place goes mad. Absolutely. Everybody's there. Steven Spielberg turns around and is going like, this woman is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And it was fantastic to watch. Absolutely. I love stuff like that. Really, really great. And then I watched another one where she appeared by magic. The little girl on stage who was playing a very young Barbara Streisand. And then there's a bloke who's been dancing, total waste of time. And he's got this coat which opens up and it's all sequined inside. And he wraps it around the little girl, and as they unwrap it the other side, there's Streisand. And again, the place goes mad. Absolutely mad. I love stuff like that. One of the world's biggest fish has turned up in Kent. This is an ocean... What? we do pop around a little bit. I'll tell you more about this one. This giant fish, you won't have ever heard of it, but it's turned up in Kent. I've got no idea how it got there. And when I tell you how big it is, you'll be going, good grief, Steve. We're so pleased we tuned in.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. So, good old Steven Spielberg. They were doing one of those retrospective programmes on the television the other day, and it was really fantastic, actually, when you look at the successful films that he's been part of. But my favourite was always Schindler's List. It was just so beautifully cast and just so moving in so many ways. Anyway, back to this giant fish, which has paid a visit to Kent. It's one of the world's biggest fish, usually found in tropical waters, and for some inexplicable reason it's turned up in Kent. This sunfish, it's called an ocean sunfish. It can grow up to 11 feet long and weigh 2 tons. It's thought to have got lost in the Atlantic. Dad, John Gossman, saw it in Ramsgate Harbour. He said it's something you don't see every day. One very lost cold sunfish, poor thing. It's a delicacy in Japan. Can swim on their sides to get the sun's rays. They're usually found off the coast of Chile, but migrate to Iceland and have been seen in UK waters before. But it weighs up to 2 tons. Imagine being confronted by something like that. Frighten the life out of me, I should imagine. The drug lord who called himself El Chapo, after Mexico's Al Chapo, has been jailed for 25 years. Ian Shepherd, not so exciting now. 44, was the head of a nationwide drugs ring which had flooded the UK with cocaine and heroin. The dad of 3 toured the country in a humble Citroën to meet other dealers and criminals. He put the van up for sale, and it was bought by an undercover police officer. It was found to have secret hideaway used to stash drugs. Officers tracked the gang and arrested an accomplice as he tried to hide cocaine and heroin in the woods. Not very bright. You know, if you've got a car that you're using, taking around the countryside, selling your cocaine and your drugs, the one thing you don't do is then sell it to somebody. I mean, it would have been easier to torch the blooming thing, wouldn't it? I would have thought. Ridiculous. And a mum of 2 has hit back at trolls who mocked her. Everybody's mocking everybody. It is absolutely ridiculous. For calling her baby son Lucifer. Josie Barnes says she's faced a stream of criticism since discussing her choice on a TV show. Can't imagine any TV show that had put somebody on there. Oh, she rang Jeremy Vine's show on Monday, says, is it okay to criticise baby names? And she said, no matter what I call my children, someone out there is going to have an issue. I've never heard of any... I mean, to be honest with you, I thought it was the devil's name, yes. I mean, to be honest with you, I think she's probably an attention seeker. They had a woman the other day. Even more bizarre, she was on This Morning with Pip Schofield and Holly Willer, what's-her-face. And this woman was an influencer. She was very, what I call, ordinary looking. She had black hair, she wore glasses, and she troweled her makeup on. And what was she complaining about? What was she on the programme for? Somebody had made one of those blow-up dolls that looked like her. That's what she was on the programme to talk about. And I remember thinking, but I think lots of those dolls look like... That's the whole idea. They're supposed to look like people. I don't think it's based on you at all. She says, oh, people have used me for this. And I'm thinking to myself, you're seriously sitting on television telling us that somebody in a factory in China has turned out a doll that you think looks like you. And we saw a picture of it. Just looked like any other doll that you'd buy if you were into that kind of thing. I mean, I didn't quite get it. It was obviously done to sort of shock. Philip Schofield looked as though he really couldn't care less. Perhaps it was Dermot. We don't know. Perhaps it was Dermot. I'll tell you what Prince Charles is doing. He's commissioned some portraits of 7 Holocaust survivors for a BBC documentary. All were children in the Nazi death camps and have made their lives in Britain. They've also got Ziggy Schipper, who left the Duchess of Cambridge visibly moved during a video chat last year, and Eric Hirsch, who lost 81 family members. It's going to be an exhibition in the Queen's Gallery in Buckingham Palace called The 7 Portraits Surviving the Holocaust. I can't wait to see that. That's absolutely amazing. It's going to be Holocaust Memorial Day, as you know, is January the 27th, but all of these people are in their 90s, quite late 90s now. So, very special thing. I've never been to the Queen's Gallery, actually, in Buckingham Palace. Perhaps I should go. I do like Buckingham Palace, but aren't they spending an absolute fortune on it? It's like a bit like the House of Commons. It needs doing up, because they haven't spent money on it over the years. When you think, or the East End step, when you think that Buckingham Palace was built as a private house, and then the royal family started, well, I think we'll have that. See, I like that. In the Queen's Gallery, what have they got right in the middle of it? A sedan chair. I just cannot believe when I look at sedan chairs that these were common sights in London. People were in, obviously not as ornate as this one, which looked as though it probably carried, members of the royal family. Absolutely phenomenal. It's huge, isn't it? Buckingham Palace itself is just enormous. And the Queen's Gallery is quite something. But I think it's all closed at the moment. But you can visit the Queen's Gallery and have champagne afternoon tea for 2 for £79. Now, as we discovered, see that the £79 actually isn't bad for afternoon tea. For 2 people, that's not bad. Is that for 2 people? Well, that's not bad at all, actually. Yeah. So you can go to the Queen's Gallery just to see the sedan chair. It's worth it. And all the lovely pictures. And then you get champagne afternoon tea at the Courthouse Hotel. I don't even know where the Courthouse Hotel is. I've never even heard of it. Can it be that far away? The Courthouse Hotel? It's in Soho. Oh, right. And it's £79 for 2. So you get a glass of chilled champagne, homemade pastries, finger sandwiches. For 2 people, that's 30 delicate finger sandwich. But that's really cheap. I think so. Delicious afternoon tea with delicate finger sandwiches. And you get to the... I love that sedan chair. I've always fancied it. Look at those. Oh, the sandwiches are a bit big, aren't they? They don't look like finger sandwiches to me. They look like rolls. They don't look as though they're delicate at all. But no, it's okay. Not as grand as some of the places you might want to go to. Doesn't look that great. But it's still cheap, £79 for 2 people. If you buy I think it's good value. I like that idea. Kim says, I've got memories of my mum coming home from the hairdresser's on a Saturday lunchtime with the bright red visage. Later learnt that the hairdresser used to ply her regular ladies with a very large gin and tonic to start off their weekend. Oh, used to get a cup of tea, but with the hairdryer on, you can't hear anything. You have to sort of practically lip read everything, which is going on. Katie Price has managed to squeeze in not 1 but 3 TV projects. Nobody cares, dear. Nobody cares. It's had its day now. We've kind of dragged it out as long as possible. Amber Davis has come a long way, apparently, since winning Love Island. Has now set her sights on Netflix hit Bridgerton. She's doing the Cabaret All-Stars show at the Proud Embankment. Isn't this the one that what's-her-face, who just lost her boyfriend, is with Steph on her programme? Denise Van Outen. She does this place as well. I don't know what it is. It's called Proud Embankment. I've got no idea what it is. No idea. But Proud Embankment. There you go. It's a cabaret club and service. Oh, wait a minute. The venue. So that's. They've got quite a few venues. They've got John Partridge, Helen Lederer, Proud City, and Amber Davis. I don't even know who she was actually, but she's doing from March 2022, and they've got one in Brighton, one on the Embankment, and one in the City. I know what they are. I've never heard of them actually, but they do Cabaret All Stars and everything else. So March 2022, Proud Embankment, and Helen Lederer is lovely. We like her, so she's doing it there, and she's there from late January, I think. John Partridge, I think he might have done it before actually. I'm pretty certain. But I know Denise Van Outen's played there as well. Steve, says Nick, Philip Schofield looks like he couldn't care about anything. Well, he cares about the adverts he's doing. That's a fact, definitely. I don't think I've known anybody who works so hard. Perhaps he's saving up for something. Perhaps, I don't know what. Can't imagine. And Steve, I bet this huge discovered thing is an ocean sunfish, says Paul and Ann. It is. It is an ocean sunfish. It weighs 2 tons. 2 tons. I mean, that's a big... You don't tangle with those, do you? But apparently the Japanese, it's a delicacy, but everything's a delicacy to the Japanese. Sushi's a sort of a delicacy to... But I don't like sushi. You know, if I want some... I've got some smoked salmon to have today, actually, but I don't think I'll have it. I think I might go out and have a battered sausage. I don't know. I haven't decided. There's all sorts of things I can do. Have I ever had sushi? No. I don't think so. But that doesn't mean to say I don't know whether I like something or not. But we've got a few sushi places around Twickenham. It is very popular. I don't know why. Is it because people think it's very healthy? Because it's sort of bits of salmon. What's that? Is that Yo Sushi where it all goes round on a conveyor belt? I just wanted to sit on the conveyor belt and just go round and round. Say to somebody, you can't have anything. We're not doing any food today. We're just watching me going round and round. I quite fancied the idea of doing that. But I think it's a way of getting kids to eat something a bit healthier than, you know, all the other rubbish that's doing the rounds at the moment. Sean Ryder says mobsters sent from America to sort him out must have got spooked in Salford because they never showed up. He was tipped off the thugs were on their way by a fellow musician they'd beaten up in America, who they said Ryder's getting it as well. What a load of old rubbish. Why on earth would anybody be remotely interested in somebody called Sean Ryder? You know, in America, they say, well, he's actually going to get it as well. He said he heard about the threat from a member of a US hip-hop band the exec had also fallen out with in the 90s. He phoned me to say he had a visit from some goons. This is another word for mobsters, I think, you know. And when they opened the door, they battered him. The message was, Ryder's getting it as well. I mean, I shouldn't imagine they've got the faintest idea who he is. Not a clue. Apparently, somebody had been bigging up the fact they were related to Henry Hill, which didn't intimidate me at all. Who was that? Harry Hill. Who was that wonderful man who's on YouTube? You have to watch him. And he's the, I'm so-and-so, so-and-so. Do you remember that one? I'm Ronnie Pickering. Ronnie, he's having a go at this bloke on his scooter, I think, or whatever it is. I'm Ronnie Pickering. So this bloke goes, who's Ronnie Pickering? He said, me, I'm Ronnie Pickering. Who is he? Nobody's ever heard of this poor old soul. What a delusional. And it was so funny. Because he's arguing with this, but the language is unreal. He's obviously very common. And I'm Ronnie Pickering. And this bloke says to him quite calmly, who's Ronnie Pickering? Yeah, do you know who I am? I'm Ronnie. But the worst thing is he's got a young child in the car with him. Is it his wife? Oh, and she's not a young child. She looks like she's used to this sort of buffoon. I'm Ronnie Pickering. But nobody knows who he is. He's driving the stupidest car you've ever seen in your entire life, a real girly's car, bright red, I ask you. And he can't get used to this bloke who doesn't know who he is. He says, I'm going to get out of the car and you'll know who I am. Who are you? I'm Ronnie Pickering. I've never heard of you. Look at the wife. My God, they look as though they've got a class act going between. Who is he? Did we ever discover who he was? Yeah, I know he's Ronnie Pickering, but who is he? It was it was the funniest thing I'd seen in ages, because there's another bloke who argues with a cyclist as well. And the bloke on the cycle goes, why are you not wearing a seatbelt? I'm going to get out of the car and batter you, goes this bloke. And he gets out the car and he chases the cyclist up the road, and then he trips over his own big flat feet. And he goes, over what's it in the road. It was so funny, honestly. I clapped on that one. I thought it was great. Steve, we got to take a short break. Honestly, this is ridiculous. The time is going nowhere, is it really?
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Do you know the amount of people who've been watching this particular buffoon having an argument with a cyclist? 9.5 million people have watched this. 9. We don't know how many have watched Ronnie Pickering yet. We haven't decided whether Ronnie Pickering's the bigger idiot. But this one just trips over. How many? Oh no, Ronnie Pickering's well down. Is that not the original one? No, on this one it's 15 million views of Ronnie Pickering, of the cyclist going, who's Ronnie Pickering? It's like saying, are you Daisy May, love? It's so funny. But it's the one who takes the pratfall, as they used to call them in comedy terms. The Pope makes the papers. It's very rare the Pope makes the papers. His Holiness has said that cancel culture is rewriting history and leaves no space for freedom of expression. He was addressing diplomats at the Vatican. Pope Francis tore into the woke phenomenon of sidelining people, brands, books, TV shows and movies for views some may consider offensive. Though he delivered the speech in Italian, the Pope used the English phrase cancel culture. I mean, he seems to speak in a number of languages, which I think is quite good, actually. I mean, it's not the first time he's waded into the culture wars. Last month, he compared the EU to a dictatorship for attempting to impose woke rules on language. Well, at least he's making, some sense. He's making headway, isn't he? Slowly but surely. Miranda Fryer has died. She was in Neighbours. You might not remember her. She played Skye Mangle as a child. She died in Australia in her sleep. She was only 34 years old. Her family said the Soulmates were making plans to start their family. She married her fiancé in November 2020, and she just went to sleep and never woke up, which is very sad, very sad. Poor soul, honestly. What else do we have? Paddy McGuinness came to Peter Kay's rescue after the comic got locked out of his hotel room naked. Who on earth goes out of a hotel room with no clothes on? Who are these people? I mean, especially somebody the size of Peter Kay. Why would you want to go outside your hotel room? And so Paddy McGuinness had to enlist the manager's help after his bid to cover the 48-year-old's modesty with a dressing gown failed. Paddy had called his Phoenix Night co-star out of the blue one night, and it turned out they were both staying at Soho Hotel in London and in adjoining rooms. And so Peter swanned into my room starkers. This is a pile of old rubbish, isn't it? So in his new book, he's got a book out. Oh, there you go. Rubbish. Rubbish. Silly little made-up story. Who are you? Who are you? I'm Paddy McGuinness. Who's that? I'm Ronnie Pickering. Lord Sugar has been mocked for begging to appear on the Graham Norton show to promote The Apprentice. Well, they are unbelievably dim, this lot, this time round. They really don't know anything at all. They really don't. And what else do we have? Oh, Rod Stewart and his hair. 77. He was drinking a glass of Bolly. I don't think he ever goes out in sort of what I call casual clothes. I think he always dresses up. He sort of lives the part. NHS workers are being offered a free tattoo. What on earth do they want that for? Well, I don't know. Apparently, Lee Priddy has designed a badge of honour for an event next month at his studio in Newbury. He wants to give back to the heroes of our country. Well, that'll be good, won't it? Yeah, that'll do it. That'll win them over. So you've got to travel to Newbury and, you might be 90 and still working in the NHS and he'll give you a tattoo. I don't think so. I definitely don't think so. 2 years on a COVID ward. We still can't work out, actually, why somebody who works for the NHS and are all masked up and everything else do not want to go for all the vaccinations. I can't quite get my head around that one. And the Queen has a greasy, guilty secret. I didn't believe this one either. Apparently, she avoids fast food, but she has one secret guilty pleasure, a greasy burger. I mean, apparently her former personal chef, Darren O'Grady, has revealed that Her Majesty loves a burger served without a bun. He spent 15 years working in the royal kitchen, and he said they would shoot deer and we'd do venison burgers. Fillings were fancier than Burger King's Whopper too. There'd be gorgeous cranberries stuffed into them, but we never set buns out. So there you go. And he revealed that Her Majesty is health conscious. And well, I can't believe she'd eat a burger, honestly, venison or otherwise. But apparently he said he added French cuisine was a popular option for the royals, although the Queen was not a fan of bread. And the one thing they never served in his 15 years at Buckingham Palace, pizza. They never served pizza. And also the Queen will not have garlic in any food in any way, shape or form. She thinks it's very antisocial to have garlic. But I should imagine. But she does like this chocolate cake that we looked at the other day on the programme. Chocolate biscuit cake, which doesn't require any cooking. And it's Prince William likes it as well, which is interesting. Steve, are the sandwiches eat as much as you want? If so, very good value. Well, I mean, it seemed like good value completely. But also, how much does it cost to make a little finger sandwich? Out of 2 pieces of bread, that's 3 finger sandwiches you can make out of that. And there's a limit to how much you can eat. There is a limit, but it doesn't say, but that's how it always works in all these places. And Stella says, I love old Hollywood glamour. You'd love it here. You'd love it here on this programme. We are dripping in Hollywood glamour. I think, yes, I'm wearing a fur stole off the shoulder. I think Elizabeth Taylor was extremely beautiful, and Joan Collins at 87 is amazing, says Stella. She is, absolutely. Steve, apparently, Jean says, Google Ronnie Pickering wants plaque in Hull where he had the road rage. Oh, God, he's not still alive, is he? How hilarious. How old are you, mate? I'm Ronnie Pickering. It was his language. Disgusting, honestly. What a common man. He needs to go out there and learn some etiquette. Apparently, £79, Steve, being reasonable for afternoon tea is subjective. Our British Legion does tea and toast for £1, says Graham. Tea and toast? Who goes out and has toast? Come on, grow up. Nobody goes out and has toast. Ronnie Pickering became an internet sensation in his old red Citroen Picasso, poor little soul. He's obviously not very successful, is he? 2015, that was. Alternative. He's an hard man, isn't he? I'm Ronnie Pickering. Yeah, lovely, dear. Oh, look, you're blown away. Look at that. How fantastic. Steve, I'm just watching Ronnie Pickering, says Melon Leeds. It's hilarious, but it's the language that's so atrocious. He's obviously somebody who can't string 2 words together, poor little soul. Wearing your nan's jewellery is going to become very trendy in 2022. Experts expect youngsters to reach for gold from their older relatives, like Catherine Tate's nan, as they shun plastics. But I thought most of them are selling it. You go to any of the antique roadshows, and all you see is people selling things, or the David Dickinson programme. The amount of people who are selling family jewellery and stuff like that is phenomenal. Nobody passes it on anymore. They go, how much is it worth? I'm Ronnie Pickering. How much is it worth? And so they don't sell on the Antique Roadshow, don't they? Oh, they get, yeah, but some people do sell. Yeah, they always go, I could never part with it. It's worth £3. Oh, I could sell it, couldn't I? Well, what would you do with the money if you did sell it? I'd like to go to Australia. Yeah, right. Well, it ain't going to be happening. I'm terribly sorry, but this so-called diamond ring that you think you're selling is, in fact, paste. It is, in fact, a piece of glass. It's not worth anything at all. That's why we loved the one in America. It's not called posh porn. I forget what they call it. Hardcore porn. PAWN, and you watch the people who go in there, and they're obviously desperate to get money for something, but the people in there are not being fooled by it at all. They go, it's not worth anything. He said one of the blokes said they've got these eyeglasses. I must get one of these eyeglasses. They look fantastic. You put it in, and he said, can you not see this sort of? It's rubbed away, the colour. And he said, no, it's gold. He said, no, it's not. It's like a monocle type thing, but it's for examining diamonds and the interior of diamonds and things like that. He said, but it's rubbed away. He said, it's only gold plated and that's rubbing off. And he goes, I want $500. He goes, it's worth nothing. And he's very pleasant about it. He's actually very, very good and sort of saying it's not worth anything. I'm sorry. And he says, can I speak to somebody else who knows what they're talking about? He said, well, I know what I'm talking about. He said, because this is my business. He said, have you got a manager? He said, I'm the manager. And this bloke is just, in the end, they had to drag him out. One of the big burly security guys in this place. You have to watch them. They're very entertaining when people go, I want it. Especially the woman who loses her temper. She's been told over the phone that her diamond earrings are worth $400, and the bloke's daughter says, no, they're not. She says, I was told they're worth I'm going to get $400. They go, yeah, but we hadn't seen them. We need to see them. And then this woman starts shouting and all the rest of it. I was told $400. I want my $400 and all the rest of it. And it's shit. Well, I can offer you $180. She says, I want my $400. And start. In the end, they had to drag her out the shop. Well, there's a lot of dragging going on, but there you go. Dawn Neeson's column today, talking about eco-warrior Leonardo DiCaprio, celebrating the success of his sanctimonious dressed as satire climate movie Don't Look Up by partying on a yacht that belches out as much carbon by sailing just 7 miles as an average car done in a year. He likes his girlfriends, though, doesn't he? There's a picture of him this week on a beach, ogling girlfriends. I mean, he's 47 now, ogling. I like ogling, is such a good word. Girlfriends. And also, what else we got? Talk about the end of lockdown. Party games must mean an end for fears. And the sauce sachets. And owning big dogs, the latest reason the planet's doomed to end by, check COP26 notes next Thursday. Let's not mention the 1.5 billion face masks polluting the oceans. I can't believe it. I see face masks on the side of the road. Do people just take them off and throw them away, or have they fallen off their faces? Perhaps we should staple them on there. Do people just throw them away? Yeah, well, throw them in a bin, please. Please throw them in a bin. But Dawn Neeson's column was very good. Dancing on ice back this weekend with the new judge, Oti Mabuse, putting the figure into figure skating with a very fine double axel indeed. She's obviously flavour of the month, isn't she, really? And Kim Kardashian wearing a very risque black top. What does that woman do for a living? Is she just a poser or something? Terribly tedious, and thank God we don't have anybody like that in this country, because I'm Ronnie Pickering. We love it. If you haven't seen it, you have to watch. 15 million people have watched that. Mind you, I've had 21 million downloads, so I'm obviously doing an awful lot better than poor old Ronnie Pickering, whose career must have wound up years ago, I should imagine. We'll take a short break for the news at 6 o'clock, and then, believe it or not, into the final part of the programme. I bet you anything, everybody's going to be talking about Boris today. And David Baddiel on the casting of Jewish characters. He says it's all about respect. That's in The Guardian. And the excellent Marina Hyde. She says, who's leading us right now, Johnson or a crazy face emoji? All of that and more coming up very shortly.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Coming up to 4 minutes past 6. This chilly Wednesday. It is. I don't think we're going to get any more snow, though, are we? I mean, we had. I think that's finished now for the year. Next thing we've got to look forward to is some sunshine, I suppose, and everything busting out all over, which would be quite nice. Quite a nice thing. So at the moment, it's the Tories plunging in the knife, and but they've done it, to loads of other people. It's just they must be deeply, deeply unhappy. Boris must be thinking, can I manage to get my way through this and bluff it out? How will he get through Prime Minister's question time? That'll be very interesting, because all he can do is say, well, it's being investigated, and so I can't talk about it. I mean, Starmer is still off with COVID. And hasn't Hancock just gone down again? Second time? So it'll be Angela Rayner at PMQs. But I've never known the amount of people who perhaps some people are more susceptible than others at picking up COVID. Because, the amount of trains I've sat on with people, although yesterday, the train, Matt Hancock, virus for the second time. He's had COVID. He must be going out there and sort of bumping into people or something. But anyway, the train yesterday, the guard was going along the train. The guard telling people, put your mask on. Put your mask on. I've never seen it before. I think that's, if they really want to stop this, they should stop people without masks being allowed to get on public transport. Seriously, because it's being spread by people breathing I appreciate the fact that obviously you have to breathe to live, but, it's spreading it through people who are not putting masks on. It can halt it back a little bit. Janet says, although he had no prior engagements, Johnson was missing again from yesterday's debate. Do you think he might have been at a party? I think he was secretly at Eddie Mayer's. Party. So, but it's the fact that people can't remember where they were. You'd remember if you had a party with 100 people, and they were told to bring their own booze. I mean, in your own garden, they were doing it. How can he not remember these things? Well, the answer is, of course he can. He's lying. He must remember it, unless he really has gone completely round the bend, and which some people might go for. But the Tories are plunging the knife in, which they've done a million times before. So we'll wait and see, and then people are going to start throwing their hats in the ring, aren't they? Oh, I could take over. I could do this. Do you know breastfeeding is good for mothers? I don't want to get into the breastfeeding debate because you always get dreadful arguments, as well as babies, and slashes the risk of dying from heart disease. Researchers looked at data from 1.2 million women and discovered those who breastfed children were less likely to have heart attacks or strokes. Well, there's something good, at least some positive news in this day and age. I never knew, actually, if I was breastfed. I've no idea. Do you generally ask your parents or something? Well, I can't now, obviously. Yeah, it's a private... But, I mean, I don't think we'd ever have had a discussion like that in our family. Was I breastfed as a child, Mum? I mean, I just... Doesn't really come into it, does it? Which is very interesting. Steve, I was meant to be driving to Marbella, says Thomas, Spain, with a load of mattresses for customers, but they wouldn't let me into France due to COVID restrictions. When will this madness end? So I'm back at the warehouse, packing up, loading up the vans for UK deliveries. I booked a lunch in Mayfair to cheer me up. Oh, I know, those steaks are such good value, aren't they? At 725 quid or whatever they are. Oh, the tearless onion. They're called Sunions. And they come from... Oh, Waitrose are going to start selling them. They're the result of 25 years of research. Oh, for God's sake. Well, just to stop something making you... What a waste of 25 years. Well, yeah, can we have a cure for cancer or something like that? Some suggest freezing them. Others suggest chopping them under running water, wearing goggles, or even keeping a piece of bread in your mouth. It's an onion, for God's sake. If you can't get over, I mean, somebody used to say, run the knife under cold water and then it will cut it, and you don't get... I mean, who cares, for God's sake? What a waste of 25 years of your life coming up with this. Where is it from? Where is it from? Here we go. We shall find this, actually. Sunions. Doesn't actually tell you, really. Yes, they're in... Oh, wait a minute. They're developed in America. However, the crops shipped to UK stores were grown in Spain. A 3-pack will cost £1.50, 50 pence per onion. That's 3 times as much as Waitrose's cheapest onions, which cost 14 pence each. They were first developed by an agricultural giant, Bayer, then taken over by a chemical firm, BASF, when it acquired some of Bayer's seeds and crop business. 25 years gone out of your life, never going to get it back, just so people... The products were described in a review by the Washington Post, which confirmed they did not cause tears as flavourless. Another 25 years trying to put the flavour back into the onion. So in other words, you'll be buying them because, I mean, how many people? I've never in my life had people going, I was cutting onions up today, Steve, and I spent most of the time in tears. Never. People they've got better things to do with their life. And if they don't have any flavour, because actually most onion, if you buy the pre-packed ones or the pre-cut ones, they don't really taste of onions. They just taste bland. They're just sort of there, whereas I like an onion to taste a bit like a pickled onion. There will be pre-cut, they'll lose the flavour. Yeah. Well, these ones, they say they're flavourless. That's what the Washington Post said. Have to take their, a drunken grope. This is one of the headlines in the paper today. No, it was just an Italian-style greeting, says the UK culture chief. The envoy in Rome wins an unfair dismissal case after a sexual harassment claim. A drunken grope. But he said it was an Italian-style greeting. Way. So now we can get away with anything like that. You can't do things like that now, can you? I mean, you're not supposed to go round and touching people anyway. I'm looking at people actually sitting in the Commons again, surrounded by empty green leather. The Paymaster General, Michael Ellis, receiving the opposition snarls yesterday, and half the people there are not wearing masks. That's the Tory side. You're right, it's the Tory side. Absolutely. Amazing, isn't it, really? But anyway, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what happens. But, I mean, I can't see it. Although John Caldwell, the Tory donor, says sort it out, Boris, or step aside and let somebody else sort it out so the Tories aren't wiped out at the next election. Do we think they're going to be wiped out at the next? It depends who sort of takes over, doesn't it? And I'm assuming they must be looking for that. It's interesting. Zach has emailed a suggestion for onions. Don't eat them, I suppose. There you go. A Tefal manual food chopper. You just put it in there and you presumably you pull the handle. That's one of those pulling the handle things. 17 quid. For steel blades for vegetables, onions, herbs and nuts. 5-second chopper. And you can get it, and it's, how much is it? 17 quid. I mean, who in their right mind cuts onions with a knife now? You either buy them ready prepared, or you get a little machine like that, which is 17 quid, and then you stick it in the dishwasher, and the blade goes round there, and it's on like a... Who doesn't have sharp knives? I don't. No, not I use scissors. But you can't cut an onion with scissors. It just doesn't work. But I mean, I've got one of these little... It's not a Tefal one. It's another one that I bought from an Ideal Home Show years and years ago, and I've never used it. Because basically, to be honest with you, I don't actually have... I mean, how many onions a day do people have? Do people sort of eat lots of onions, 5 a day? I mean, it's a good idea to have a little machine that does it for you. I'm all in favour of making life easy in the kitchen. But at the end of the day, go and buy a packet of cut onions. But if these things are going to be the price they are, novelty value will suggest that a lot of people will actually go and buy them just because they go, oh, I bought these onions. It's like there's all sorts of superfruits that come onto the market. People go, oh, I must get these. David says, tearless onion. The onions are so tasteless now in this country. I cut them up and there's no tears and there's absolutely no flavour at all. Well, I also discovered there's no flavour in the onions. They really are bland. The best ones for getting some sort of flavour out of are the red onions, which seem to have sort of a little bit of flavour, but not a huge amount of flavour. But then I've been spoilt. I don't really know whether or not, I'd be sort of better off buying some other sort of... I mean, the Spanish onions that Paul Cooper sells, they're huge. Now, whether or not they taste like onions, I've gone, no, they're like the size of footballs. Janet says you'd be in tears over the onions because of the price. And Helen says, I wear contact lenses, Steve, and I don't cry when cutting onions. If I wear my glasses, I do. Just wear contact lenses. Problem solved. I can't put contact lenses in. I'm not very good with things like that at all. I remember seeing somebody once and they were sort of going, oh, I've lost my contact lens. You've got to try and find the blooming thing again. And a friend of mine has got the throwaway contact lenses. So remember how the police cracked down on that May week down in Brighton? People having a party. The police moved in. They went onto the beaches and removed people. Drivers were quizzed on the A23 in Sussex. Motorists forced to pull over. They want to know, excuse me, where do you think you're going? What are you doing? In the park, Wandsworth Common, police officers hovering near a group of people. And in North London, a house party. Police vans called out to deal with it. Meanwhile, with 100 people in his back garden, old clever clogs, bring your own booze party. Sue Reed has talked and says, whilst they parted, I was cheated out of the last days with my dying partner. And the grieving families tell Boris, say sorry. Marjorie Burke, 98, died alone just 5 days before the drinks party. Valerie could only see her mother for 10 minutes in hospital and no family were allowed to be with her as she died from pneumonia and heart failure. Dreadful, isn't it, really? And he can't remember if he was there. I just don't understand why people can't tell the truth nowadays. We know that politicians are lying when their lips are moving, but, it's just ridiculous. They look at the number 10 garden on May the 15th, circled Mr. Cummings, Mr. Reynolds, the PM and his wife and other people. I mean, come on. But Andrew Pearce has done a great piece. And he says, bitter, vengeful, obsessed and carrying a box of lethal secrets to kill off his old boss and put Rishi Sunak in number 10. This is Dominic Cummings. If ever there was a man bitter, he would be it. He would be it. And Djokovic could be kicked out because he lied on the Oz entry form. He may face jail now, saying he hadn't travelled for 14 days, but the pictures have shown he was in Belgrade on Christmas Day and Marbella on January the 2nd. Another one who can't tell the truth. What is it with these people? It's unbelievable. It is. It's 2 rules, isn't it? It's 1 rule for them and 1 rule for us.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Ron in sunny España says, of course, Boris went out to the garden to water his gladioli, not to party. It was merely coincidence. I know. Interesting, isn't it? Red onions are stronger, but for real flavour, large banana shallots, says Kevin, the restaurateur. I had to explain what shallots were, Kevin, to the producer. He didn't know what they were. We used to grow them at school. We used to have a school garden, and we grew shallots. And it's a botanical variety of the onion, and it was classified as a separate species, but until 2010. But I love shallots. I love it. Really nice. But I also like pickled onions. And I didn't realise, do you not like pickled onions? Oh, see, I love pickled onions with a piece of, with a French baguette, or a baguette. They don't really have to be French, do they? And some cheese and pickled onions. Oh, delicious. A good old Ploughman's. Oh, yeah. I love that, the old Ploughman's. And a nice dollop of pickle on the side. Oh, it can keep you happy for days. And a nice bit of that cathedral cheese. That's a cheese with a bit of taste to it. Because I'm afraid I'm generally a bit bland with cheese. I'm not very good with cheese. Yeah, I like a mature cheese, but not super mature, sort of averagely mature. No, I don't do veiny, and I don't do wet cheeses or blue cheese or anything. I don't do anything like that. Will you leave your hair alone? Stop playing with it. Goodness sake, we're having a bit of a hair day today at the moment. But no, I quite like that. But I didn't realise until I went into Waitrose and started investigating how many different pickled onions there are. I mean, there are jars and jars, all different pickled onions, some with spices in, some with herbs in, and some little silver onions and all sorts of things. I just like, and at Christmas time, which isn't that far away, you can go to the garden centres, and there's one down the road from me, which is very nice. And they do a big jar of pickled onions. It's like, I think it was about 15 quid, but it's a big jar of pickled onions. And I used to buy those. But the funny thing is, not many people seem to enjoy them. Garners with those pickled onions. I think that the slogan was the first pickles to bite back. Because they've got to be crunchy. They've got to be crunchy. And I do like pickled. Waitrose do crunchy and tangy pickled onions. I think malt vinegar's the favoured thing. But they do silver skin onions as well. But you see how many different ones there are? There is absolutely a plethora of pickled onions. Which ones are the very best? I have no idea. I just like that. In fact, I might go and buy some pickled onions today. I don't know. I'm having a complete breakdown. I'm being regressed, I think. Steve, and the Metropolitan Police didn't know a party was going on, says Ian, who's in the Isle of Wight, in Cowes. No, nobody knew anything. Nobody knew anything. I bet you anything. You won't hear anything about it today. They'll go very quiet on it all. Very quiet. Derek in Grantham. Sorry, Dennis, I do beg your pardon. He says, I think the guests of the party must have used a back entrance to Downing Street. Otherwise, the press would have photographed them at the front door. Well, you'd notice 100 people turning up, wouldn't you? I mean, it's not like... I mean, that's like 3 coaches. 100 people. And only about 40 turned up. Well, even so, you'd notice... Yeah, allegedly. You'd notice 40 people, wouldn't you? If you were would you not? I'd notice 40 people trooping in there. It's not exactly going to be, people on a tour, is it, really? All clutching booze, with their Waitrose bags and those little chiller bags and everything else. Do you get anybody? See, I'd be taking food. I'd be taking pork pies and stuff like that, as well as a bottle of Prosecco, which I would, and pickled onions as well, actually. So we told you about the Vicar of Dibley star, Gary Waldhorn, who's died at the age of 78. He played the councillor, David Horton. He was a great character, but he'd been in lots of other things. And his son, Josh, said that he leaves a legacy of entertainment. That's about 4 people that we've lost from Vicar of Dibley. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4. We've lost 4 people. Doesn't seem possible. A surgeon, this one I couldn't believe, who burnt his initials onto the livers of 2 unconscious patients has been struck off the medical register. Simon Bramhall admitted 2 charges of assault by using an argon beam machine to brand the organs whilst working as a liver transplant surgeon. He was fined £10,000. He told police he branded the organs to relieve tensions after long operations. Well, you would have thought there'd be other people in there, wouldn't you, really? He'd have gone, what are you doing? I'm just writing my name on their livers. What? Doesn't make any sense, does it, really? But apparently his actions were born out of a degree of professional arrogance. He's been struck off as he'd abused his position of trust and placed his own interests above the interests of the patients. I mean, stupid man. So there's two people who are unconscious, and he burned his initials on them. But you're right. I would have thought there would have been somebody else in there. They don't leave them lying around with their livers exposed, do they? So that somebody can go down. Their hair looks so much better. So they can sort of go there and start engraving their initials. Very bizarre. And also, English National Ballet's artistic director, Tamara Rojo, I think, Rojo, regarded as the most powerful woman in ballet. Now she's leaving the UK for America. She's 47, credited with championing female talent, having created more than 40 works by women choreographers. She will leave the company at the end of the year and join San Francisco's ballet as its first ever female artistic director. She's another one who probably gets loads of encores, about 7 of them, and then we get the flowers and they come out from the curtains and then they bow again. It goes on forever and a day. But so she's a former principal dancer with the Royal Ballet. It's considered a bit sort of snooty ballet, isn't it? It doesn't, it's not sort of a working class thing unless you're Billy Elliot. In which case you've got to come from a mining town. It's the only way it works, I think. Also, we didn't do birthdays, did we? Anthony Andrews, who I mentioned earlier on, is 74 today. He played Lord Sebastian Flight in Brideshead Revisited. And he said, since Brideshead, I've spent 30 years not playing aristocrats, so I'm not sure why the image has stuck. In 1979, he was cast as Bodhi in The Professionals, but after 3 days of filming, it was decided he didn't have the necessary menace and was replaced by Lewis Collins. Did you know that? I didn't know that. I had no idea. And also Kirstie Alley today made her name as Rebecca in the sitcom Cheers. How old do you think she is? How old do you think she is? You have to work out really on how old you think Cheers was as a programme. She's 71. 71! I mean, I can't believe it. But apparently she also endorsed Donald Trump during both his presidential elections because he's not a politician, says her golden rule for dating is, I won't go out with men who haven't been married by the age of 45. Well, I'm assuming if they're not married by 45, they must be gay. Goodness sake, honestly, I mean, nowadays the whole idea is to get married, start producing children, and get them up working. That's the way it works, isn't it, nowadays? David and Victoria Beckham, in 2007, are leaving Spain and heading for California after the former England captain signed a record-breaking £128 million deal with a football club in Los Angeles. Beckham will leave Real Madrid in June to play for LA Galaxy in a deal that will run for 5 years and pay him £500,000 a week, and he still only could afford $5 million for a cheap little yacht. Goodness sake, what have you done with the rest of your money, Davy boy? Must be going somewhere, isn't it? Also, Cynthia Robinson. You won't know who Cynthia Robinson is, but I'm more than happy to tell you, who was born in 1944 and died in 2015, was a trumpeter, a US trumpeter, but a founding member of Sly and the Family Stone. Is that group familiar to you? Sly and the Family Stone, they had, Dance to the Music as well was another one of theirs. So there you go. And was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1993. So it's a bit before your time, isn't it? Yeah. She wasn't born. I always find that terribly... Well, I was quite horrified to discover that when Typhoon Mary hit Hong Kong, I was 6 years old. Because I've looked at a picture of me. I was quite big for 6. I mean, I thought I was a bit older, but in fact, that's exactly how old I was. Mature as 6. I don't think so. I don't think life has improved at all, really. But always interesting. Daniel's Bond workout. Daniel Craig does a few push-ups in readiness to play James Bond A Final Time. This is in a new book called Intelligent Fitness. Well, we're obsessed with fitness, aren't we? I mean, why do you need a book on intelligent fitness? It's basically somebody who's sort of, lean over, touch your toe. What for? What is the point of leaning over and touching your toes and doing all these fitness things? I've never seen anybody smiling coming out of a gym. Seriously, I don't see anybody at all. The only person who smiles is Ollie in the office. Can I touch my toes? Well, eventually, yes, if I put my mind to it. I mean, I certainly couldn't bend over and touch my toes. I'd be nowhere near. Can you do that? Can you bend over and touch your toes? I mean, if I... Yeah, no, I definitely couldn't do it. No, I'm not going to do it. I might do my back in. I don't want to get into that position. They go all of a sudden. Unfortunately, Steve is kind of stuck. He's done his back in. Pete Murray used to be very good at looking after people's backs. He was very good at, when you click your shoulders and things like that. Hated it. Didn't like that sort of thing at all. Sales boom hope for the high street. So that's good. Not round here. Shops enjoyed a bumper run up to Christmas, raising hopes the high street will defy the cost of living crisis to stage a fight back. You think so? You think so? I mean, I do see people, who are, walking about with loads of bags and everything else, but I don't see many people doing it. They're too worried about the bills coming in. Steve, you've got to try M&S or Sainsbury's sliced pickled red onions. Well, that sounds quite nice. And apparently, says Wendy in Enfield, Miriam Margolyes. Oh, I know she's doing this. She's on a TV programme recently touring Scotland with Alan Cumming. She's revealed she eats 2 whole onions raw each morning. You see, some people do different things. Sarah Miles, the actress, she used to drink her own wee. And I remember thinking, that's a bit... doesn't quite go with onions, I know, but I mean, it's an odd thing, isn't it, really? And Steve, do you remember the criticism a woman got during lockdown when filmed from a drone whilst walking a dog with her friend in the middle of nowhere on the Derbyshire Peak District? I vaguely remember something like that, but who knows? Catherine says, my kids bought me a pair of onion goggles. Didn't even know they existed, as my eyes would stream so badly. Only problem is, afterwards, I'd put them on top of my head to pull my hair back and invariably forget they were there when going out of the house. Oh, dear. Because onions, as you know, and I might as well tell you this now because I'm a little bit of an expert, they contain antioxidants and compounds that fight inflation, decrease and reduce inflammation and reduce cholesterol levels as well, all of which may lower heart risk. So their potent anti-inflammatory properties may also help reduce high blood pressure and protect against blood clots. I've got to go in for a blood pressure thing. I've got to go in for a blood test. I must get a jar of onions. I'll sit there in the waiting room eating onions. That'd work, wouldn't it?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Stop everything, Steve. We all need the Steve Allen Show on LBC on a loop, 24 hours a day. Life-affirming chat about pickled onions at 6:20. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I can't remember how we got into pickled onions, actually. We're not actually in pickled onions. That would be ridiculous. Penny from Northwood says, if you like cheese with flavour, we do a red cheese with chilli in it. I don't like chilli. And also, I don't like any cheeses, and I know it's going to sound a little bit bizarre, Penny, of things inserted into cheeses. Do you know what I mean? I just want a piece of cheese. I don't want anything complicated. They were showing you the other day how they make the primula in the tube. And they get blocks of this cheese, and then it all gets mashed up again, and then it sort of gets melted. And then they sort of squirt it into these tubes. It looks lovely, actually. I mean, Wensleydale with cranberries, apparently nice. Not for me, though. I can tell you that Penny is a Waitrose partner, because they're all partners now. That's what they actually put. In fact, they actually say that, don't they, really? And Sam says, I'm in the gym working out. You make me smile. Obviously not going very well then, is it really? I suppose if you're in the gym listening to... You can't listen to this programme and do workouts in the gym. It doesn't work for Ollie. He walks in here with a big smile on his face. You know damn well he hasn't done anything in the gym. Just sitting there laughing. And so these are the people. Dawn French and James Fleet, who played Hugo, are the only main cast members still alive, says Kev. So we've lost Alice. We lost Liz Smith, who played Letty. Do you remember? We lost her. Trevor Peacock, Roger Lloyd, John Bluthal, who was Frank, and now Gary Waldham. They've all got even more than we thought. We thought only 4 at the beginning of the programme. Now it comes down to 3, 4, 5, 6 people. Bit of a jinx, isn't there, on the programme? Bit of a jinx on it. And Mark says, I had some pickled sprouts from Fortnum & Mason's for Christmas. They're delicious. Unfortunately, I can't taste them at the moment because I'm on day 2 of isolation. Thank goodness you're on from 3. Could you start earlier? Where are you? Because I'm definitely on from 4. If I was on from 3, I'd definitely remember that. And Liz says, Steve, Novak Djokovic has said his agent made a mistake on his Australian entry form when providing details of his travel in the days before his arrival in the country. So he's provided additional information to the Australian government. So because they are investigating his declaration form as he returns to the Australian Open. So he ticked the wrong box. Phew, I was lucky. And I don't like him. But then again, I don't have to like him. You don't have to like anybody in this day and age, thank goodness. The security people normally laugh when I come back from Portugal, says Liz. They scan my bag and find onions. The Portuguese onions are sweet and strong. So is the garlic. I find garlic in the UK, which has probably been sitting on the shelf for months, tastes only slightly of garlic. You know, a lot of it comes from China. A lot of garlic comes from China. which is interesting. Garlic should have a crunch and a fresh bite. I used to work with a girl. She ate garlic. She would eat garlic, like she would peel it and then eat it. Seriously. But Borough Market have a stall that specialises in French onions from Normandy. They're great. About £10 a bunch. They're not cheap. We used to have the Onion Man come round. I mean, you still... What? Do you never see them? They would come over from France with their bicycles. Yeah, they're serious, absolutely serious. And he was selling onions, and he would have strings of onions around his neck and on the bicycle. That wasn't a... No, they were the... Ladies and gentlemen, the producer is disbelieving that there was such a thing as the French Onion Man. And you would buy them. They weren't cheap, but that's how he funded his lifestyle. And they would all be platted together. There'd be a plat of onions. You type it in. You'll find them. French onion sellers. They were very popular in this country. They might even still exist. No, obviously not that one. That would be ridiculous. That looks like a man with a big problem. But no, the French onion sellers on their bicycles. And there you go. There they are. And they would cycle around the country and they would sell. They used to come over on the ferries and they would sell their onions, and you would buy a whole string of onions for them because that was the only place you could get them, and French onions. And they were, I can remember some coming to our houses over the years. French onion sellers. You know, in Exeter, they went all over the place, but they only had so many. And they had to sell them all, obviously, so that they could afford to get back home again. But you've never seen them? Oh, wow, they were really popular. I don't know why they did, because it was the big thing at the time was French onion soup and stuff like that. So people used to make French onion soup, and the French onions were considered actually particularly good. And so they had these onion sellers that came over from France. Oh, this is an education, this programme. It really is. Cathedral cheese all the way, says Sarah. Thank you. And Kurt says, I love your vibe at this hour. Your vibe. You're obviously a person of a certain age, Kurt. Always got that positive chat and keeps me going. I've listened to LBC for years. Messaged Clive Bull as a child. Well, he wouldn't reply, would he? He's a child. Oh, sorry, you were the child. Right. Mum responded to my text and told me to go to sleep. People used to listen secretly to LBC. You'd listen to it under the blankets or under your duvet or everything. Well, actually, in my day, it was sheets. We didn't have duvets, which was quite interesting. What else we got? Oh, no, bad story. Also, Anne Widdecombe's column today talking about the BBC fairly salivating over its latest melodrama. Led the news at the weekend with the pronouncement that Britain, by clocking up 150,000 COVID deaths, has now recorded more than any other country in Europe, which a few sentences further on became more than any other EU country. She's not the biggest fan. She says the BBC love alarming you. And she says, I'm sorry, I'm probably the only one in the country, but I do not like the images of the Duchess of Cambridge issued to mark her 40th birthday. They're stylised, unrealistic, and above all, uncharacteristic. The essence of Kate's appeal is her very down-to-earth approach, combined with great style, and these pictures, these ethereal pictures, do nothing for her at all. Yes, I mean, I have to be honest, it was a posy picture, but, you know, she still appears right, though, doesn't she? I think people still, you know, people like her. Yeah, she's got a pose. They have to do these things, and then they put a fan on them as well, so your hair... I used to get it years ago. My hair would blow out behind me. Unfortunately, that's where it went, all behind me. It was on the road and everything. It was a nightmare. A celebrity chef has been accused of bullying after taking legal action to force a market town brasserie to change its name. These celebrity chefs are very bullying, aren't they? I've noticed, actually. This particular one is a multimillionaire, and he told a restaurant off for using the same name as his restaurant. And so basically, they claimed that the pair's business breached his intellectual property rights of his exclusive restaurant in London's Soho and other themed restaurants. So rather than go to court, which they obviously couldn't afford, they've had to bow to the pressure. The multi-award winner lives in southwest London with his wife. Do you know, I thought I saw Ramesh Ranganathan in Twickenham the other day. Changing the subject. I know he doesn't cook or anything like that. As this man walked past me, I looked at him, I thought, that's Ramesh Ranganathan. And I wasn't sure where he lives. If he lives in West London, then it was definitely Ramesh Ranganathan. But I remember thinking, good Lord above, another celebrity in our area. That makes two of us. Not that I'm a celebrity. Steve, I'm at the gym and I can confirm your pickled onion chat is keeping good pace on the treadmill. He lives in Crawley. Oh, well, probably not. No, that's a bit of a way for me, isn't it? Crawley. It's Surrey, isn't it? Perhaps he popped in. Perhaps he popped in to do something. Pickled onions, says Peter, and a lump of cheese accompanied by a box of Twiglets. Oh, no, you can't have Twiglets. You can have pickled onions and a lump of cheese, but you've got to have a French stick. And you've got to have butter. I bought some Country Life butter the other day. I finally realised what butter tastes like, because I've been eating Lurpak, and it's very bland. And so I moved onto Country Life, which I bought just on the off chance, and it was delicious. Made my mouth go all wet and watery now. I remember, says Anne in Richmond, the French onion men, and I lived in the Wirral in those days. They came all over the country. I know, I couldn't believe, actually, that the producer had never heard of the French. They were so famous. You thought, no, they literally, they came over on the ferries, they cycled everywhere. Where they slept, I've got no idea. Perhaps by the side of the road. Perhaps it was all a bit different in those days. But they came over with all these things. And I remember somebody coming up the drive and my mother buying a string of onions. You get about 6 onions or something on these strings. They were all plaited, beautifully done. Beautifully done. Oh, how often? Well, I don't know. It didn't seem very often to me. I mean, they weren't like round weekly. I think it was perhaps every month. I mean, when there was a limit how many onions we ate. You know, my mother would do them if we were having something to eat. I don't know what. Onions, I suppose. Steve, when I was younger, says Sean in Dudley. Sorry, I have to. Every time I do that, I don't know why. It's an inbuilt disagreement, I'm afraid. I had a cheese called Sharp cheese. It was horrible. You see, I'm not very good with cheese at all, actually. I like Red Leicester and grated cheese. And then I discovered that grated cheese, I thought it was just cheese that was grated, but it's almost like an imitation type cheese. It's not proper cheese. You know, and I don't know why. I bought all sorts of different ones over the years. Well, it's grated cheddar, but then you read the ingredients on the back and it doesn't look like it's cheese to me. It's like the cheese they use on pizzas, which is that plastic cheese. Which is not no, they don't use mozzarella. Well, on most of the things, if you go to the pizza shops, they get it in big bags of stuff. It's all a bit naff, and tomato sauce and everything else like that. It's all a bit bizarre. Not that I'm worried about food, not at this time of the morning, for goodness sake. Actually, somebody told me the Burger King at Charing Cross has closed as well. That's the second one I've heard of. The other one was at Waterloo Station. They said for redecoration, and then somebody said the one at Charing Cross has gone. Think it'll be in the news? I wonder.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Still trying to convince the producer that the Onion Men actually came over just to sell onions, but they had loads of them on their bicycle. And they would always, by the time they got to our house, they only had a few left because people if you had an allotment, you grew your onions. But there was something about the French onion men that came over. They were all plaited together. They were beautifully done. I mean, whether they actually bought them, they were Breton farmers. They sold Onion Johnnies, they were called. And so they adopted the nickname. They were once very common. And it was, the Onion Johnny became the stereotypical image of the Frenchman and was possibly in many cases the only contact that ordinary British people had with France and French people. And their bicycles were literally covered with these onions. How they even had the strength to cycle them, I've got no idea. But they used to wear these striped Breton shirts and a beret. And, that's what they did. In fact, Sandra says, I grew up in Hartlepool, and the Onion Man used to come to our door on his bike, onions round his neck. He even wore a beret. Yeah, absolutely. Joanna says, I absolutely love your programme. Thank you. You should really try Kerrygold. Well, that's the one I've just tried, actually. I think, was it Kerrygold I've tried, or is it Country Life? I'm sampling butters now. I'm doing all the rest of it. I'm like a taste test. But definitely I was a bit disappointed in the other butter that I was trying. Niall says, get half a panini, grated mature cheddar, sliced onion and dried chili flakes, grill under high tower heat for 1.5 minutes. Totally delicious. Sounds lovely. Quentin says, Steve, you certainly know your onions. I certainly do. And Vince says, our French Onion Man actually wore a beret and a black and white striped T-shirt. You don't get much more French than that. No, it was stereotypical. Do you remember the Tennessee Pancake House between Charing Cross Station and the Embankment? The pancakes were yummy. I like pancakes. They have a machine on the television which they sell now. I've watched it's one of these info commercials, and you pour this thing onto the top of this thing and it makes a round pancake, and then they say, then you can fill it with whatever you want, sweet or thing. And this woman makes a load of them, but it must take forever. But I do like pancakes, and I do remember the Tennessee pancake houses. Chris in Whitby, there you go. I remember the French onion sellers. They were all over the place. The producer thought I was making it up. Mind you, he thinks most of this programme is made up. Linda says, we had an onion man that came to my house when I lived in Hounslow. Dorothy says, sorry, just sounds funny. I'm at the gym listening to you. Of course we come out smiling after listening to you. The cheese stop, says Robin, in Barnes is a real treat. Try the Scottish Minger. Do you know, I didn't realise there were so many different forms of cheese. Everywhere you go, there's cheese, isn't there? And it's heaven on a stick, a proper wheel of brie, all gooey. Oh, no, see, I can't do that. And Anne at Poole in Dorset says, Steve, M&S Cornish Cove, extra mature. It's a bit more expensive, but worth it. See, it's not... Oh, they do make this cheese called Minger. How bizarre. How bizarre. I mean, yes... It's very fattening, though, cheese, isn't it? Perhaps I shouldn't even think about eating cheese. Oh, dear. Martin Clunes is in all the papers today. Why? He's beaten his fear of sharks. I think we've all got a fear of sharks. But he wanted to swim with sharks in the Pacific, but he was rushed from the water as he was at risk of being bitten. In his new series... Oh, he's got a new series. And... He goes out with some of the world's best sea life. He swims in a lagoon aquarium before heading to Shark City to join 5-foot blacktip reef sharks. He said, it's great to see their faces and get over the demolition of the naughty sharks. They didn't bite me, which is a huge bonus. What do you know about it? Believe you me, a 5-foot shark, that doesn't sound... I mean, that's a bit of a cop-out, isn't it? You want to get some of those big boogers, 20 foot long, a great white. I mean, a 5-foot thing, that's like a child. Naughty. You just pat it on the head, don't you? Islands of the Pacific is on ITV on Thursdays at 9 p.m. And Strictly Champion, and we did predict she was going to be the Strictly Champion, Rose Ayling-Ellis, has called for British Sign Language to be given legal status so the deaf community aren't locked out of the hearing world. I thought she was fantastic. I'd love to learn sign language. I told you I had a producer of mine, Uncle Rob, and he could do sign language. And I remember thinking, what a gift. What a gift. It's good. Labour MP Rosie Cooper has been spoken to about this because they're hoping to make British Sign Language an official language. Because so many people... I mean, I did it. I can do applause. I can do that one, which is very good, which I learnt on a bit useless on the radio, I understand. But at least I made the effort. It's like jazz hands. That's what it looks like. Jazz hands is applause. Or applause. Because there's a bloke who's on YouTube, which I told you about a few weeks back. And he's profoundly deaf, and he comes out, and they've set him up for a TV programme in Spain, I think. And as he comes out, he's with his sister, and somebody goes, "Good morning," but does it in sign language to him, and he goes, "Do you know that man? Is he?" Anyway, all the people he bumps into are in on the gag, and they all do sign language to him. When he goes to buy his bagels in the morning, the bloke talks about they're nicely fresh and hot and all the rest. They've all learnt their bits, and he's sitting in the back of a taxi, and the taxi driver talks to him. He's signing, and he then gets out the car, and then they say to him, and he cries because he was so impressed that people actually bothered to talk to him because he was profoundly deaf, and they'd all learnt it. He even had a talking billboard, and there's a woman there going, "This is for you. We've done this for you." Really good. Really good. But no, I'm with her all the way on that one, all the way. I don't know, you can't learn it on YouTube, can you? Something like that. Fat could reverse diabetes. Oh, please God. Please God. That'd be nice. Body fat could actually be the key to keeping type 2 diabetes at bay or even curing it. I've just got to remember to get those onions today. So I'm going to go for a blood pressure test. I definitely want to find out about whether or not we can get by all the problems with diabetes. A schoolgirl who's waited half a lifetime to donate her hair for children's wigs can finally do it, as the maker can now use Afro locks. This is Poppy Lee Burrows. First got the idea when she was 5, but the Little Princess Trust, which provides real hair wigs to sick youngsters, had yet to fine-tune using fragile Afro hair. And so she's done it. She's done it. She's absolutely marvellous. And the hero expressman whose fake news helped defeat the Germans. This is a journalist who devastated the morale of German soldiers during the Second World War. Sefton Delmer spoke fluent German and secured the first interview with Adolf Hitler. When the war broke out, his brilliance as a propagandist came to the fore, and he was instrumental in helping to create bogus German newspapers which were dropped on Nazi troops from the air. There was all sorts of things done the other day. They said during the war, a lot of magicians and entertainers were employed to... On one part, they wanted to make it look as though the German bombers going over had bombed certain areas. So they had incendiary devices on the ground, which made it look as if they bombed a town, and it was all just flames, and then they died down and the bombers went over because they thought, oh, somebody's already bombed this bit. And they had tanks, which were made by magicians, which looked like tanks, but they weren't tanks. They were just paper cutouts. But they looked as though they were there was all sorts of little tricks that they were. I've got to go. I'm seriously. I'll have to save that for another day. But don't worry, you'll pick up on it. If you've never heard the programme before, you've been missing out on an awful lot. Onions, the topic of conversation today. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to the 13th. Is it the 13th of January? Can't believe it. Can you believe it? I'm sure I said yesterday it was the. Oh, of course I would have done because it was the 13th. So we're still there, aren't we? Actually, and everybody's telling lies. Have you noticed, everywhere you turn now, they're all telling lies. You know, Andrew could be telling lies, we don't know. The Prime Minister is definitely telling lies, and old Djokovic, he's telling lies as well. Everybody tells lies. I can't believe it. I was always brought up, just tell the truth. It didn't cost very much to tell the truth. I mean, it's taken Boris ages to actually get round to admitting, I thought it was a meeting, and you think, well, it wasn't a very good meeting, was it? And you didn't know about it. I mean, you can't be that dim, surely. Prince Andrew, he must be absolutely gutted. No truth in the rumour that they've ordered from Boots a whole stack of Lynx to try and stop the sweating, just in case he does sweat. And happy birthday, Orlando Bloom. I feel like celebrating people's birthday today. If you're celebrating, many happy returns of the day. Oh, and M&S have cancelled Midget Gems. For years and years, they've been sold in sweet shops. For years and years, I mean, we used to call there was Midget Gems, and then there was another one we had years ago called Floral Gums, and they were little tiny hard bits of sweet or whatever they were, but they were perfumed. And I used to, you could shove a whole load in your mouth, but I suppose the Midget Gems could now be called Mini Gems. You think so? Oh, there's that official. They're going to call them Mini Gems now because apparently one person complained about the word midget. They've been on sale for God knows how long. It's only taken them 50 years to getting round to it because they think it's offensive. Apparently Dr. Erin Pritchard warned supermarkets. Warned them, I ask you. Ooh, I'm going to take you to court. It's a form of hate speech. Mum, can I have some of those? Oh, bugger, what do we call them now? Mini Gems. Mini Gems. It's only taken Dr. Pritchard God knows how long. I wonder why have we become such a woke society? People are complaining left, right and centre about everything. Literally every single thing now somebody will complain about because they've got nothing better to do. You know, they complain about it, they complain about this, complain about that. I mean, as I say, these things have been on sale as Midget Gems for donkey's years. And only now she's gotten around to doing it. I wonder why. Apparently, it provokes hatred. Does it really? Do you think kids seriously put a midget gem in their mouth and then say, I think of little people? It's a sweet, for God's sake. It's a sweet. It's like Bounty. You know, I mean, it isn't Bounty at all. It's a piece of chocolate with some coconut inside it. It's not Bounty. Bounty is when you go and rob somebody and you get their jewellery and things like that. They should cancel that one as well. And as for a Cadbury's flake, don't ask me about that. Do you remember seeing the advert on the television? I mean, goodness, Cadbury's fingers? They're not fingers at all, are they? How many fingers do you get in a Kit Kat? You know, all those sort of things. It's ridiculous. But to cancel things because one person complained, nobody else has ever complained about it. Nobody else has ever complained. And I sort of think to myself after a while, we're turning into the sort of society that we really don't want. But when you get the Prime Minister's lying about things and the Pope pops out the other day, bless his heart. He popped out to bless a music shop in Rome. Apparently you can book him. You just sort of say, is he free next Thursday? And yes, HMV, the Pope will come and bless it because it was a new shop. I've never heard of such a thing. Never heard of it. Robbie Williams has sold his house. Another one who told lies. I'm sorry, I'm not going to reduce the price. He's had to reduce the price. Mind you, all they do is the estate agent goes to them and go, listen, we think it's worth 7 million, blah, blah, blah. You can only get 6.75 for it. And Robbie will then go, I don't want that. And through it all, she offered me protection. And you didn't get it. And so then they said, well, there isn't anything else. There's no other offers on the table, and you need the money, pal, to waste on that hair transplant that didn't work for you. He spent apparently the equivalent of a house to buy 2 vials of liquid that he'd been told would grow hair basically on a billiard ball. And, of course, it was a load of old hooey. I don't know why people cannot accept, growing older and losing your hair is offensive. I mean, just embrace it. Embrace the look. I mean, some people look really good with no hair. I mean, I don't personally know anybody, but I'm sure there must be somebody somewhere. Everybody is fine. You don't have to have hair. It doesn't, you could stick a tube on your head if you wanted to. I mean, me, Bruce Willis, all these other people, just don't worry about it. But to waste money. I knew somebody, because they brought out something years ago, and it was called Minoxidil. I think it was Minoxidil. Yeah, I'm pretty certain Minoxidil. And what it did was it sort of halted the disappearing of your hair. However, you had to keep taking it. Is it Minoxidil? They had to keep taking it, because the moment you stopped taking it, your hair reverted to what it would have been had you not been taking the Minoxidil in the first place. And so I was right. Yeah, I thought so. And so that was the problem with it. So you were basically caught in the catch-22 situation. They would say it's 150 quid a month and you massage this stuff into your scalp and all the rest of it. It's still available. But the moment you stop taking it, your hair will go to how it would have been had you never taken the Minoxidil in the first place. And as Colin says, they never even mention jelly babies. Don't even talk about that. Some people, have been known to sort of linger near the jelly baby counter because they do different jelly babies now. Have you noticed? Yeah, I'm sure I got some who had willies. I'm pretty certain, or perhaps I didn't actually. Willy babies, but I'm sure that they do they do jelly adults, jelly babies. I'm pretty certain. I do like a jelly baby. The trouble, they're all sugar. It's basically, if you want to kill yourself, well, for my safe being, I don't have jelly babies, but I do like jelly. But again, it's all sugar. It's all sugar. I can't have it. And yet I do like, my mum used to do a fab jelly, orange jelly with orange segments in it. Get a tin of those. There you go, sexy jelly men. They're jelly sweets, and you can buy them, fruity flavoured sexy jelly men. And I'm assuming, they have got willies. They're currently unavailable. I'm not at all surprised. They're from Amazon. Adults only, the perfect after-dinner treat for ladies. They're only about an inch tall. Don't be so ridiculous. How can they be a treat for anybody? It's not just fancy making a jelly baby with a willy on it. I mean, I ask you. They say it's a silly practical joke gift present, Christmas, birthday, Secret Santa. How much were they when they were available? They don't. After 8 willies. Did you see those ones? Look, after dinner willies. Earth is going £6.82. Plain chocolate willies filled with mint fondant. Well, goodness, honestly, I tell you, I'm losing the will to live here, ladies and gentlemen. Jelly boobs, fruity flavoured jelly boobs. If you're having a girly night out or going on a hen do, delicious jelly willies as well. A great naughty adult gift idea. Who comes up with these things? £18 they are. Oh, it's for 3. Yeah, you get the after-dinner nipples, the after-dinner willies, and jelly boobs. I'm so sorry if you've just tuned into the programme wondering where the hell we're going with this morning, because I'm not too sure either. And what were those other ones? The little chocolate boobies? Little chocolate boobies. Friar's chocolate breasts, $4.99. An absolute bargain. It works out at £69 a kilo. I think we'll live without that one, thank you very much indeed. Anyway, God, what a start to the programme. Who'd have realised? I mean, yesterday we spent a lot of time talking about onions, and I never bought my pickled onions yesterday, so I'm going to have to go and get them today because I've got to go and pick up my tablets. I did book my blood test in and my blood pressure, so that's not till the 25th, but they're so busy in the doctor's surgery, so I can go in there and get the blood test. This is where they sort of basically siphon my arm full of blood, and out it comes. It's like going to the listening to the blood donor with Mr. Hancock, who was saying, how much do you want? A pint, he says. Because your body keeps producing it. Apparently, Beverly says Jason Statham is hot to trot with little hair. Yeah, you see, I mean, I don't quite understand. why people are worried about him. You know, Robbie Williams. Have you ever said, listen, Frank Sinatra, with all his millions of pounds and all his connections within the world of the mafiosa, even he had to wear a toupee. Hard to believe, isn't it, really? And it just looked ridiculous. And Connery wore a toupee as Bond, because without it, he had very little hair. But, of course, they stick toupees on, and everybody goes, oh, doesn't it look good? In fact, if you remember, for years, Paul Daniels wore a toupee. When he took it off, it made front-page news. Bruce Forsyth used to wear a toupee as well. You know, because for some reason in show business, people didn't want to go bald. I mean, in the 90s, he had more hair than the 70s. That was Brucey. And I remember going down the stairs in Gough Square at LBC, and somebody went, oh, you're losing your hair. They were walking down the stairs, and I went, I had to go and look in the mirror. And don't speak to them anymore. Don't even send them a Christmas card now. Steve and Derek in Wembley says, I'm so glad. He says, I work in a complaints department, and everybody's complaining in these days. It keeps me in a job. People complain about everything. You imagine midget gems. Well, I tell you, I don't care. I'm going to continue saying midget gems. That's what I call them, because I can go into a little sweet shop and go, have you got any midget gems? They'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It's only at M&S that they've changed them because they're a little bit mamby-pamby, you know. I mean, to be honest with you, I might have to boycott them, because the sausage rolls are not rolls at all. They're basically flat, squashy-looking things. Yeah, and a sausage roll, you know, and they're not very big either. You can get little tiny sausages, little dinky sausages, little cocktail sausages, which I quite like, actually. Are quite nice. But, Steve, I hope you're well, says Kevin in Luton. Keeping warm in the cold. I do, actually. I find it offensive that we have jelly babies, as it reminds me of real babies. Please start a campaign to remove them immediately. Well, I don't think you should buy them. Howard says, thank you for the info about the after-dinner treats I've just ordered. See, you hear something on the radio. Kevin says, please stop. I nearly crashed into the armed guards as I drove onto the airbase when you mentioned jelly willies and jelly boobies. Imagine explaining why I crashed the base commander. I can well imagine. Carol says, I'm bent over with laughter at your descriptions of the after-dinner candies. The show has barely gotten underway and you're already on fire. Laughing like crazy in New York City. I think it's opened a whole new world. A whole new world. Cherry Lips were good. I used to like Cherry Lips. You remember Cherry Lips? Yeah, I thought they were good. Nige from Pontyclun says, Jelly-atrix, Steve. Jelly-atrix. Because, but I'd never seen jelly babies with willies before. I mean, that's just the funniest thing ever. I'm trying to think if I did buy them, who I'd give them to for Christmas. Oh, well, there you go. Back to Ben again. But Cherry Lips, can you still get Cherry Lips? I know they're made of sort of like a hard sweet, I suppose. I don't really know, but I seem to remember getting them years and years ago. Oh, you can get them, original Cherry Lips. Good Lord above. You buy a bucket of them. The online sweet shop. They're true retro classics, shaped like little red lips. They have a floral cherry taste. £12.49 per bucket. That sounds quite nice, actually, doesn't it, really? So they are, yeah, quite like those. I think that's too many. I don't want to buy that many of the blooming things. But there's one here, Juice Cherry Lips. Holland and Barrett do candy kittens. Very, very cherry. They're not real kittens, just want that thing. I had a book once, actually. What was it? 101 Things to Do with Dead Cats. And I had a producer at the time, and he was a bit of a cat fanatic, of which I am. And I happened to mention it. He'd stopped speaking to me completely. Because I said, look, you can get these, you can turn them into slippers. Well, that kind of did it. He gave up talking to me. It was quite sweet, actually. But the Cherry Lips, I'm definitely might have to have a look at those, actually. I bought I bought toffees the other day. Big bag of toffees. Not for me, no, not for me. Definitely not. Oh, dear, honestly, I think we need a cup of tea this morning, get ourselves going as it goes into Thursday. And what have we got to look forward to? Well, you and your texts and emails between now and 7 o'clock. And some loads of news stories, including well done to Mr. Motivator Derek for his MBE. Loved the suit. And also the Alsatian, who has a record number of puppies. They're all going to be guide dogs for the blind, which is lovely. So we're very happy about that one.
This is LBC.
Swirling and twirling, weaving and wobbling, swooshing and gliding. Experience the magic of skating at the Queen's House, Greenwich. With breathtaking views in an iconic setting, this is a fantastic festive experience for friends and family. The Queen's House Ice Rink at Royal Museums, Greenwich. Open from November the 23rd to January the 7th. Book your ice skating sessions today. Visit rmg.co.uk/skate.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Jazz Milkman says, still with this newbie who's learning how to be a milkman, I'm losing the will to live. I've lost count of how many bottles he's broken. How is it possible? How is it possible to break bottles? I don't know. Some people have an aptitude for doing things, and some people don't. And he obviously doesn't, Jazz. My friend Ian says the cherry lips were great, but I prefer the sweets, which were in the shape of baby's dummies, sort of kind of like a fruit pastel, but much bigger. So I don't think I remember those. I do remember the dummies because it was sort of a sweet, hard thing, wasn't it? That's all I seem to remember. I can't remember. It had the little ring that went through it. But the ones that were a bit like more of a ring than a dummy. But I don't remember them being fruit pastels. Oh, right. No, they definitely weren't fruit pastel. That's not fruit pastel. Definitely not. And that's a ring. It's not a dummy, is it? Perhaps they did do a dummy. They're in Haribo. No, there's definitely a dummy. I've seen a sweet dummy. Definitely. I think I worked with one. I'm sure I've seen a sweet dummy. I'm totally convinced. There you go. Look, giant rock dummy, rainbow rock dummy. Fizzy dummies, a favourite fizzy. And Haribo do those as well. They do fizzy dummies, jelly sweets. Seem quite nice, don't they? Haribo do giant dummies at $5.99 a box. My God, I'm doing a show. Oh, there's one. Just go down a little bit. There you go. 3 dummy candy sweet rocks. They look quite nice. That'd be hot. That'd take your teeth out. That's on eBay, but they're out of stock. They do other ones. There's loads of them. Look, honestly, sweets are quite big business, aren't they? Considering I'm not really a big sweet fanatic, I'm okay with it, but I don't go for that much. But I quite like Haribo. I like those sour ones. You know is it Tang-Fastics? You go like that. You go a bit peculiar, actually, isn't it? But never mind. Steve, thank you for mentioning the London the Hippodrome book yesterday. When you said they're only left on Amazon, I ordered a copy straight away. I've been looking around for that book ever since you first mentioned it, so I'm looking forward to it. It's a beautiful book, Mickey. It's a really, really great book. Amazon have just put more in. They've just put more in, so you can find it on Amazon. But there's only 1,000 printed, and I thought it's fabulous. It's beautiful. I mean, it's not a little book. It's what they call a coffee table book. So if you haven't got a coffee table, you better make one. Then you have something to put the book on. That's how it works, isn't it? Apparently Ann Summers sells adult licorice, all sorts. I don't think I want to go down that route. Should we Google it and find... I'm not sure we should, actually, but I'm not sure we should be looking at this sort of stuff. We'll probably get into trouble. Official Ann Summers, a lot of bras, aren't there? They do... I can't mention that one. It's something, it's chocolate. Oh, there you go. Caramel Choco Willies. This is from Ann Summers. I wonder who they're modelled on. Nobody I know, that's a fact. And they do... So they do, what do they say? Licorice all sorts. Adult licorice all sorts. What on earth could be adult about there's even more chocolate willies. Lord above, honestly. Place has gone mad, but we can't... Oh, lovely. Rainbow willy lollies and stuff. Just unreal. But grief, I don't think we want to look at things like that. We should be taken out and drummed out of the brownies if we're not careful looking at this sort of stuff. But, yes, I mean, so I hope you get your book, Mickey. And you'll love it. It's good, and you can go in there. That's what I say to people: go into the Hippodrome. You don't take bags in and everything else. You need to check them in. You can't walk around with any bags in there because it's a casino, and they've got a restaurant and they've got a theatre, and you'll see the original Hippodrome. You can see it as you walk in. It looks like the tiering for the seats, but they've turned it into the restaurant. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And I love it. Steve, I wonder whether vegans will be complaining about the fried egg sweets. Do you remember fried egg sweets? Do you remember those? I bet you all remember foam shrimps. Shrimps, yeah. We're not doing favourite sweeties, by the way, on the programme. This is not BBC Radio Shropshire, thank you very much indeed. And Steve, your friend Wayne the Trolley Dolly, laughing so much at your sweet descriptions. Hearing you say boobies had made my morning. Yes, it made quite a few people's mornings, I should imagine. Thank you, Wayne. I trust you are well. Camilla is making booze, providing apples to be turned into cider. So they're all jumping on a bandwagon, aren't they? So the Queen was bringing out, was it gin she brought out? Oh, no, and then she brought out, was it Prosecco? Sandringham, but it's made in Italy. Tiny little bottle, 15 quid or something. So, but anyway, the Queen doesn't even drink alcohol. She took the personal decision to give up last year, but she used to enjoy a gin and Dubonnet at lunchtime and a gin and vermouth before dinner. There you go. So Robbie Williams has finally sold that house that he's been trying to get rid of for ages and ages and ages, and he's had to take a bit of a drop. Interestingly, Prince Andrew makes all the papers. Quelle surprise! Do you know? I'm almost pleased because he was always the most arrogant member of the royal family. He always thought he was the big I am, because they used to call him Randy Andy when he had his looks and all the rest of it. And I just remember thinking, somebody had said to me he was working at a base somewhere and he expected everybody to call him Sir. And I remember thinking, you know, you really are an arrogant little twit. You really are. So it's almost a case of it's come back to bite him on the bottom. They're now saying, I don't believe it, that when he sells the chalet, it could pay off this young lady who's made the allegations. 10 million is what he's likely to get from the sale of the Verbier holiday home. But he's also 6.5 million down on it, so I don't think he's going to end up with anything like that at all. But also, why would he pay her off? He doesn't know her. He's already told us he doesn't know her. He didn't remember anything about her. He didn't remember where the picture was taken, and denies everything. So why would you give money to somebody? I mean, it's not like we've got footage of those two together. Whereas, in fact, in the Michael Jackson case with Geordie Chandler featured in the programme that they made about Michael Jackson. He was there with his brother in the house. And in fact, he used to take him on all his sins, because Michael Jackson used to take the kids round. So when he went, on his holidays or he went on tour or something like that, he would take the kids with him. They sort of came along as part of the baggage. But in Andrew's case, there is no such footage at all of this girl. There's a photo which he has denied and said, no, I don't think that's right. It looks as though it could have been doctored or something like that. And yet you've got the other woman, in the background, Jeffrey Epstein's, Ghislaine. And so completely forgotten who she was for a moment. And you think to yourself, so why would he be bothering paying off somebody he doesn't know? That would just be, I might as well throw my hat in the ring and go, well, I met him once. I've never met him, and I don't like the arrogance. He's never made any attempt to sort of ingratiate himself to the British public. What with him and his wife, ex-wife, and the two daughters, I couldn't care less what happens to them. I didn't vote for them. I'm not interested in them. I'm a huge royalist. I love the royal family. I was watching a thing on YouTube the other day, and they interrupted a programme on the BBC to announce the death of Prince Philip. And the newscaster choked halfway through. She sort of went, and you could tell she was a bit affected by reading out the news. In the same way, I've spoken to newscasters who had to announce the death of Diana. And then there was the very famous Walter Cronkite thing where he had to announce the assassination of Kennedy. And he said, Dateline, so-and-so, the news just coming in that he's been assassinated. And, he wasn't actually on screen for ages, I think, because the cameras had to warm up. They didn't get anything at all. And it was very interesting to sort of watch all these different people making these announcements. And yesterday, when you got the Boris lying, I'm sure I remember saying on the programme yesterday, when he went for Prime Minister's Question Time, they weren't going to let him off the hook. They were going to try and get him to say something, and so he basically backtracked. But it was kind of a little bit of a backtrack. In the case of Prince Andrew, he just lies. He just lies. I mean, the worst thing he ever did was that Emily Maitlis interview. Yeah, there was a program that they didn't have any of the cameras set up, so they were running something there, and it was very interesting. So they were trying to talk about, and then they go to CBS Bulletin, and they obviously sort of rushed him into the studio to say, you know, you need to, and he was sort of holding up a picture. It was all a bit slapdash. Yeah, telephones in front of them, and they used to pick up the telephones because that was the only way the gallery had. They didn't have earpieces. And he puts his glasses on for this staggering announcement that the president has been assassinated. And then they sort of, in the meanwhile, everybody's rushing around trying to get clips from people outside to find out. And then he takes the glasses off at the end as if to emphasize. I mean, he was the voice of America, Walter Cronkite. And he kept saying, you know, it's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and all the rest of it. It was quite something. Over here, we actually, did I ever break a big story? I used to have lots of stories on the news. You know, we had Marvin Gaye, the death of Marvin Gaye. I wasn't working at LBC when Elvis died, but I did hear it. I was listening to LBC because I used to listen to Jeremy Beadle, like millions of other people. And I'd never met him. I didn't even know who he was. And then I used to do the programme that followed him on LBC, and he had a huge following. I mean, absolutely mega following. And he would have the studio filled with people. Listeners would come in. There'd be like 30 of them, and they'd be sitting on the floor in the studio watching him doing his programme, and then the control room and everything. And I had to sit down and read the news. You can imagine, can't you? They had to be quiet. Jeremy used to say to them, Steve's going to read the news now. Of course, they knew who I was because they'd heard me on his programme, and he had such a loyal following. And I remember thinking, oh, God, I hope my voice doesn't quaver. You know what it's like when all of a sudden you get the news jingle and it goes up, and then it pauses for 1 second, and I went, it's 10 o'clock, this is Steve Allen. And they were all staring at me. It was very, very unnerving, I tell you.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. What a day, honestly. We've managed to find all sorts of chocolates for you this morning. But Midget Gems, apparently, the Lion brand, says Mary in Kilmarnock. Best price. I mean, I wouldn't know what you pay for them, but can you still get floral gums, and do they taste the same? They were my favourite floral gums. They were little, tiny, hard things, but they were very perfumed. I don't know why I like them. But squirrel floral gums. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember those sort of... Oh, they look better, those ones there. Oh, that's squirrel as well. Squirrel seem to be the only people making them. To give you flexibility on how to retail and display these unusual sweets. Little hard gummy, gently scented and flavoured gum sweets. God knows what's in them. It's sugar, yeah, an awful lot of sugar. Oh, well, I might try and get some of those, actually. The squirrel shop, that's where they come from. So back to Prince Andrew and how much money he's going to pay. This is what they're saying. I don't think anybody's got the faintest idea, because Buckingham Palace, quite wisely, we don't have any comment to make at all, you know. And yet, basically, they've all been complicit in sort of, you know, had he sort of come forward a long time ago and said, listen, yes, obviously I knew Ghislaine, and yes, I did know Jeffrey Epstein. This is what happened. I stayed at their place on numerous occasions. Because, to be honest with you, he's basically digging a hole for himself here. He thought that the interview with Emily Maitlis, I'm totally convinced because of his arrogance, that he thought he could just get away with it. And he thought that he didn't need to explain. He's Prince Andrew. What could they possibly do? The answer is they can put you on the front of every single paper, and we're all going, wow, this is a member of the royal family. Mind you, not that we thought he was ever any credit to the royal family. I mean, will he have to face anybody in court? We don't know. He might have to give his evidence separately, or there might be some kind of get out of jail free card where they offer her money and they walk away from it. So, I mean, the only money that she's had up until now, I think, is 370,000, which is which is what Jeffrey Epstein paid over. And then there was this thing she had to sign. They reckon that if they walk away from the case and refusing to engage in the case against him, she would be almost certain to win a judgment by default and damages and costs stretching into millions. Well, I don't know where he's going to get the money from. I believe that the Queen, although we don't know these things, this is all just supposition in the papers, the Queen has said she's not funding anything else. I mean, this has run into an awful lot of money so far. An awful lot of money. I mean, it's been gathering dust, but now the Home Office could be put in a tricky position because Andrew is still the subject of a US mutual legal assistance request to the UK, filed when it sought to question him in the Epstein probe. We might have to pay for this. Well, I don't want to go down that route, thank you very much indeed. Not with all the other problems we've got at the moment. But, it's very interesting. It's taken them long enough to get round to this decision, hasn't it? But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see whether or not Virginia will toughen it out in court, and it will push him as far as they can. But, if he does pay, as I said before, people will be asking the questions, why are you paying somebody that you claim not to know? You don't remember, and you've said it, you're on record. It's not like it was only hearsay, but we'll wait and watch. Yeah, he's denied everything, because he's not been charged with anything. Interesting. Brooke Vincent has quit Coronation Street 3 years after she last appeared on the soap. She's quit 3 years after she last appeared on the soap. What, so she's not been in it for 3 years, and now she's quit it? Who cares? Apparently, when she was 17, she took part in a lesbian kiss in Coronation. My God, they're forging new boundaries, aren't they? She took part in a lesbian kiss. But mind you, they do that in The Only Way is Marbella, don't they? I mean, girls get drunk and then they sort of pretend to do lesbian kissing. And then she drank cider to deal with her parents' breakup. Then she fell off the church roof in 2011, as you do. Then she was fighting for her life when she got hit by a car after a night out. And then she fell for homeless Maddie Heath. Maddie died in an explosion, leaving. It's a cheerful little programme, isn't it, really? And then Sophie was furious that her sister Rosie had been duped into becoming a drugs mule. And so they stashed the cocaine in an allotment. Amazing, isn't it? Not surprised she wants out. Must be driving around the bend. I tell you, do you want to go to Weatherfield, do you? It's all going on there. Lesbian kisses and cocaine, on the exposures and falling off the roof and mules and everything else like that. Ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. Denise Van Outen wants girls allowed Kimberly Walsh to join her on the Celebrity Gogglebox sofa. It would fill the gap left by her ex, Eddie, who's a man who can barely string two words together. I was watching him the other day. They're still running it with him in it, so she's looking obviously for somebody else. This is after Denise ended her engagement to him. They were showing a thing the other day. It was a horror film, and either they're all the worst actresses, and that's the blokes I'm including as well. It's a house, and a woman goes into it, and it's in the middle of a thunderstorm, and all of a sudden, for some reason, an alligator appears, but it's ginormous, and it eats her father, his arm off, and everything. Cruel. That's right, it was cruel. I knew it was one word, I couldn't remember what it was. And all the people who are watching it on Gogglebox are going, and I'm thinking, are you really that simple and childish? It's a film, it's not real, and they were all doing it. And it crawl. Yeah. Crawl. What do you say? Cruel. Crawl. Because she had to crawl to drag her father away. But this crocodile, this huge thing, which is in their house, grabs hold of his arm and bites his arm off. But of course, as with all these things, here she walks into the house, and they're all going, don't go in the cellar, don't go in the cellar, please don't go in the cellar. You're going to be a bit shocked because you're going to see your father's been half eaten, but he's still alive. So that's good news. And then this thing, there's a tree that bursts through a window. It's a typical horror movie designed to have people, but I've never heard of people screaming before. And the Gogglebox people were going, oh no, like that. And I thought, oh, it's such a bunch of old girls, really. I've never seen anything like it. It was a pile of rubbish. And then she manages to get this crocodile thing trapped in the shower. It's all a bit bizarre. And then, to be honest with you, why you'd want to watch this rubbish, I can't imagine. But unfortunately, then they get a mini tsunami. And the tsunami literally fills the house with water. It's a bit like Coronation Street. It's a bit like the sort of thing that they do with Brooke Vincent. She would be the one trying to get away from this thing. And even the people who are watching it on Gogglebox are saying, don't go in the shower, don't go in the shower. And then she gets attacked by this thing. I mean, I think it was produced by the person who did The Evil Dead or something like that. But whatever it is, they say, don't breathe. because it's quite scary. No, it's only scary. Look, I mean, this giant crocodile. The funny thing is, the crocodile looks quite real. Now, whether or not it was a real one and they superimposed it, or whether it's CGI'd, and this crocodile just goes round eating people. I mean, it's just unbelievable. You don't need to watch it. I've killed it. I mean, it came out some years ago, I believe. But it's the fact all the water comes in, and then her father gets dragged out and eaten. And she, of course, has to survive. She's the star of the film. Otherwise, it would be over very quickly. Very, very quickly. But it moves fairly quick in the water. I didn't realise that crocodiles, moved that fast in water. But I thought they just floated around. Then they leap up. There's that horrible one we had the other day. The producer put the wrong one up by mistake. And he was supposed to be leopard manages to drag crocodile out. Instead, we saw this giant crocodile. This leopard is feeding, drinking the water, and this crocodile leaps out and drags it back out again. This leopard must have wondered what the hell was going on. Unfortunately, it didn't survive. So there you go. Telly Savalas both look great on screen with no hair. Remember Blackjack Sweets, says Tony? Yes, because you bought those with the fruit salads. You could mix and match. Didn't you like those? No. You like the fruit salad? You didn't like the Blackjacks? Oh, I love licorice. Oh, licorice and Steve Allen. They go very well together. No, there we go. Look, there's another. Is this real? Oh, they're going to show you how fast it moves. They're very big and fat, aren't they, crocodiles? Is that because they eat wildebeest? Because they are quite... do they have to hold their nose when they go under the water? Or do they just they go under the water? If you go to the Everglades, you'll see them walking about over golf courses. Of course they are. They're sort of basically one of the animals left from prehistoric times, aren't they? When you look at it, and I'm assuming considering the size of them, the crocodiles and the alligators, they're fairly nimble for the amount of weight that they're moving. And when you look at these, they're very... I've seen them doing them where they do their mouths up with gaffer tape. So, a little bit dangerous, I suppose. And then there's somebody who is filming this thing as it's going into the water. But just supposing it turns around or something like that, or its tail thwacks you into the water and it leaps in after you, you're not going to stand much of a chance of surviving. But they're still fascinating. I used to watch that bloke. Who was the bloke, the Australian bloke? Steve Irwin. He used to feed them, and people used to watch him feed them. I was thinking, oh, no, don't. And then in some of the Chinese zoos, they feed them live chickens. The chicken will be sitting... I think there was a stork that lost its life in a Chinese zoo. It had flown into one of the enclosures, and it was just sort of pecking away. Didn't see the crocodile, and the crocodile just grabs it. And you think, you don't stand much of a chance there, do you? Steve, as a gift for a friend, I filled a large jar with retro sweets, blackjacks, fried eggs, bonbons, cola bottles, aniseed balls, all off a website where they sold by the scoop. I still have all those. That was my childhood. Probably why I'm diabetic, I should imagine. Steve, how comes Tom Swarbrick has a totally different band to you for his jingles? I think he's actually got the cheaper ones. I've actually got the orchestra. When they... Yeah, I'll tell you who my orchestra is as well, just in case you want to know. The Prague Philharmonic do my jingles, okay? We went over there, just mine, they didn't do anybody else's. And the Prague Philharmonic, yes, we want to do for Steve Allen. And that was just the conductor. And so they went over there. In fact, Chris Lowry can tell you all about going over to Prague. They made a little film, I think, at the same time, which was very clever. Steve, I used to love sweet cigarettes with a red tip to make it look hot. Yes. Shane says Walter Cronkite, but nothing beats Steve Allen, and I'm in Sydney. Steve, I'm in Thailand, listening to you for a change from the beach where it's 27 degrees, says Mark. And I was surprised to hear that Jonathan Shallett was at the City of London School at the same time as me. I served a 5-year sentence there, leaving in 1977. Has he ever told you about the dress code for a swimming lesson? He hasn't, but I have no doubt that he will. That this is where you are. Looks a bit rough, the sea, doesn't it? Bit rough, the sea. I mean, I imagined it would be fairly calm over there, Mark. He's a very pleasant... Is it Ko Takib in Thailand? It looks as though, to be honest with you, it's a mini tsunami about to start. This is how they start these tsunamis. Do you remember, have you seen the one on YouTube where they're looking out to sea, people are paddling about, and they see this little wave, and they're going, oh, look, and they're sort of watching it, and of course it seems to grow in size, and then it hits the shore. which is quite something. Oh, Gavin Inskip's up. Bless his. Why on earth are you doing up at 4:45 in the morning? My friend Gavin does. He does quizzes and warm-ups and everything else for shows, and he does shows and lots of things. He's part of the Steve Allen lunch gang. We've not been out for ages, actually. We must be due another lunch shortly. But the trouble is we've had one or two members go down with things, so we'll have to wait until it all settles itself. But he said, oh, he's on holiday. He's holiday today. Are you going on holiday or you're on holiday? He always writes guess. I'm hopeless at guessing, as you can well imagine. So no doubt he'll be telling us where he's going in a minute.
This is LBC.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Steve Allen on LBC.
So Gavin is currently in a car on his way to Luton Airport. Is that Luton International Airport? No, it's London Luton, isn't it? They call it London Luton. At this lovely hour, so he must be going somewhere quite nice. The last time we all went out for lunch, we went to Soho House, because Gav's a member, and you have to sign in on the app though. There's an app that they send you, and then you click on it, and so they know. It's very exclusive, far too exclusive for me. But he said, let's diary a lunch club now. He's going to Tenerife, or as it's called, Tenerife. What are you going to Tenerife for? What's it? Show me pictures of Tenerife. Let's see whether or not we can sort of persuade him to change the flight. Go somewhere else. Tenerife. Let's have a look. A lot of cruise ships go to Tenerife, don't they? Oh, it's quite pretty. There's enough beach there for you. It looks fairly empty, the ones I'm looking at. In fact, they've got 10 of the best beaches in Tenerife. They do look quite nice. They do. And mind you, anyway, it looks good when it's sort of empty. And that one's got a few people on it you could meet. It's quite good. Playa de las Teresitas, which sounds quite nice. The other one is Playa de Tejita. Looks a bit grotty, actually. And it's 20 degrees over there. He's going there for sun. 20 degrees. He'll be wearing his Speedos, I should imagine. It's a 5-star hotel. Okay, and it's called what? Okay, we have to check this out for you. We know you realise. Playa de los Gigantes. You can sunbathe and surf among the giants. I don't think we want to start doing things like that. That's not very good. The fourth one is Playa Bolulo la Orotava. That looks a bit volcanic to me. Does it look volcanic to you? Oh, that one's quite big, isn't it? Playa Jardin, Puerto de la Cruz. That's got too many people on it, Gav. He's going to the hotel name is... Wait a minute, I've lost it. Gran Adigi. So it's GC, Gran, GR, Gran. Oh, we found it already. Oh, it looks quite nice. You'll like the pool. Very nice. You can have your own cabana. And I should imagine he's probably looked at these already. It looks quite nice, actually, Gav. That looks okay. It's 5-star. Mind you, it means nothing over there, does it? And we went to Italy, and their star rating is completely different from ours. You book a 4-star over there, it comes out as a 2-star. Really, not very good at all. But no, it looks nice. Looks very nice. I'm assuming you've got... Are you going by yourself? You've got a double room? Adequi. What's that mean? Adequi. Perhaps that's Spanish for something. No, it looks very nice, actually. Very nice. We like that one. It's on TripAdvisor and everything else. And they light up the pool at night. I like it where they've got sort of an island in the middle where you go for the pool. We had one, Dale and I stayed at one in Gran Canaria, and which was the Riu Palace. And that was lovely. You could sort of go out there. You could swim. You could swim up to the bar. I thought that was a bit common. And then you could sit under this huge tent thing and have your lunch, because you needed to be protected from the heat. Of course, he wanted them to take the tent down because he loved the heat so much, whereas I couldn't wait to get back inside again. Just give me a portion of chips and a sausage or something. Pina coladas all the way around. Nobody drinks pina coladas anymore. They don't. They don't. Pina coladas are, it's a slow well, anyway, that one. And there's sex on the beach. I'm assuming that's a drink, and nobody's fooled me about it. But I've never had anything like that, and I've had a few cocktails in my time, as you can well imagine. Gavin has not been on a plane for 2 years. 2 years. Well, I'm telling you now, Gav, you'll be sitting with the rear gunner, okay? And I believe on the plane you're flying out on, it's a prop job, and there's an outside toilet. But I mean, it should be okay. You should be fine on it. It never bothers me flying. I've always loved it, but of course, if what with the pandemic and COVID and all the rest of it, you wouldn't have been on a plane for 2 years. So it'll all be quite nice, actually. A little bit jealous, but don't worry, we'll suffer. We'll suffer. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, again, on the subject of royal deaths, I remember hearing Ian Dale talking about the green light system that presenters see if a member of the royal family dies, and also remember hearing similar when James was on air and Philip died. Is it literally a green light in front of you? Having a quick look round, actually. I haven't seen a green light. I mean, there are green lights in the studio. I mean, put it this way, there is a protocol for a royal death. You can't just have a green light in the studio and you go ahead with it. You have to get, it has to be passed through various bodies in the building. There would have to be a directive that came down from on high to say it has been confirmed that X has or Y have died. And then we wait to make sure. You can't announce the death until it's been officially... So I'm not aware of a green light. Whether or not they're winding you up, I've got no idea. I don't see any green lights in my studio. The BBC have a blue light. Yeah, we used to have... have I got an obit light? I might have an obit light. But it's only for a few members of the royal family that you'd be announcing a death. I mean, you wouldn't sort of pause programming to announce, it's got to be category A. And I think that would be the Queen, Charles, and probably William. And that would be it. Yes, it would be future monarch. So I don't think you would do it for anybody else. But there is definitely protocol that you have to follow. So it looks quite nice, actually. First time on a plane. Oh, he says he's taking his mum. He said, I never took my mum on holiday. I don't know why, actually. I was just, because we were in the forces, it was like every 2 years it was a holiday. It was like being on holiday because it was only a 2-year posting. But Gav's taken his mum on holiday, and so she'll probably absolutely love it. Must be a great thing to do, isn't it? At least you've got somebody who can make your bed. All you have to learn is to say, hola. That's all you say to all the cleaners in the morning. Hola. No, not probably his mother as well. I don't know, actually. Steve, all this talk of sweets is making my mouth water. Truffles are my favourite, says Rob in Tottenham. And yes, I quite like truffles, actually. We used to have a girl years ago who used to work at LBC, and she made truffles. She would make them all at Christmas time, and they were very nice indeed. Very nice. Oh, Gavin says you met my mum at my birthday drinks. Yes. Can't remember anything. I'm hopeless. Seriously. I probably did. People always say that, making me feel like Prince Andrew now. Did you ever meet this guy? No, I don't remember that one at all. You met... Yes, you met my mum. Yeah. Did I? Hope I wasn't drunk. A round of toast with country life butter, says James. You never put a better bit of butter on your knife, thank you. And Paul says they were 4 for a penny, the Black Jackson fruit salads. Yes, that was an old penny. An old penny. Steve, why can't I get tomato or Worcester sauce crisps? I don't know. I used to quite like tomato crisps. I thought they were actually quite nice. Oh, yes. Gavin says, you met her at my birthday drinks at Pizza Express in Woking. Thank you. Had all the jokes, haven't we now, actually? John Travolta has finally embraced his bald head and looks much better. I think you have to, because there's too much effort goes into it to look after it, and it's just not worth it for the expense and all the things that you massage into your hair and you do this with. I mean, how long did it take me to embrace what? Embrace, don't start that one again, I tell you. Picking on me, the diabetic. No, I just used to have my hair highlighted and everything else. I mean, I didn't do a comb over. I was quite good at not doing comb overs. But then I think one day I went in and I think my hairdresser said, why don't you just have a 1.5 all over? And I said, oh, okay. And so she did it. And I thought that was okay. It was so much easier to keep tidy. You don't need to sort of worry about combing it or brushing it. Was my head cold? A bit personal this morning, aren't you? This is the producer asking me this with my head cold. No, I wear caps all the time, don't I? When I say caps, I wear baseball hats. And especially, I mean, not in the summer. I did have a trilby, actually. But no, I mean, you do... Apparently, you're supposed to lose a lot of your body heat through your head. And so I bought baseball caps. I got through a lot of baseball caps. And still do. And I quite like them. But then in the summer, I don't bother wearing a hat. Because apparently it's good to let your hair breathe what little there is left. But I mean, it needs cutting about every 2 weeks. You know. You cynic. It does need cutting, so I go in there and they make me wait to have it cut. Nobody's laughed yet. Heard somebody snigger a couple of times, but, 50 quid a time. Steve, I enjoy listening to you in the USA every night before I go to bed. It's very nice to share. Thank you very much indeed. And sleepless in horrible Harrow and feeling low, says Pauline, and missing Los Angeles. But you, dearest man, are cheering me up. Oh, see, Harrow can be quite posh, actually. And Andy Peters says, which branch of KFC does your lunch club meet at? I'm free. Actually, I was watching Andy Peters on the television yesterday. What was it? I think Lorraine cut him. He was going into the Mandarin Oriental Hotel and he did a cod slip up. You know when people do it, I was like, whoop, and trip up like that. And the doorman laughed. Made me laugh too, actually. Andy, you're up early this morning. Where are they sending you off to today? Must be somewhere very exciting. And Gavin telling me about meeting at Pizza Hut. Pizza Express, sorry, Pizza Hut. What am I talking about? I said that, but Prince Andrew can remember going to Pizza Express in Woking, but he couldn't, nobody remembered him going there. And Gavin has said, is that the actual Andy Peters? Sadly it is. Sadly it is. Yes, it's a very star-studded programme. This morning, Gavin Inskip, and, there'll be Phil Vickery out there, and all the people. Jamie, and yes, the Andy Peters. The ageless Andy Peters. It just doesn't seem possible, does it? The only good thing about a pina colada was a song by Rupert Holmes called Escape. Very, very catchy. Very, very catchy, says Lee. Yeah, the pina... Do you like pina colada? Was that the one? Or a... Oh, I don't know. I'm talking to myself there.
This is LBC.
Tired of walking the same streets you have done a million times? Or eating at the same old restaurants? Scrolling through the same streaming services in the same living room? It's time to leave behind what you know and move beyond the norm. Enjoy gourmet dinner, award-winning entertainment and exclusive lounges as you soar through the sky to Hong Kong. Cathay. Move beyond. Book your next adventure at cathaypacific.com.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Everybody's up this morning. I have to mention actually, because Andy Peters made a video for Gavin for one of his quizzes. So he says, tell him thanks. Well, there you go, you see. More than it's like two-way family favourites, isn't it, this programme? Everybody trying to work off... Andy says, I'm off to Swingers. Oh, right. So I thought that was something completely different. He said it's a crazy golf place at Oxford Circus, doing the show there this morning. Crazy golf place. Have you ever been to that place, Andy? We went to a place when we were out for the Steve Allen Lunch Club, and it was up at Holborn somewhere. Gavin will probably remember where it is. And you play darts. And have you heard of this place? You go in, it's like a private club, I think. I think you need to book, and they've got dartboards, and you have your area that you've booked for a certain period of time, and they bring you drinks over and everything else, and you play darts, and it's all electronic. I mean, I'd never been to a place like it before. It was amazing. It's called... Oh, wait a minute. It's called Flight Club. Flight Club. You've heard of it, have you? I'd never... Oh, blimey, that looks a bit better, actually. In Bloomsbury. You can dine in there, and I'd never been to a place like it before. I mean, Gavin knows all these places in London that I've never been to. When we went to Soho House down opposite the law courts, we went all the way up to the roof. There's you book a table up there. That's it. That's where we went to Flight Club. I did quite well actually first time around, then I lost the will to live. I wasn't very good at it. I mean, I'm not very good at darts, actually. One of the many things. Apparently, Jordan's listening too. We're all on. Honestly, it's like it seriously is. It's like a giant club, this place at the moment. It really is. Everybody's there. Everybody's up, which is very good. No, Flight Club we like. I can't remember who actually booked it. Could have been, was it Moyles or somebody? Anyway, we had a great time there. But Swingers is a place that I've never heard of. That's where Andy Peters is off to. This golf place. You want to Google it? We're frightened to Google it in case it's one of those words that comes up and they go, oh yes, that's an interesting one, isn't it? So it's a crazy golf place at Oxford Circus. Go on, risk it for a biscuit. There you go. Swingers, Oxford Street. I've never seen anything like it. Where'd you find it? Look at this. Where'd you find these? It was like, oh, it's crazy golf. Oh, that's what he said, crazy golf place. I just thought you meant like, ooh, like that. It's crazy golf. Oh my goodness me. And so you go there, presumably you can have your cocktails and all the rest of it. Well, that's where Andy Peters is coming from today. So when you see him later on, you'll be going, they were talking about that this morning on Steve Allen's show. It was quite a good idea. I like crazy golf. I was always the first one who could get his balls through the windmill. Amazing, isn't it, really? Other people struggle with it, but not me. Francis says, you forgot to say, Steve, you wear your baseball cap back to front. I certainly don't, Francis. I can't do that. Do you remember we saw a picture, well, you probably didn't see the picture, but I mentioned it, that Brooklyn Beckham had gone out with the family to a posh restaurant, and he's sitting there with his baseball cap on backwards in a restaurant. So common. So common. KFC again. Even KFC, I wouldn't be wearing a baseball cap on backwards. So Gavin says, want to go there on the next lunch club? We always find different places to go to where we sort of catch up. I'm glad that Jordan's with us this morning. Very happy about that. Not that Jordan, she was plugging her television shows the other day. She's got three shows coming up, none of which will be worth threepence, but, we have to watch them just for the laugh, I suppose. Somebody said, watching anything that Jordan does is a little bit like watching paint dry, but it's so typically British that you have to kind of watch it, even though she can't achieve anything at all. It's a bit like sort of Gemma Collins, who is doing a tour. I couldn't find if any seats were available, but I'm assuming there will be. These are tickets from the last tour that was cancelled due to the pandemic. So they've thrown them forward so you can go and see her. And if you pay extra, you can sit in the front 10 rows or something. What she's going to be talking about, I've got no idea. I can't think of anything at all. I mean, but, she'll be coming on stage and sort of talking about her life, I suppose. I don't know, actually. Richard says, I was listening to you on Wednesday morning this week on my way to work and didn't appreciate you bullying gingers. He says, I'm a proud ginger and I'd like a full apology. You'll whistle in the wind, pal. Whistle in the wind. Because there is a piece in the paper today, apparently, about red-haired children, which is not the same as ginger. Red-headed, it comes under the same sort of thing, but it's not the same. I know people who are really red-haired and some people who are sort of dark ginger, or as they prefer to call it, auburn. And there's a charity that says it's not harmless banter, it's leading to abuse and suicide. Well, I've never heard of that before. My producer's Ginger Richard. My producer's ginger, and he's never had any problems. But, I mean, he's sort of dark ginger. He's not light ginger. He's dark ginger. There's various... You could probably look... It's like looking at, I don't know, colourings of anything. Blonde. You don't just get blonde. There's different shades of blonde. It's like, my sort of shade of blonde is... what? It so is. When I was born, I was platinum. It's not peroxide. I grew up with the smell of peroxide. When I used to have highlights, they were white. And I did once go to a very posh salon in New Bond Street. And no, not Blue Rinse. I decided to go all over platinum. Which meant, because if you have your hair bleached, you've got to go through various stages. If you do it yourself, it comes over and looks really horrible. So you have to go to a salon and get it done properly, and they're supposed to do a test and test your hair. Unfortunately, I had this colour put on my hair to bleach it, and because I'm pale-skinned, I look like a milk bottle. Seriously, it was absolutely awful, and I remember looking at it, I went, oh no, we can't have that. I couldn't walk out with it, so we had to dye it back again. In fact, I dyed... my hair had been dyed so many times, actually. So many times that it's sort of... A lot of people, it weakens your hair if you dye it all the time. But some people dye it all the time, and they seem to be quite lucky with it. My friend Gavin's just sent me the picture of when Gemma Collins fell down the hole on stage at the Radio 1 Teen Awards. So funny. But that's how she never saw it. I've got no idea how she never saw it, or perhaps she just trips over her feet. Steve, there's a flight club in Birmingham too, says John. I went there over Christmas. Great fun. I'd never been there before. I thought it was the most unusual place I'd been to. It was one of those hidden gems. I think somebody should write a book about those hidden gems in London, and I think they should then publish it and then say, you can go here. If you need to be a member, they need to tell you how much does it cost to go in, you know, and what the food's like, things like that. I mean, darts and crazy golf sound quite good inside. They're very big, aren't they? Well, the darts place was, so there were loads of people in there. Oh, big as in popular. Yeah. I mean, darts. Although, strange enough, all the people who were sort of playing the darts when we were in there, and you're next to somebody else, but you've got your own bit, which is sort of cordoned off, so you know your space. And what? You've got your own cordoned off space, which is quite nice. You know, and you can sit down on a couch and you go and get your drinks and bring them back. I thought it was very clever. And also, the dart board has got cameras on it, and it shows you throwing your dart, and then the score comes up next to it. It's very sophisticated. I'm not sure that Crazy Golf is as sophisticated, but there's another place that Andy Peters could go to. Sam says Put Shack, something similar. Putt Shack. What's that? It's another one. Is this in London? A mini golf experience. White City. Well, blow me down with a feather. I suppose it beats people going out to pubs, doesn't it? And just sitting there, you know, just getting drunk and playing a fruit machine. You get booze in all these places, but it's very good. Very clever. It also means that people can have a bit of fun, and it's a bit, I was going to say it's educational at the same time, but to be honest with you, it sort of takes you back a little bit, and I quite like it. It's like going to the seaside, but without the sand. You know, much nicer. So Putt Shack is very similar. So we're having a look at Putt Shack, and it looks nice, actually. That's at White City. The best mini golf in London, Westfield Crazy Golf. Amazing all these people have thought of all these things. It's obviously, it's toys for adults. It's playing games, because it was only kids that used to do crazy golf, but whenever we went to the seaside when we were little, we would go and play crazy golf, because it was you could take for ages going through it. I mean, you know, the things of trying to get, sometimes you had to get your ball up a slope, and then it would get halfway up and then just fall back down again. You used to get so angry with it. In the end, you'd have 3 or 4 goes. You'd just chuck it in the bloody hole. I never bothered about it at all. Rod Little in his column today says at the very least, this is the end of Andy as a working royal. I don't think Andy's ever done anything as a working royal, to be honest with you. I think he's, you know. We can also do, there is the new, have you heard of this one? Gavin's got a new one for us. Human-sized Monopoly game. How do you do that? Human-sized Monopoly game. Don't tell me they've actually got a life-size dog that you move around the course. I love Monopoly. I'm big in Monopoly. I think it's a brilliant idea. My brother was always there is a human Monopoly. Tell me more. Where is this one? I'm liking this one. Monopoly Life Size, a brand new challenge attraction located in the heart of London. Tottenham Court Road. It's not where that strip club used to be, is it? How interesting. Blimey, there's a whole raft of these things. Oh, well, there you go. Do you know you can get Monopoly for your own town? I wonder if Andy Peters knows that they do Richmond Monopoly. That'd be a nice sort of Christmas present. You can pass Steve Allen's house, collect £200. With inflation, of course, £350. Kieran says, I'm going to Flight Club in Bloomsbury for the first time tonight. You'll love it. Seriously, you'll love it. It's really good fun. I'd never even heard of the place. Never heard of the place, but, you know, life is a total adventure as far as I'm concerned. The older you get, the more places you discover. So Rod Little's talking about Andy. Wonder if he still can't sweat. Might be a slight relief to him at the moment. Anybody else would be working their way through 3 cans of Lynx if they were facing what Sack of Meat with Mittens is facing. One of the most senior members of the royal family facing these allegations. I mean, it is unbelievable when you think about it. It really is. But no surprise, because he was known for years. I mean, he was young, good-looking, had no trouble attracting girls and was nicknamed by the press Randy Andy. You know, he was an army hero, he was, you know, and then all of a sudden, like the pack of cards, collapses. They've updated, so rather than say pasted the text, it now says pay IR35. God, that's a bit depressing, isn't it? Somebody else was talking about that. Who was talking about that? Tom Swarbrick, I think, was talking about it. This new thing from the Inland Revenue. We're all so happy, as you can imagine.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. One more day to go, one more day of sorrow. One more day of this old dump, and we'll all be reading about it in the newspapers. That's what we used to do. We used to sing that at school. When we used to come to the... we used to come to the end of school, and we used to sing that, actually, which was great. Steve, did you read they're renaming midget gems? Yes. Only in Marks and Spencer's, though. Only in Marks and Spencer's. They're going to be called mini gems, because apparently one person complained about it. So Marks and Spencer's obviously contacted the manufacturer and have said, it's a hate crime against gems. I mean, because they're not gems at all, are they? They're little bits of sweet. So they're renaming them. I mean, all you just do is you want to buy them or you don't want to buy them. I just think it's a bit silly nowadays. It really is. Steve, I tried a hair dye cream, but it means using all the time. Can't be bothered. I'm grey like Richard Gere. Andy may be forced to prove his sweating claim. Well, they've already asked about that, haven't they? That was one of the stipulations. They wanted, to see evidence of this. I wish he'd probably never mentioned it in the first place. He probably thinks he shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place. Gravity Wandsworth is worth a look, says Kim. Gravity Wandsworth. Oh, is this... It's not, oh my goodness. It's an arcade. Have you seen these things where you get... Oh, it's an arcade with a car track and everything else. It's quite nice. I like that one. And they've got mini golf as well. Blimey. Absolutely everything. Yeah, it's like a tall tower and it's got fans that blow in it and you float up. You become weightless and you go up and down in this... Have you seen that? I don't know where they do it. I think somebody from Essex did it, or obviously. It's like a wind tunnel thing, only vertical. And you go in there and they turn these big fans on and it blows you up in the air. I think the fan is in the floor. And it's like, it's a turbine kind of thing. And then you float up to the top. So you know what it's like to be weightless. That's what I thought it was anyway, because I remember seeing pictures of people doing it. I remember thinking, there you go. Indoor skydiving experience. Gift for two, £99. Seems quite good, doesn't it? I quite like that. And tell that listener, thank you for the suggestion, says Gavin. However, the Steve Allen Lunch Club does not go south of the river. It's like taxi drivers, isn't it? South of the river, mate, no chance. Michigan's first... There's some in this country. They're in Dallas, they're all over the place. And I assume it's a giant fan. This is a Virgin Experience day. And so you can experience all the thrills of freefall without having to jump out of a plane. Gear up for 2 flights each in the amazing 120-mile-an-hour Airstream. So you put this sort of coloured suit on, and then you just sort of float upwards. For how long? I've got no idea. 30 seconds. I'd be a bit worried in case the fan broke, because they go quite high. They're not going 6 foot off the ground. All of a sudden there's a power cut. Somebody's forgotten a shilling for the meter. And then all of a sudden it's up they go. Oh, down they come. Oh, hide them, shove them in a cupboard, something like that. Because it looks quite good though, doesn't it? That seems quite a good idea. £99.98. It's in stock as well. I like the idea it's in. I can't see me doing that either, actually. I'm just trying to be brave and go, I'd like to do that. But if truth be known, I wouldn't go anywhere near it with a barge pole. I'm not very good at heights anyway. I told you, I get dizzy turning round in the kitchen. And also standing on a chair is hopeless. I mean, I just can't do things like that. A BBC New Year's Eve show with Kylie Minogue has drawn 179 complaints because it was too sexy. And they had Ollie Alexander and also the Pet Shop Boys. One fan of the show hit back saying, "Defo some bigoted brains melting across this plague island." Bouncy people complain about over-sexual. It's Kylie Minogue, for goodness sake. She's singing. She wears very little clothing and she's selling sex. Well, she's not selling sex. I mean, but that's what people do. No, she's really not. But I mean, but that's what they actually do, is they selling, you know, if Girls Aloud didn't look like they did in Little Mix, didn't look like they did, they wouldn't sell records. You don't look like trash cans. You want to look sexy. And Kylie, who's about as big as a thimble, you know, goes out and wears little thing. In fact, her bottom is the most touched in Madame Tussauds. Got you on that one. Got you on that one. Yeah, Madame Tussauds have got Kylie kneeling on a thing, and you can go up and have your picture taken. And most people are grabbing her bottom, having a picture taken. They had to keep replacing the clothes because people were sort of touching the bottom all the time, which is. To be honest with you, I mean, is it really very sexy? I mean, that's what they're supposed. Good Lord, that's what they're supposed to be selling, isn't it? It's an image. This looks like drag. This is Kylie come on with sort of. This isn't Kylie, is it? No, this is who's it? This is Ollie Alexander, isn't it? The one with the funny haircut. No, but they weren't complaining about him. They were complaining about Kylie. For some reason, I don't know why. I mean, she's been doing the same act for years and years. So there you go. Steve, did you know that TfL has removed the option to untick cycling and walking when you use Journey Planner? Says Sula. I don't even know what you're talking about, actually. It doesn't mean anything to me. And Steve, do you really spend 50 quid every 2 weeks on a haircut? No, he was just making it up. Just making it up. I spend £10 every 3 weeks. £10, yeah. So, you know, I think that's okay, isn't it? £10. You can probably get it cheaper if I went to Hounslow. I think they were doing haircuts there for about £3.50. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. The indoor skydiving, says Tell, is in Basingstoke. Basingstoke. Well, you don't want to go there, do you? Have you been to Basingstoke? It's full of roundabouts. Full of roundabouts. If there was a Twickenham monopoly, would your street be Old Kent Road or Mayfair? Says Jay. It would probably be Kensington. I couldn't differentiate between the Old Kent Road, which has become a little bit gentrified, yeah, or Mayfair. I mean, definitely not. Have you been to Mayfair? See, everybody goes in London, oh, it's very posh, but in fact, no. South Ken is very posh. Very, very posh. You know, Mayfair, you can still buy houses there for about 10 million. I mean, cheapo, I ask you. No, I mean, most of the areas in London now are just ridiculously expensive. Murray says, great show, Steve. Try play birdies in Battersea, indoor crazy golf. I didn't realise it's taken off, actually. I mean, it really has. It's just amazing. Wayne the Trolley Dolly, again, third time. He says, loving the Steve Allen fan club this morning, I've randomly struck up a Twitter conversation with Andy Peters. I've flown him around lots. He hasn't aged a day and looks amazing. He doesn't age. I don't think it's the same person. I think it's a looky-likey. Looky-likey. Average property price in Mayfair. What do you reckon, ladies and gentlemen? What would you like to have a guess at? Well, you talk about house or flat? Oh, just any property. Okay. Average property price in Mayfair. I would think the average would be 7 million. 2.3 million. Oh, far too cheap. We can't go and live there, can we? Good grief. 2.3 million. That is really odd, isn't it? That's very. Although there was a programme on people buying places in London. They wanted to live in Shoreditch, this couple. I can't imagine why. It's like party town, isn't it, really? It's all bars and people picking people up and things like that, and crazy golf and everything else. And they were looking at a penthouse at 2.8 million, but it wasn't very big. It was only 2 bedrooms. But also, the balcony that overlooked this million-mile drop to the ground didn't look strong enough to me. I got a bit frightened about things like that. But there was a lovely penthouse that came up for sale, and they were looking for 12 million, but you'd need to spend 1.8 million to bring it up to the spec. At the moment, it's a shell, and they reckon for 1.8 million, you could have a pool put in on the terrace and furnish it and everything else. And I remember that, and they sold it at 12 million. But I thought, imagine if the lifts break. You'd never get down to the ground, would you, unless you threw yourself off the balcony? But it's this balcony thing. They have these... Have you been into an infinity pool? There's a hotel in Kuala Lumpur, I think, or somewhere like that, where the pool goes right to the edge of the building and you can... I'd be too frightened to go anywhere near it. Far too frightened. In fact, even thinking about it makes me go a little bit wobbly poos. No, with me inflatable armbands. Do you remember those? How they ever kept people afloat, I'll never know. I used to take a lilo with me into the pool. We had a proper one, actually. It wasn't one of those cheap little plastic things. Ours was really good super quality. A super quality lilo. We had it in Hong Kong. We just never brought it back again because we didn't know where to take it. Well, it was sort of like a very posh material. No, it wasn't velvet. No, it was a lilo, but it was much thicker. Whereas the cheap ones are this cheap plastic where you could see through it and stuff. No, ours was very classy. Probably supplied by the RAF. I shouldn't wonder. From Woking. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So every time everybody talks about poor Andy Peters, they always go, he's not aged at all, you know. And Andy's probably looking in the mirror going, do you not think so? 51. Is he really? It's just ridiculous, isn't it? Mind you, he's super fit. He is fit. He's got a trainer. He goes running. He does also. He's very fit. I just feel a bit like Mr. Blobby. Oh, I tell you what, the other day was very annoying. Very annoying. I get off the train to get the bus in Richmond, and the buses, you know, it goes on the little thing if it's working. Bus 3 minutes away. 10 minutes later, bus 3 minutes away. And you think, well, is it parked up? The driver's gone for a wee or something. Anyway, they were doing roadworks just down from Richmond Station. You know, in the middle of rush hour at 8 o'clock in the blooming morning. The traffic was banked up all the way back to Richmond Bridge. It was the most stupid thing. The council must need their heads examining. Why can't they do it in the middle of the night when there's nobody around there? Yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous. In the end, I thought, I'm going to go and have to get the train and go on to Twickenham. And in the end, the bus came along, so I barged my way in. I get out of the bloody way. I've had enough of these people, honestly. Especially people without masks on. Those I kick. Get out. Not good. Noddy's in Ashford is 10 quid a haircut for the over 65, says Dale. Yeah, and why would that affect me? Start that one. 10 quid a haircut for the over 65s. Well, actually, I can get it cheaper. I mean, there are some places that offer a discount of over 65 down to £7.50. But I don't believe in having that sort of conversation with your hairdresser. Apparently, Steve, it's the Marina Bay Sands Hotel in Singapore, an excellent infinity pool. I stayed there. Beautiful hotel, says Martin in East Ham. God, you pushed yourself up market, didn't you? Look at that. It's quite flash, isn't it? I couldn't swim in it. I'd be too frightened in case it sprung a leak or something. But you can go right to the edge. You could look out. Oh, no. Can you imagine? Has it got a glass bottom? I don't know. I've not been there. Do I look like the sort of person who's been to the Marina Bay, Singapore? They do offer a tour package. I don't do holidays. I'm not... Oh, AP, I'm not a holiday sort of person. I wouldn't know what to do. I mean, it does look very nice, but I would be so scared to go to the edge of that infinity pool. You know, I would have, just supposing all of a sudden there's a crack appears in it and the whole thing tips over. Oh, doesn't even bear thinking about, does it? It really doesn't, so I won't.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 27 minutes to 6. So the two stories today are going to be Boris Johnson and Prince Andrew. And as I say, we don't know who's telling more fibs. Somebody's got to be telling fibs. I've got a fabulous house for sale. This is not here, actually. It's in 10 miles from Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida. And it's a beautiful house. It's £4 million. It's 8 bedrooms. And it's also got a pool, a cinema and a gym. And it's accessed on the 3rd floor by moving a luggage cart. And you can sleep in a replica of the Hogwarts Express. It's hidden behind a door. And it's got a bedroom in there. And you walk into it and it's sitting on tracks. So it's a hidden area of this pad. A model of the boy wizard Harry stands guard with Elf Dobby at the property as well. I mean, it looks unbelievable. Even the estate agent said it takes your breath away because it looks like it's coming out of the wall. this Hogwarts Express train. Which station was that? Was it St Pancras? The Hogwarts, King's Cross. That's where you can go, and they've got half a trolley in a wall, and you can go and have your picture taken with it. There's also a shop where you can go and buy a wand. But I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't think they were going to work anyway. They've got far too many of them. The people sort of do, and spells and everything like that. Not my kind of thing. Very childish. You don't need that kind. Although it does come in a nice box, which is lovely. 2020 vision. These are the residents of a cul-de-sac in Waltham Forest. And the residents say they've been driven loopy by 8 outsized 20-mile-an-hour signs painted in their tiny cul-de-sac. The resident, Tracy Gould, told The Sun, it's not what you expect on a motorway. It's what you expect on a motorway, not in a little cul-de-sac. The London Borough of Waltham Forest said the signs cost 60 quid each, and it was sticking to government rules on size. I mean, because everywhere you go now, I don't know whether it's your area as well, 20 miles an hour. But these signs are so huge on the road, it's so you can't possibly mistake them. You can only know that it's 20 miles an hour. And so the council but I love it with the government. We're just following government rules on size. They're marvellous, aren't they? We love things like that. Apparently I love Singapore, says Andrea. I've been 5 times pre-COVID. There you go. Isn't it very clean, Singapore? You don't find chewing gum on the streets. It's banned. You get fined very heavily. Very clean, very clean. There is a Motownopoly that came out in America, very limited edition, says Terry and Leighton, that sells for $1,000. A Poundland Monopoly that sells for 15 quid. And I've got a Beatles edition. Good Lord. There's loads of different versions. They did one years ago, released by the Franklin Mint, and it came in a beautiful box with a drawer that pulled out, and I think it was it 18 karat gold or something. It was a super duper Monopoly set, and I forget what it cost now, but it was absolutely amazing. You can get an Only Fools and Horses Monopoly board game, but this is one here. This is 1,495. This is handmade in England. It comes in it's very beautiful. I've seen it better actually. I said, oh, look, that's a nice one. Look at that one there, the Franklin Mint. I told you it was Franklin Mint. Very nice indeed. I don't even know whether they make these things still. They don't. Aspinall of London do a red and black leather version, 1,495. There's also a David Bowie Monopoly board. I've got a Monopoly Nostalgia one for 175 quid on Amazon. There's a Quirky Shop Jumanji replica. I liked Jumanji as a film. I thought it was a bit weird. And there you go. There's the Monopoly Collector's Edition. And they're very rare. Very, very, very rare. Currently unavailable. They don't know when it's going to come back again because it was beautifully done. And I remember seeing it when I used to get the catalogue from the Franklin Mint. Do you remember somebody complained about how tacky their things were? And it turned out the couple that owned Franklin Mint were extremely wealthy in America and gave huge amounts to charity. Somebody had complained about their Diana doll. They had a Diana doll, which was about the size of a Cindy or a Barbie doll. And somebody said, oh, it looked very tacky. And they went, we give millions to charity. And they had to retract their statement because I bought loads of stuff from Franklin Mint over the years, including 2... there she is. There she is. Princess Diana Franklin Mint, £146. I mean, beautifully made. But somebody criticised it. And it was so unnecessary. £228.68. I bought 2 clocks, facsimiles of clocks that are in the Palace of Versailles. And they're beautiful. I paid about £400 each clock. And I've had them for donkey's years. But you have to wind them up. They've got a mechanism in there. And they chime on the quarter and on the half as well. And they were beautiful. It is a bit annoying. To be honest, I haven't wound them up for ages. But occasionally I take them in to be serviced. You know, it's quite nice to do things like that. Andy says, Steve, promise I'm getting older. Yeah. Fitness keeps me looking young and allows me a weekly Big Mac. What a treat. See, the funny thing is, he's absolutely right. It's a treat. Somebody's saying, oh, you shouldn't eat Big Macs or pizzas. As a treat, you can do it. So I like Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'm not addicted to it. I just like it. I don't exercise at all. As you know, Joe, I'm not an exercise sort of person. But I don't have it all the time. So I might have it once every 2 months. And that's a treat for me. And once I've done that, I've got it out of my system, and then I kind of leave it. Martin says, no glass bottom on that pool in Singapore. Thank God for that. Otherwise, you'd be watching going, is that a crack? Is that a bigger crack? Oh, the water's draining out. Oh, my God, we're tipping over the edge. There's one in London, actually, which has got a glass bottom. But it's over the flats, isn't it? But I mean, to be honest with you, very pretentious. It's isn't it cold? Didn't they? There was something about the heating of it. I can't remember. There was a story that ran in the papers. I remember reading it. This is a block of flats in Nine Elms, and it was too cold to use. So you can watch people swimming. I mean, I'm not sure I really want to walk underneath somebody who's swimming in a pool. So it costs £450 a day to heat, but still too cold. I mean, I don't know how they work on heated pools. I mean, does it go through a filtration system or something? It's 25 metres, and it's very nice, but only certain people can use it. It's not open to everybody. And some of the... it's suspended, 13 floors above the ground, and they say only a handful of people a day are brave enough to take a dip. I wouldn't want to swim in something that's cold, not if you pay that much money. They are two luxury flats. I forget how much the flats are in that block. If you go down, it'll tell you. So they say the swanky flats, which costs up to £4.5 million, want it shut to save on the annual heating cost, which is £165,000. So it's 450 quid a day, and at most, they say, 5 people are using it. That's 90 quid a swim. Hardly seems like value for money. Residents foot the bill through service charges of up to £9,000 a year for a 2-bedroom flat. Well, apparently, the next Residents Association meeting will reportedly be pushing for it to be shut in the winter. It's said to be so cold, it's possible to swim for a few minutes only, while the pool is advertised as a year-round facility. One resident said, "We're livid. The outside temperature has obviously dropped, but the sky pool is still open to residents and currently uncovered. We're basically heating the sky." I love the way that the site's developer says the Sky Pool is a world-class leisure facility, unlike any other swimming pool in London. Yeah, but nobody's blooming well using it. Nobody's using it, are they? Goodness sake, honestly. They don't learn. I know somebody who lives there. We all know somebody who lives there, don't we? We all know somebody who lives there. Whether they actually use it, I can't imagine. I don't think they're in a really posh flat, are they? £4.5 million? I don't think so. I'd be very surprised. But they say it's an unrivaled experience. Yeah, to watch other people swimming in something that's going to freeze their bits off. And it costs £165,000 a year. Can you imagine service charges of £9,000 a year? And that's cheap for some places. I knew a block of flats in London. The service charges, and I'll tell you exactly where it is. It's next to the Ritz. £100,000 a year for the service charges, because this is what pushes up your service charge. Lift. If you've got more than one lift, you've got contracts on them. They need regular servicing. If you've got a concierge, you can't just have one. There'll be a team of them. All of this you're paying for. Then you've got cleaning. Then you've got the electricity for all the outside lighting on a block of flats. Then you've also got to pay for the corridors. Then you've got to pay insurance on the building, determined by the freeholder, the gardening. I know all these things. We have to pay all these things as well, but that's how it works out. Always ask, whenever you go, especially in London and other places, when you go and buy a flat, ask them what the service charge is. And I bet you anything they will come up with the answer, well, it'll be decided when all the flats are sold. You think, yeah, I bet it will. And who'll be looking after it? Will it be the managing agents, or will there be a residents' association and they'll be able to change things? Because we're in charge of our destiny. We decide how much people pay for their service charges, and the managing agents work for us. It's as simple as that. So we tell them, always pay on time. I forgot to pay it. But luckily, we managed to pay it because the producer very kindly I couldn't do it myself. He managed to send a PDF to my brother, and he paid it the other day. And strangely enough, yesterday, the little note came through of who hadn't paid. Luckily, I wasn't on the list. So grateful, yes. Steve, did you know that India and China will soon have their own digital currency? I had heard about this, actually. Vaguely in the back of my mind, there was some talk about this new digital currency. It's cryptocurrency, isn't it? I'm pretty certain. But I don't know anything else about it. I just remember that it was cryptocurrency. The other story that's doing the rounds today is the Yorkshire Ripper, Peter Sutcliffe, held in chains, unable to directly contact his ex-wife as he lay dying in hospital. He contracted COVID after snubbing the chance to shield. Oh, good. I mean, I couldn't possibly be sorry about this story at all. So he was serving life. 13 murders. But I'm fascinated by the idea that he was held in chains. He's dying of COVID. I shouldn't imagine he had the strength to move anywhere. But anyway, the prison ombudsman, Sue McAllister, criticised a 4-hour delay in removing his restraints after hospital doctors told security he was about to die. And she was disappointed that prison staff passed messages between Sutcliffe and his ex-wife Sonia rather than let them speak by phone. What a bizarre story. What a bizarre story. That's an odd one, isn't it? Yes, poor old him. What a shame. What a shame. Apparently there's a lighthouse-inspired house on the market. Yes, I've seen it, actually. This is the Chesil Cliff House in Devon, and it was on Grand Designs. And the reason it was on Grand Designs, the couple who built it split up before it was finished, and it cost the owners £6 million to complete the project, and it's on the market for $10 million. Yes, I mean, it says, I've seen a picture of it. It's a bit isolated for me, a little bit isolated, and also it's built on the side of a cliff. And you know me and cliffs and things like that. But no, I did see it, and it was a very sad story that they split up for some reason. I do like Grand Designs. I quite like, is it Kevin who is on it, McLeod? And he's all sort of going, oh, I'm not sure that's right. And then at the end of every one, he goes, oh, it's beautiful and it's this and that. And some of them are staggering, absolutely unbelievable. And this one I remember in particular because I remember thinking, a lighthouse on the market, £10 million. It's quite a lot, but, you know, when that wind comes in off the sea, I mean, gosh, you're going to get blown away, aren't you? And, of course, you're going to need to paint the place every year. You go down to Brighton on the seafront and, you know, all of the places look as though they're in need of restoration because the sea breeze and the sea air kind of screws it all up a little bit.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Do you know, can you believe that Gary Barlow has been married 22 years? 22 years. They're having their anniversary. He's now 50, and he met his wife, Dawn, I think about 30 years ago, and 7 years before they started dating. They've got 3 children. Is it 3 children or 4 children? I can't remember, actually. But anyway, he says, here we go. Here's to the next 22 years. Amazing, isn't it? 1988 they met. Unrecognisable. You would not recognise Gary Barlow from 1988. They've got 3 children, so now you know. Tennis star Novak Djokovic yesterday admitted breaking COVID isolation to give a magazine interview. Is anybody telling the truth nowadays? Is anybody managing to tell the truth? I just can't believe it. We've got a dumped girlfriend in the paper today. This one you're going to think is slightly off kilter. Her name's Courtney Ireland Ainsworth. Don't ever think that means anything classy. It really doesn't, especially when you've seen the pictures. Anyway, she's 20. She's set up 30 fake social media accounts to send herself vile threats, but pretending they were from her ex-partner. So basically, she would write these things to herself under his name, and she got him arrested 6 times. In fact, at one point, he lost his job. As a result of her vileness, she reported him for stalking, harassment, and threatening to stab her, leaving her feeling suicide. All this was made up. This was total fantasy. She made 10 police statements, which saw him arrested 6 times in 4 months, spending 81 hours in custody. She claimed one of the messages read, "She's getting a blade in her chest." The court heard that her ex was charged with assault, stalking, and was electronically tagged whilst on bail. Bearing in mind this is a total tissue of lies. He lost his job. He said in a statement, "At my lowest point, I felt life wasn't worth living." They were together for 2 years, but broke up in October 2019. She waged her campaign the next year from July to December. But cops found the abuse coming from at least 17 of the social media accounts were created using her email and IP addresses, because they can find it. Anyway, she's only been locked up for 10 months. I'd have had her locked up for... Yeah. I mean, she's obviously a bit thick. I mean, to be honest with you, I would absolutely have had her in prison for 10 years. He lost his job, he was arrested, he spent 80 hours in police custody, and all because she made it up. Absolutely, just dreadful. Dreadful. Oh, honestly, can't believe it. This is greatness, Steve. This is from Jonathan Shallett. What? I'm obviously missing another bit of this. Did we mention we mentioned Jonathan earlier on, didn't we? We're always talking about Jonathan Shalit. Why did we mention it? Why do we mention Jonathan Shalit? Well, because we just like to. Because we're like that. Yeah, why not? Why not indeed, actually. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, The Apprentice is back tonight. I can't get on with The Apprentice at all. They're too stupid for words. And this time they have to invent a kid's toothbrush. I mean, it's just rubbish. I read this story a week ago, so they must have done it. It must have all been filmed, I think, ages ago. Ricky Gervais says the Pope is stupid. Which is a bit of a pronouncement, I think, on that one. Let's face it, the head of the Roman Catholic Church you don't want to insult. He might really know God. We don't know. You might talk to him. They found some new coral off the coast of Scotland, and Danny Dyer has broken the silence on his exit from EastEnders. And he said it's going to be really good. So I don't know whether that means they're going to kill him off, or when they say it's going to be an explosive, you think they're going to blow him up or something, or... Well, I don't know. It might be. It might be because, I mean, he's going off to do other things. Now, he's not coming out of the series to go and do other things. I think he's coming out of the series because he's finished with EastEnders. But mind you, having heard about Brooke Vincent and her storylines in Corrie, they must go through hell on these things. The school which has banned stodgy puddings at lunchtime because the sugar crash leaves kids tired. I used to love a stodgy pudding. That's the whole idea of being a child, isn't it? You know, to have a stodgy pudding. I don't know why. I don't know what stodgy puddings are. Cornflake flan. Did you have cornflake? No. We just got things with pink custard. Pink custard or... What was the other thing? Oh, I know the thing about Jonathan Shalit, because somebody wrote in and said that they went to the same school. Something about swimming. Something about swimming. What did you have to wear for swimming? What did you wear for swimming at school, Jonathan? This is greatness. Groundbreaking. Yeah. This is greatness. Groundbreaking Hollywood legend. Is this the... Are you talking about the death of... Wait a minute. Ronnie Spector. Is that what it is? She fronted the Ronettes. She's died at the age of 78. Is that greatness? Is that Ronnie Spector? I used to love the Ronettes. I've got them on a Christmas album, which is it's just great, just great. And of course, you know, be my little baby. She had a brief battle with cancer. Power and Grace. God, it's getting more cryptic by the minute. Power and Grace, groundbreaking Hollywood. Come on, Jonathan, spill the beans here. I can't bear games at this time of the morning. But she had a battle with cancer, and also Baby I Love You. Surrounded by her family and husband Jonathan when she died the other day. I like it when they write that. They do things. Oh, Sidney Poitier. Sidney Poitier. Do you know his daughter, Jonathan, has written an 800-page thing about her father, saying what a fantastic man he was. And I loved Sidney Poitier. I always remember him in that film. He did the film with Lulu, To Sir with Love, which was groundbreaking at the time. It really was. I mean, but I know he's done loads of other things. He did Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, I think. He was 94. 94, but what a man. I watched To Sir with Love the other day, actually. He was like a lighthouse, she said. He was a humanitarian, and his tribute in full, she said, there are no words. She wrote 800. She says he blazed a trail through rough and hostile terrain, so those coming behind him could have a bit more ease on the journey. So the people that claimed that this mountain was theirs and theirs alone would know that we belonged, that it was indeed our mountain too, that we were coming and we were staying. He literally changed the landscape for everybody who came after him. And I don't think anybody would ever disagree. Everybody has given such an outpouring. He was given a Medal of Freedom in 2009 by Barack Obama. Do you know, I warmed to Barack Obama. I like Barack Obama and his wife. I thought, Michelle Obama, I just thought she should have stood for president. Things could have been a lot better, I think. A lot better, but that's just my humble opinion. Jules in Nottingham. No, it's not Nottingham, it's Northampton. I've moved you, I'm ever so sorry. My husband always says everything has a shelf life, so every nut and bolt and piece of glass would fail one day. Wouldn't get me in that pool. Oh, see, I don't like that either. There were some people the other day repairing a castle, but it's very old, and they're hanging from ropes, putting cement into the bricks. And I'm looking at it thinking, if they're putting cement into the bricks, it's obviously not that stable. It might just collapse. Very worrying. Steve I don't think the Old Kent Road is quite gentrified yet, and Shoreditch always looks as though it could do with a blooming good wash. Oh, it's very posh, Shoreditch. You want to see the prices in Shoreditch? Linda says, what's Whitton like these days? It's okay. It's okay. It's got a little high street. Not a lot on it. I think it had one of the last Wimpy bars, which was quite nice. And before Christmas, I managed to pick up a copy of the Hippodrome book. It's great. I managed to get the last one in the shop. Well, we found a few more of this fabulous book on the Hippodrome. It's on Amazon. Just type in the Hippodrome book. You will find it. You will find it. And I don't know how many books they've actually got, but there's enough to keep you happy. But there's only 1,000 that have been printed. And if you get one of them, and it's on discount offer, isn't it, at the moment? We discovered it for about £23 something, as opposed to 30. But it's quite stunning. Quite stunning. Everybody should have a copy of it. I'm saying that now. I don't have a vested interest. I just think because the building is still there and it's got such a great history and so many fantastic people worked there, it's a bit like this building. This building's had more famous people in it than you can shake a stick at. I mean, on a daily basis. You know, people that you sit and watch on television. I sit and watch on television. I see them in here. See, mind you, they also are looking at me as well at the same time, you know, going, yeah, peering through the glass. I get that a lot, actually, people peering through the glass door at me. I don't know why, actually. Jonathan Shallett says his trailblazing light will shine forever. It will, absolutely. Absolutely. 94, I mean, that is some innings. Yes, I don't think Mr. Moyles likes people looking in. I remember once there was somebody who was doing a tour, and because there's nothing to watch on a radio programme, but he's got big picture windows in his studio. I've only got a little sliver of glass down the middle. And although it's amazing, actually, how soundproofed it is, isn't it? I remember once Capital Radio had a mariachi band in, and they all got changed in the room opposite, in what we call the hub. And they had so they came in their day clothes, and they put all their mariachi gear on with the big Spanish and Mexican helmet, and then went in there playing da 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 da. Oh, that was great. No, not recently, about a year and a half ago, something like. It was very good, very good. What else we got? We got a. Oh, experts saying Omicron will soon be on its way out. That'd be quite nice. Denise Van Outen wants Kimberly Walsh to join her on the Gogglebox sofa. Certainly doesn't want the ex-boyfriend. That's a fact. Valentine's Day is a month away. Just thought I'd remind you. You know, if you're thinking of sending loved ones, you know, month tomorrow, isn't it? Which is nice. I don't really do Valentine's Day. There'll always be the one girl, though, won't there? Somebody always reminded me years ago. She'd be sitting on the train going home with the biggest bunch of these people who have all these things. Because it's funny, isn't it? It's always the person. I'm totally of the opinion that these people sitting there with the flowers on the train send them to themselves at work. I like it. The hit and run Yob coming up, boasting he's driven without a licence since he was 12. They've apparently just sort of, you know, banned him from driving for about 3 months. Doesn't really seem worth it, does it? And the TV bosses losing out by ignoring the menopause. Who said that? A very well-known person. Plus the fitness fanatic suing the gym for ageism. And it's all to do with music.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's LBC, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Thursday, the 13th of January, which means that a month tomorrow, it's Valentine's Day. But I bet you anything, if they've got Easter eggs in the shops, very shortly there'll be the Valentine's cards and all the rest of it. I never quite see the purpose of them. I understand exactly what a Valentine's card is. You send it to somebody and you just put a kiss in there and you don't tell them who it's from. Well, what a waste of time that is. Why don't you just put your name, address and phone number? And then if somebody's interested, who wants a secret admirer? Nowadays, that's called a stalker. Yeah, it's very creepy. You don't want anything like that going on. Thank you very much indeed. So I'm recommending this year you put your phone number in there and a picture of yourself. You know, because it makes more sense. But also, you can do this on the internet. You can send things to people on the internet, or on if you've got somebody's telephone number, because they do this program, don't they, on the television? And it's about secret admirer. And they invite somebody in and they go, you've got a secret admirer, you know, and no, Joey Essex is not on it, thank God. I don't think he's on anything, is he really, at the moment? Not anything, poor soul. But it's a secret admirer program. So they have somebody on and they say to them, who do you think your secret admirer could be? And, you know, the bloke or the girl will go, I don't know. And it turns out mainly it's people who've been their friends for a while, or they've worked with them, and then they go, "Oh, I've always fancied you," and you think, "Oh, scary." Imagine actually having to go into work, because you're not interested. I've never had a friend like that. No, not at all. Well, I don't think so. Why? Do you think there's one around the corner? Oh, hello, Steve. Look, because they did it on American television, and this was the problem, that it was a bloke who was on television, and he was a beefy bloke and all the rest of it, and he looked like, he was sort of king of the rugby and all the rest of it in America, and they brought him on this show, and he's got a secret admirer, and the secret admirer was a bloke. And he came on there and he said, "Listen, I'm in love with you," and all the rest of it. And this bloke was so humiliated, I think he ended up shooting him. I have a feeling there was a shooting, and somebody said, this is too dangerous to have, because you're basically putting people in an embarrassing situation. And the embarrassment for him was that he was a red-blooded male, and this was a gay guy. There you go, Scott Amadure. This was on the Jenny Jones show. Amadure revealed he was attracted to an acquaintance, Jonathan Schmitz. 3 days later, Schmitz confronted Amadure and shot him twice in the chest. He confessed to the killing and was found guilty of second-degree murder. The Amadure family successfully sued the Jenny Jones show for wrongful death, but the judgment was overturned by the Michigan Court of Appeals. The episode was never broadcast, although segments of it were played by television news programs. I remember it vividly, because that's what, and it was all cancelled. It was almost like they used to do bear baiting on Jerry Springer's show. When Jerry Springer first started off, his show was afternoon, cup of tea, guests and lightly chatting and all the rest of it. And then they turned the show around and they started doing bear baiting, the audience against guests. People who'd lied on television, all sorts of things, and the audience would start shouting at the guests on the stage, and it became, they'd be going, Jerry, Jerry, Jerry. And some of them, it was borderline fisticuffs. They used to have security to try and separate these ghastly people. You'd never allow it nowadays. Never. I interviewed Jerry Springer, but this was just before the show changed, because before it was, as I say, this afternoon cup of tea thing. And it was interesting, but they wanted the ratings. And so I remember I used to watch the Ricky Lake show. I used to watch all of these shows because I didn't like Montel Williams as much, actually, because that was a little bit too deep and meaningful. I wanted the frothy stuff, and also because I just loved the idea that Ricky Lake had lost so much weight that she'd gone from being the girl in Hairspray to this thin little thing on the television. Kilroy as well I used to watch. And is he still alive? I can't remember if Kilroy's still... We have to check these things. We're never too sure, actually. You might be listening going, yes, I think I'm still alive. I'll just have a check. Yes, I look as though I'm still alive. And his show was very good. He's still alive. He's 80. They used to record that up at Teddington Studios. Kilroy up there. I think it was up Teddington Studios. And again, it was another one of those early morning shows. Loads of people tried it. It was a very difficult format to try and get your head around. Very difficult. And I think Vanessa did one as well. Yeah, she had there were so many people that we had doing these shows. She's still got the fluorescent sign that they had just saying Vanessa. Because if you think about it, all the people who are successful, one word, Kilroy, Vanessa. It's the two names didn't kind of work. Interesting. Oh, that's right. I remember Vanessa's show, because actually I knew somebody who was working behind the scenes in the planning department, because it was reported by the Daily Mirror that at least 3 guests on the programme were actors from an agency, and that their personal lives discussed on the show were fabricated. I knew all about it, but I knew about it afterwards because a friend of mine was working in the office that booked the people. They said they wanted people to go on the show and do this thing, so they recruited actors. It's amazing what people used. It's amazing what people would talk about to get on television, to get on radio and television. It was so funny. I interviewed somebody years ago when we were in Golf Square, and I wish I'd known sort of beforehand, because it would have made the interview even better. But he was the very first male nude in this country in a glossy women's magazine where they actually printed a naked man. And so the company, and I forget what the name of it was, but it came out, it's a glossy magazine that came out monthly, and they had feature, and he was the first one to do it, so he became quite famous. And he came into the studio to be interviewed, and the people from the magazine were there, and it was all wonderful. I didn't know that he'd made porn beforehand. So consequently, had I been aware of this, that he'd been taking his clothes off for quite some time in magazines, it would have because he'd obviously not been truthful with the magazine by saying, oh, I've never done anything like this before. But had you been armed with that kind of stuff, but the Vanessa thing, it was the fake guests. It was guests who were pretending to be something. I mean, I think that in America, there are agencies. So if you're looking for sort of, a one-armed lesbian who climbed the Eiger or something like that, there would be an agency that would find somebody for you who they fitted into particular things. So people then started contacting agencies saying, oh, by the way, I don't know if you ever saw, but there was a chicken on Simon Cowell's Britain's Got Talent who played the organ. With its beak, it played the organ. We all thought it was a joke, and Simon, you have to check it out, because originally there's these two women bring on the chicken. They've got a little portable organ there. You'll all be doing this, I tell you, and it doesn't do anything for the first thing, and then all of a sudden it turns round, and it bangs out the tune. It is the most amazing thing you've ever seen. And here is the chicken. So it's Joku, the chicken, plays the piano. And nobody believes it. The audience, whatever, it's a part of old rubbish. They put it down in front of the keyboard, and for a few minutes it doesn't do anything, and all the rest of the panel are sort of going, it's not going to do it, is it? She turns it round, and she sort of makes it face the keyboard. She said, he loves playing the keyboard. And have you got the sound up? You should play this. You can play it with the sound up. This thing eventually will start playing this tune. You can see them all going, oh, this is a pile of rubbish. This is a fake. But then when this thing starts playing, nobody can believe it. It's only hitting. It plays the tune. It absolutely, and I can't remember what the tune is, but and they can't believe it. Is it Greensleeves? No, have you heard it? It's unreal. It obviously knows what it's doing. In the end, it gets a standing ovation. It's a chicken that plays the keyboard. Who'd have thought? How does it know? And they said I think it must be playing America the Beautiful or something like that, because it's a little bit patriotic. And now whether or not it's not hitting the right notes, but it appears to be hitting the right notes. It's very, very clever, isn't it? It wasn't this I thought was genuine, unlike the bloke who had a dog that talked. Do you remember? And did you not remember the dog that talked? Yeah. He'd fitted a fake piece over the mouth of the dog, and he had a little button that he pressed, and it opened and closed. And people were going, amazing, he has a dog that talks, and it was on the television with Simon Cowell. And then somebody went, no. This is what a lot of comedians do, ventriloquists, when they bring them up on stage, and they put this plastic thing over somebody and they control it. Hello, I like you more, and all this kind of stuff. But this dog, because it had a lot of fur around its mouth, the little mouthpiece that fitted over looked like it, but he controlled the opening and close. I'm surprised you haven't heard of this one. Yeah. I don't know what it talked about. It just sort of agreed with him, I think. I can't remember. But it was only recently. This wasn't donkeys years ago. I love the way he sort of... It's like somebody wrote to me and said, I think you'll find it was Spectre that died, Phil Spector, and then blow me down, along comes the news with Ronnie Spector. Have to fact check. We're always right, actually. We never get things wrong. Apparently, M&S are selling boxes of blonde chocolate matchsticks and a light-up box of chocolates on Valentine's Day. Oh, I like chocolate matchsticks. They used to do those. They were called matchmakers, and they came in orange and mint and dark chocolate, and they were very nice. Very nice indeed. Steve, I heard you talking about radio presenters. Did you ever meet Kenny Everett? I didn't. No, I mean, he'd been fired, I think, twice from Capital Radio. But I mean, he was, if you ask anybody in the business, Kenny Everett was a creative genius. He just would spend ages putting together the bits for his show. A little bit like sort of Nick Abbott does with his sound effects, but Kenny Everett was doing it years and years ago. And he was the first person to play Bohemian Rhapsody. First time they'd ever played a 6-minute record on the radio. Almost unheard of. And he liked it so much, he put the needle back to the beginning and they played it twice.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Oh, I've forgotten where I was. Just for a brief moment. Did you ever watch Maury Povich? I didn't. I know who they are, but I don't remember the show at all. So it's obviously one that didn't feature in my sort of watching. But he hosted. It was a tabloid sort of talk show, and he's still going. He's about 82. I don't know whether he's still doing the show. I shouldn't imagine so, because it looks like it was he was one of the executive producers, and he was renewed through the 21-22 season. Good grief, 30 series. So there you go. But it was revived. I think also, didn't they also have? I think they had Jerry Springer, Deal or No Deal, Trisha Goddard and everything else, although she's back in the country, which is good news. Maya Jama showing off a huge diamond ring. This is an old one, actually. She showed this off the other week. We've seen the picture of her holding her hand up so you can see the ring. It's all a little bit pretentious. And this coral has been found. Now, they have problems with coral, don't they, around the world, because with pollution and stuff like that, it destroys it. But this is a new one found off the coast of Scotland. It was discovered 2,000 metres in the Rockall Trough. How on earth do they find coral there? Odd thing. I don't even know what the Rockall... I've heard of Rockall, but I don't know what the Rockall Trough is. I used to laugh when I used to listen to the shipping forecast on one radio station, and they would go Dogger Bank, Finisterre, good but rough. It's also known as the Rockall Basin. There you go. I think fishermen are really listening to this. I could never quite work it out. Ricky Gervais. As I say, it's in the middle of nowhere, isn't it? Wow. That's quite interesting, is it? I'm quite interested in stuff like... I don't want to go there, but I'm quite interested in it. So apparently Ireland and Scotland are in dispute over Rockall Island. You can't live on this thing. It doesn't look big enough, does it, really? It's just this bit of rock coming out of the ocean. But where does it come from? I mean, is it sort of millions and millions of years old? It's very interesting. But they think there's oil around it. Oh, that's why. That's why they're fighting over it. Always the way. Ricky Gervais makes all the papers. Today, he's blasted stupid Pope Francis for saying couples who choose to have pets instead of children are selfish. I have to be honest, sometimes, popes don't really come up with it at all, but he says, I think what he believes in is ridiculous. It's a stupid thing to say, isn't it? How can not having children be selfish? And so the Pope expressed concern at global birth rates and argued dogs and cats were taking the place of children. So there you go. Falling over on the ice, Bez. Apparently he was with Happy Mondays, but I mean, that was so many years ago. It's gone into the dark ages. And Philip Schofield has warned dancing on ice is dangerous. Yet they're on ice. It's slippery. It's on ice. So they've had people who've crashed out before. I don't think it's going to change the programme in any way, shape or form. Danny Dyer has broken his silence on quitting EastEnders and promised fans that his final storyline will be special. Explosive. The actor who's played Mick Carter since 2013 had been thinking about leaving Albert Square for a while. He says, when you're in a job like a soap, your contract comes up for renewal, and every time they've asked me to stay, I've seen lots of people come and go. It's very tough. He said he was grateful for the years he'd had on set and promised to go out in gripping style. Well, it'll be down to the writers, I think, to decide how you're going to be going out. He said, it'll be a sad year for me, but I'm very excited. So we're going to make this year an effing special one. He cannot not swear. He swears all the time. He said, I'm 44 now. I've had 9 years of playing Mick, and I think he needs to be rested. Oh, there we go. So he's going to go off and he's doing something on Sky. I think it's some drama. It's bound to be money, isn't it? It's always going to be money, I think. Things like that. And also lots on Connor Ball now from the Vamps. Even looking at a picture of him, I didn't know who he was. Doesn't help, does it? Really? The Vamps are still going, yes. He said, I made a point. I had to say, P.S., I'm not leaving the Vamps, but he's set up another band as well. So, and he's also going to be on the Dancing on Ice thing he's doing or something like that. So now you know. Booze and chocolates are getting extra security in stores to deter shoplifters. Well, people have always nicked booze. I've seen people nicking booze in Marks and Spencer's. You can see them when they walk in. They don't have any qualms whatsoever. They literally walk in. They don't... Years ago, shoplifters look a bit furtive and all the rest of it. Not now. They walk straight in, pick up the bottle. They know exactly which one they're going for, and they walk straight out. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And also chocolates. And especially, of course, coming up to Valentine's Day. That's what people give to people, isn't it? Chocolates. A Tesco is keeping bottles of spirits locked away in a champagne chiller. And an Aldi store has filled its shelves with dummy bottles of booze bearing the message display only. Please ask at the tills. Because they get that in a lot of places. Take this to the till and they will give it to you. Yeah, razors and stuff like that. The most nicked item, razors. Razor blades, sorry, the most nicked item, razor blades. But they had to put it in Iceland in oh my lord. The Royal Mint have released a new Prince Andrew commemorative 50p. Oh, it's a spoof 50p piece. It's got the Queen's head on one side with her hand over her face as if to go, oh, God, how much worse could it get? That's very good, actually. I'd buy that. I'd buy that coin. The Royal Mint and the new Prince Andrew one. It's a spoof, of course, but still very good. The magazine was Cosmopolitan. No, it wasn't, Jean. No, definitely. I think it was called For Women. For Women. Cosmopolitan's was Burt Reynolds, who posed for a nude centrefold, but he wasn't. It was covered by the Staples. It was sort of a little bit disappointing. The search history this morning is awful. First male nude. No, it was. I think it was called For Women. I'm pretty certain. It was just that he did have a history of taking his clothes off, which didn't really help. Anyway, you've moved me away, actually, from the chocolate. Somebody says, I've never seen chocolate sealed in a plastic security box before. They did it in Iceland. They had to put the meat in these plastic security boxes and just to make sure that people wouldn't pinch it. You'll like it. If you're a doggy lover, you will absolutely love the next story. This is a strong litter of golden retrievers crossed with a German shepherd bred by the charity Guide Dogs. And this proud mummy has 16 puppies. It's like an entire football team. I mean, it is so unusual. Matthew Bottomley, head of breeding operations, said, a litter of 16 is incredibly unusual with such a gift. The pandemic has had a detrimental impact on our charity's breeding programme and how many litters we can have, so these puppies are even more treasured. 16 of them. Mum looks fantastic. They're all absolutely stunningly beautiful. You'd go for them all, but they're going to be trained as guide dogs, or as they call them, stars of the future. Which is very clever, isn't it? Very, very clever. The school that's banned stodgy puddings. This is Scott Wilkie Primary in East London has used the money to give kids a healthy, energy-boosting morning snack. God, how boring. Just when you really want sticky toffee pudding or sort of spotted dick or something like that. Also, somebody's written to the Daily Star. They say, please tell me how pointless, still on our screens, is what it says. Pointless. Wow, you won a jackpot of £3,000. It's the BBC. It can't compete versus others as their greedy staff demand high salaries. It's not a case of demanding high salaries. It doesn't work like that. The BBC will say, well, we'd very much like to, renew Alexander's contract. And the agent will then say, well, we'd like an increase. The audience has gone up. And they will then go yes or no. It's not a case of people demanding. Very often the actual celebrity in the frame has nothing to do with negotiations, and you get what you can. If somebody offers you money, they will have a budget, and they work to the budget. Yes, I couldn't really take that. In fact, quite a lot of people at the BBC actually decrease their salaries because they were only very good. The chicken knew which notes didn't play because the keys lit up. Well, whatever it was, I didn't see the keys lighting up at all on it, but it looked very impressive. Very impressive. A chicken that plays an instrument. How lovely. I was an audience member in 2 Kilroy shows. I had to ask questions to the people that were featured. A friend's daughter was a researcher and called me twice to appear. Great fun. It's amazing how many friends admitted to watching it and saw me, says Tanya. Yeah, I mean, they're making television programmes. I can only explain it like that. When I've been to the Royal Variety performance, you have to realise it's not really a show for the people in the theatre. They're making it for television. The whole thing is done. They'll go, can we stop that? Many's the time I've been to the Royal Variety and they've sort of stopped the show and they've said, OK, can we just go back and do this bit again? And so they've done it. That's how it works. It's television. Steve, dentist today, stage 3 of my implant, says Viv in Suffolk. Will be listening to you through my headset during the procedure. Oh, my God, fathers. I don't want to be involved in things like that. That's quite good, though. I remember seeing there was a dentist once, and he had a mirror over the chair so you could see what was going, because I think it's the fear that people have of the dentist, because you don't know what they're doing. All you hear is a woo, woo, and makes my teeth go a bit funny. Well, it apparently makes it a bit easier if you can see what's going on. I've heard of dentists who have heated chairs, and dentists who say, oh, you can have this procedure and that. I just say, listen, knock me out. Do whatever you want. Knock me out for general anaesthetic. Apparently an episode of Have I Got News for You takes a couple of hours to film. Yes, I can well imagine. The Generation Game, when I went to see that in Shepherd's Bush, that was 2 hours. 2 hours out of your life. It's boring to watch a lot of television programmes. They try and G the audience up at the beginning. Come on, okay, let's have loads of applause. And then they go, they come up with the warm-up men say the same thing. If you're sitting next to somebody you shouldn't be careful. The camera might be on you. Never is. Never is.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 25 minutes to 7. Do you know, we did it the other day, these new tearless onions set to hit the supermarket. And everybody said, yeah, very nice indeed, but they're £1.50. For 3, which is 30 pence more than a 4-pack of onions, and apparently they've got no taste to them. So it seems a bit pointless, actually. The whole idea of onions is that you want them to taste of it. I can't wait to get these pickled onions now. I really can't. Whatever happened to they were doing a piece in one of the papers, actually, on films that, because we've all gone woke. Woke means that it's a case of, you can't make that anymore, that's offensive. So in other words, they couldn't make the film Tootsie with Dustin Hoffman now because that's transphobic. OK, you couldn't have The Wizard of Oz because of all the little people that they used in it. What did they call that one? I can't remember what that one was called. It was something else. They've come up with all these different names. Also, Rocky, racist. I mean, it is quite unbelievable. And also, do you remember the show? You might not remember it. The Likely Lads. There was a show called Whatever Happened to the Likely Lads, and it was with Rodney Bewes and James Bolam. And they played a working class bloke and a sort of trying to do very well for himself on the ladder. Rodney Bewes was lovely. He was supposed to come in for an interview, actually, and for some reason he didn't quite make it. Well, he did make it, actually, but he had to leave a bit earlier than expected. He had a slight... Anyway, viewers are warned that these, because they're now being added to BritBox, that the show contains language and attitudes of the period that may offend, and sexist, racist and homophobic content. This is from a show from God knows how many years ago, actually, so it now gets the content warning. During an interview with Michael Parkinson in 2005, Rodney Bewes revealed that he and James had not spoken for 30 years. 30 years. Rodney had appeared on the Basil Brush Show. He had his own sitcom, which he created and wrote. He had a guest role in Doctor Who, and he passed away in 2017 without making amends with James. The Likely Lads was on 64 to 66. So it's 60 years old. But everything was different in those days. They had to put a warning on it. Apparently, Bridget Forsyth was Bob's wife, Thelma. She landed herself some big shows, such as Boone and Open All Hours. Turned up in Corrie as an escort who went on a date with Ken Barlow. Noel Dyson took on the role of Thelma's mother. She played Ken Barlow's mother, Ida. Bill Owen was in it. He was George Chambers, Thelma's father. I mean, everybody was in this thing. Christopher Biggins, believe it or not, was also in it. He was Terry's friend Podge. I mean, he was also in Poldark, surprise, surprise. He won the 7th series of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. James Bolam, of course, was famous for that role in When the Boat Comes In. I don't think I ever saw it, actually. But he also did Only When I Laugh, which was with, I don't believe it, it was set in a hospital. And Richard Wilson, and he played somebody who worked in the hospital as well. But he was also in The Plot Against Harold Wilson. He's quite a serious actor, actually, James Bolam. But now people are sort of saying, oh, no, you can't make that thing nowadays because it was racist, sexist and homophobic. And you think, but, you know, you could listen to half the things on the radio. I mean, Round the Horn would never get made now. Kenneth Williams and all the gang there. You can imagine the double entendre. People would be complaining left, right and centre. You know, because people complain about everything. The Telegraph today, Andrew Prince Andrew, believe it or not, but I think we're just not really bothering, actually. Risks humiliation. Now he faces court, writes Camilla Tominay. Why it's time for the Duke to pay up. They're all convinced that they're going to do a settlement out of court. All those programmes, by the way, were of their time. I mean, you wouldn't make them now, but the people seem to take delight in saying, we need to put a warning on it, as if we're children or something. As if we've never heard jokes about gay people or this or that. It's ridiculous. Steve, even with a mirror over the dentist's chair, I wouldn't be able to see what was going on as they take your glasses off. Do they? Oh, I've never known that. Mind you, I just sort of lie there and try and think about anything else, apart from what's going on, with a drill in your mouth. I hated the injections. I wonder why they take your glasses off. Mind you, sometimes, I suppose because if you're drilling, you get water spray, don't you? Bits of tooth coming out and jagging you in the neck or something. I don't know what's going on. Other stories which are in the paper today, well, I tell you, it's all sort of the Frank Spencer of skating. This is sort of Bears, who used to be in some group that you probably never heard of called the Happy Mondays, and he's already freely admitted that he can't skate. He's obviously doing it for the money. But there is another story about a diabetic driver who killed another motorist after blacking out because of low blood sugar because he'd failed to check it. Because I've just filled in my licence again, because you have to do it every 3 years if you're diabetic, just to make sure. This particular guy, Thomas Treadwell, swerved into an oncoming car. The driver was killed. Treadwell was seriously injured because diabetics should test blood sugars every 2 hours whilst driving. But a court heard Treadwell did so 7 hours earlier. He was drinking Red Bull. Fatal for diabetics. He comes from Basel on his way to see the girlfriend. He's now banned from driving until sentencing. So, probably very wise. They do say on this thing, do you agree to testing? And of course you do. But I've never had a blackout. And I would certainly not be stupid enough to drink Red Bull. I mean, that's why people drink it. You see people standing at the bus stops in the morning going, oh, my head, and drinking Red Bull. I've seen people drinking it on the train, cans of Red Bull. And you think to yourself, not for a diabetic. Not for a diabetic. Oh, here we go. Towie's Arge yet again dragging out this story. I'm looking for love, but it's not Lydia, and it won't be the GC. Well, I think that's already been decided for you, love. And, of course, the reason that he's newly slim is because he had a £10,000 gastric band fitted, not something. He said he's also hoping to start a family this year. I love the way they live in cloud cuckoo land, don't they? He's not found anybody. That he insists his friendships with Lydia and Gemma, I think they both ended up hating him. Didn't they? I think Gemma has gone on record saying she absolutely can't stand him now. And Lydia was messed around so much. That so it's gastric sleeve surgery, which is, I think sleeve is banned. I think it's the same kind of thing. And it's £10,000. But as I say, who can afford that one? I've got no idea. But, shame he didn't do it the proper way. They tell you what they've got. They've just opened up a museum. It's a museum that's already there. But what they've got is they're celebrating clothes worn by Vera Lynn. When she was visiting Burma, they've still got the outfit she wore. The family kept everything. All of her clothes and everything, including her wedding clothes as well. Sweeping stage gowns, letters, paint. I mean, she died when she was 103. Her daughter, Virginia Lewis Jones, helped organise the exhibition at the Ditchling Museum of Art and Crafts in the East Sussex village where the star lived. Virginia said it's right and proper, it should be here. It looks fantastic, it really does. To think that everything was kept. And also, Dame Vera, I didn't know, painted, apparently, for much of her life. 20 works on display. And it follows everything. And also her treasured secret diary, from donkey's years ago, and you've got everything. Gold discs, photographs, the cardboard cake from her marriage to Harry Lewis, because people didn't have cakes in those days. It was a cardboard cake, so you could have a picture taken with a cake. Looks lovely, actually. There's a new portrait. Yeah, during the war, people didn't have money for who could make cakes. You couldn't get the ingredients. You might only be getting 2 eggs a week. You have to save up for the best part of a year, by which time the eggs might have gone off. The Marks and Spencer's going sour on midget gems. They're now called, apparently the name was dubbed a freak show. It's only taken them 50 years to get round to it because somebody complained. They're the first to drop the word midget. They're now mini gems. But they have axed the name. But apparently, Vegan-friendly firm Free From Fellows, whose products are on shelves at Sainsbury's, Morrison's, WH Smith and Boots, have also ditched the name. Dr. Pritchard now wants more firms to follow suit. Oh, my goodness me, honestly. It's never ending, is it, really? Love Islander Molly May Haig's comments suggesting anybody can be successful if they just work hard enough continue to be picked over. Eva Simpson, writing in the Mirror, says, but I don't think she meant to be insensitive. She's still only 22 and has a lot to learn about life. She does. As we said before, she hasn't had to work herself to death. Her agent says, we've got a gig for you today. You have to turn up and somebody will do your hair and makeup and you're going to wear some underwear. OK, yeah, I'll do that. That's how it works. She doesn't have to go out there and find this jobs. Goodness sake, honestly. The oldest remains of a modern human have been redated 30,000 years earlier than previously thought to be 230,000 years ago. The fossils known as Homo 1 were found in Ethiopia. Good Lord, the Eastern African fossils are regarded as the oldest representing our species, Homo sapiens. Wow. Is this kind of disproving the Bible, then? There was no Garden of Eden or anything else? Oh, dear, honestly. It gets so confusing, doesn't it? Just when I was hoping that it really was the Garden of Eden and there was an apple and a snake and Adam and Eve with no clothes on and stuff like that. I mean, an early version of Naked Attraction, it quite clearly was. You know, snake going, not voting for that.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
It's amazing how many of you were audience members on shows on the television and how many people have said we had to sit there forever and a day because they take ages to do these things and then they go back and go, wait a minute, we just need to check the tapes and just make sure everything's recorded, because once they've done a show, that's it. They have to check it and they go, yep, you're all free to go. We used to get it all the time, actually. All the time. Steve, I used to watch Maury Povich and Kilroy. I did meet Kilroy once. I thought he was very nice. What happened to them? Well, Maury Povich is still going. Kilroy's not. I think he retired a long time ago. And Paul says, only when I laugh, Peter Bowles was the main part. The old ones were the best. Yes, I think it's available. Steve, I used to go to a dentist in Battersea that had an aerial photo of that part of London on the surgery ceiling, somebody to think over when you're in the dentist's chair. I think anything, Jenny, to take away from the fact that somebody was, sort of probing about in your mouth. I mean, some dentists have televisions. Although, to be honest with you, I mean, it depends how sensitive you are. Some people are very sensitive. I remember once I went to the dentist, I had to have about 4 injections. My mouth appeared to be numb for, like, the entire day. And the only thing that you could ever eat, go like that. You couldn't eat anything solid, so you had to drink soup. And most of it you dribbled down the front. Imagine doing the show after the dentist. I'm just nipping to the dentist. Then I'm going to come at you. Steve, people in their 60s today would have been about 20 when Bez and the Happy Mondays were around. And Linda says, I want to complain about people who complain. Who do I write to? Oh, I don't know. I think there's a department, isn't there? Not too sure about it. Steve, James Bolan also starred in the children's series Grandpa, In My Pocket 2009 and New Tricks 2003 to 2012. James Bolan denied there was ever a rift between him and Rodney Bewes, stating it was work commitments that kept them from speaking. I mean, you get loads of this, don't you? Of sort of people who work on shows and double acts and things like that, and people who don't socialise. Because it must drive you mad. We talked about this a few weeks ago. Of people who were, in pop groups. You see that a lot of the time. Pop groups, then all of a sudden somebody goes, I don't want to be in this group anymore. I think I want to go and, forge, and that's when they disappear. That's when they disappear. Because you're with each other all the time, and you're very much controlled by the management, who will say to you, right, you've got an early morning appearance on, Lorraine. You need to be there for 5 o'clock in the morning. You'll be going on stage. You'll do 2 songs, blah, 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 miming. And they'll sit you on chairs and that'll be it. So your hair and makeup and the clothes will be down there. And so it's all done. It's all, there's people who rush around London with clothes and bags of makeup. I mean, if ever you see a makeup artist, they don't turn up with a couple of lipsticks and a bit of eyeshadow. They turn up with what looks like a suitcase. I mean, admittedly, by the time they've finished, I mean, you do look pretty good. Because they've managed to... did I wear it? Absolutely. Yeah, you have to wear it on television. There's no way... The only thing you can get away with on television is probably, a bit of powder. But if they're filming people outside, they don't say, oh, by the way, I've got my powder puff here. Can you just put a bit of this on? It's only to reduce the shine. But in a studio, the lights are so draining that you literally go for, first of all, under the eyes with a bit of hide and heel. You know, anything to sort of block out things, make you look gorgeous. And a bit of lippy. The only thing we didn't have was lippy, actually. But no, a bit of foundation, and then sort of they do your eyebrows and stuff like that. And you emerge and you go, pretty good, pretty cool. I remember when I did a video when we were in Fleet Street, and I had to walk down the alley. They were filming me, and I had to get to the curb and then just take my glasses off. This apparently made me look intelligent. So they thought. And I'd love to know if anybody's ever got a clip of that, because I don't think it saw light of day. It was we were pitching for the news contract for BSB, BSB, which then became B Sky B, and we were pitching, and we got it on the strength of me walking down the alley and all the other people, because they interviewed people in the office. They said, does anybody want to have a go at it? And so they interviewed people, and I said, no, I'll have a go. I don't really mind putting a bit of makeup on, and got the gig, which was lovely. I can't remember how I got the gig, actually. I'm sure we had to write a story. They gave you the bits and pieces, and you had to write the story to see if you could do it, or if you could fill. Well, as you can well imagine, I had no trouble filling whatsoever. I could have done about 3 days. Viv says, I was in the chair for 2.5 hours at the dentist. Lots of podcast time. You can watch TV on the ceiling in my dentist, which sounds quite nice. And Paul says, I'm 53, and I've been seeing shows since I was 18, recorded or live, mainly during the days of LWT in the London studios. Love them all. The best recorded, Lily Savage on Blankety Blank. Naughty. Oh, God, he used to lose his temper on that. Oh, dear me, was he rude. Was he rude? The time because they actually ended up doing, Lily was doing something up in Nottingham in the next studio, and apparently you could hear the screams coming through the wall. It was terrible. But the outtakes from Blankety Blank are amazing, quite amazing. Have you read Clarkson's Diddley Squat book? Just read it and marvelled. I thought it was marvellous, Steve. Yeah, well, I mean, I shouldn't imagine it contains the new bit where he got turned down. Although he might appeal. He might appeal that, and it might get through yet, even though 43 people complained in that nasty little village. But they don't like it. They don't like dirt on the roads. Don't have dirt on the roads. And the cars are whizzing about all over the place. And you think, goodness me, honestly. Talk about insular existence, which is very worrying. There's an 82-year-old man in the paper today. His name's Don Morton. He's a grandfather. Well, he'd have to be 82. And he's taken up skateboarding. And he has no fear of falling off and being hurt. He said, I've had a couple of falls, because the worst thing is when you get to 82, you fall, you break things. Things are a bit more, mind you, at my age, you do roughly the same kind of thing. He's a dad of 1 and a granddad of 2. He retired last year, and he says people are wrong to think skateboarding is only for youngsters. No, they're not. No, it is just for youngsters. We just have to watch that one very carefully, because it's invigorating and it tones you up. I could just imagine all the kids going, here he comes, Grandad on his blooming skateboard, skate park. And it's actually quite an old skateboard, because this one doesn't have lights on. The ones that we get down the road have got lights and a motor on them as well, and they whiz up and down the high streets. It's really dangerous, but and they lean into the traffic and lean out of the traffic. Not for me, thank you very much indeed. Not for me. What was the other one? The 8-year jail sentence handed to the mother of murdered toddler Star Hobson has been referred to the Attorney General. They think the sentence was too lenient. And there's going to be a new show about the Osmonds. And Virginia Blackburn, writing in the Express today, says that she's met Donnie on a couple of occasions. So that's the honour of being a journalist. You get to meet your teenage heroes. I've met Donnie on at least 6 occasions. He's quite charming. In fact, all of the Osmonds were quite charming. But there's going to be a new show. It's called Now the Osmonds, a new musical set to tell the tale of the clean-living family from Utah. And Joseph Peacock has been cast as the toothsome one. But to be honest, says Virginia, he doesn't look a lot like Donnie. In fact, none of the cast remotely resemble the brothers. But acting can change everything. So go for it. So there you go. I mean, it's interesting. You look at the picture of them, they don't look anything like the Osmonds at all. But it never stops people doing things, does it really? I mean, I looked at the pictures. I can't work out who would be who. I mean, I don't know. They were all famous because they were clean cut and they were having hits, but they were working from a very early age, very pushy parents. Showbiz parents, but they were appearing, I think, when sort of Donnie was about 7 or 8 or something on the Andy Williams show. They used to do their barbershop quartet stuff, but they weren't a quartet, they were more. and it was terribly popular. Just again, very quickly, Derek Evans, Mr. Motivator. He's just got his MBE, so well done. Love the suit and the hat. Fantastic, as always. We've got to go. I think it's going to be another chilly day today. I don't know. I'm definitely going to get pickled onions today, I've decided. Morning, welcome to Friday. Welcome to Friday, 14th of January. What a cold day. What a cold day for Prince Andrew. What a day for Prince Andrew, sort of phoning up and doing a Zoom chat with Fergie and going, it's all gone pear-shaped. It's all gone collapsing. And she was going, don't worry, Andrew, I support you. Unfortunately, she's about the only one who does. And his daughters, probably. But luckily, he didn't go on holiday. Otherwise, I'd have to wait till they got him back from holiday. And so now he was called in. And they've all got pictures of him arriving at Windsor. And his lawyer was there. Had to wait outside. Because this is a private family conversation. It's a case of, this is what... You don't need your lawyer here. I'm your mother. I'm telling you what's happening. We think... Charles demanded this because it's bringing the royal family into disrepute. They don't need something like this. It's a blatant insult, really, on his mother in her Jubilee year. You know, she's reached this great old age, and now this has happened. However, Prince Andrew's accuser, Virginia, says she will continue to expose the truth about the alleged abuse. Bearing in mind, he's not been charged with anything. He's denied any knowledge of anything. In fact, he doesn't even know her. But yet, they've decided to strip him of everything, and he will not get any of these titles back. He's not HRH, he becomes just an ordinary little person, which of course he is. The fact he happened to be born into a royal family isn't his problem. It was a case of that's just the way it worked. Unfortunately, he's now a private citizen. He'll probably have to pay rent on where he's living if he's a private citizen, unless the Queen's going to start gifting it to people like him, I don't know. And hopefully he'll be paying for his own bodyguards. Where this money's coming from, God alone knows. Well, even with the sale of the chalet, I mean, they reckon that already he's racked up huge solicitors' bills and legal bills, which could total at the moment, they say, about £4 or £5 million. And they haven't even gone into court. If he goes to court, he might not go to court. They might say, listen, we've done a deal. Virginia doesn't appear to want to go for a deal. She said it's not the money. It's not the money. But at least it maybe will stop him behaving arrogantly in future. But they were all there. Charles, William, they all sort of tootled along, and the Queen sat down. That's why Andrew's solicitor was not allowed in there, because this was a private family matter. We are going to... And then they issued their own statement. It was very curt. It was to the point. Basically, because I should imagine he's a big embarrassment to his mother. He's certainly a big embarrassment to the royal family. And it's... and I can't feel any sorrow at all. I think he was actually, he was heading up 195 different charities and things like that. The Royal Communications has come out. Charles and William, they say, played a crucial role in the shock move, which, of course, will come as another blow to him, because all of a sudden he's got no friends to play with. You know, nobody wants to go anywhere near him because he's bad news at the moment. And they say with the Queen's approval and agreement, the Duke of York's military affiliations, 150 people from the military wrote and said he is not a fit and proper person, and his royal patronages have been returned to the Queen. The Duke of York will continue not to undertake any public duties, not that we were aware he did anything before, and is defending this case as a private citizen, which means that she's not funding it. I believe that she had given money to him, which is what we gave her. So in a roundabout way, we're actually having to pay for this. It's just a bit embarrassing, and it could have been dealt with so much better. If he hadn't been arrogant, if he hadn't done the Emily Maitlis interview, if he hadn't talked about the sweating, because it isn't a case of in the royal family you can go on television and say something and nobody challenges you. Now everybody challenges. The court want to know, where's the evidence for the non-sweating? Where is the evidence to say that you went to the Pizza Express? You know, is there a credit card bill? How did you pay for this meal? How many royal bodyguards went with you? Because he has royal bodyguards everywhere he goes. Makes him feel a bit more important. I should imagine now he'll not be wanting to open up a newspaper. Of course, if I was the flunky who was serving him tea this morning, I'd be going, oh, have you read the paper? No, have a look at that one, mate. Oh, by the way, we are getting paid, aren't we? Because that could be the worry if they sort of cut him off without any money. Because he managed to find £6.5 million, didn't he, the other week to pay off the money he owed on the chalet in Verbier. this sort of rather naff-looking house. I mean, I've seen beautiful chalets. This ain't one of them. And he thinks it's worth 18 million. Well, they have sold it, we believe, but not for that amount. Not for that amount, which is... OK, we've got to... should we do that now? The first one is... So we're just doing numbers. Yep. Drop down 2. OK, well done. And then... OK, wait a minute. So just bear with. We have to access the computer, and it will only work on a... Where the heck is it? So much easier just to tell you what the code is. Where did we get to? We got as far as... Then... OK, and then 1 down from the first number. Yes. And then finally... There you go. We have to do that. It's is it wrong? Oh, no, don't say that. I'm reading it right. We have to do this. It's a secure system on the computer, so that only we can get into it. But because I don't want to read out the number to you, I don't know why actually. And somebody says, "Hope you're staying warm. It's perishing cold this morning." By the way, did I hear the other day your electric bill was £3.30? It's an estimated bill. For 1 month, that's a lot. It isn't a month. It doesn't come in monthly. It comes in quarterly, isn't it? You get charged monthly, do you? No, I don't think so. Is it? It's quarterly. Yeah, it's quarterly. Are you all electric? Yes. But it doesn't make any difference. That makes no difference at all. £3.30, but it's only estimated. Steve, what did you get for James O'Brien for his birthday yesterday? Same as last year, Helen. Penicillin. And I remember thinking that'll be a nice gift for him. Do you know how old he is? It never crossed my mind to work out how old James O'Brien is. How old is he? Is he 40-something? Oh, no, he's older than 40, isn't he? Is he 50? Oh, right, he reached the big 50. Oh, well, he's a good 50, isn't he? Depending on if 50 is now near death. You know, that's quite a good number. 50, honestly. Love you to pieces. Love you to pieces. Hold on. Oh, dear. I'm still trying to thaw out. It was so cold this morning. So cold. But anyway, who took the photo of the garden party at 10 Downing Street, says Martin. I don't know, it looked like a drone to me. Could have been a drone. You never know, they're all over the place now. Whenever you see these lovely shots over the top of hills and crags and mountains and over the seas and everything else, all drones, but huge drones. I mean, they really are amazing. Liz in Methley. Steve, are there any home bargain shops around your way? If so, what do you think of them? We have got one, actually. It's on I think, called the Ivy Bridge Estate. They do really cheap saucepans, like $3.99 for a saucepan with a lid on it, which is very reasonable. You can afford to use it once and throw it away. Throw it away. I went the other day. I thought I had a craving. I didn't get the blasted pickled onions, but I did get scampi. And then I get home and I'm looking, and I haven't got on it. But this time I got myself ready for sort of not going out again. And I've got no oil. So I couldn't have the scampi, which was a bit annoying. Well, I could have put it in the oven, but I like it fried. I like fried scampi. It tastes a bit like it's fish and chip shop scampi, which is sort of better. So I've got to, this morning, go and get the scampi. And I've got to get my hair cut because I'm going to see the godchildren tomorrow. I don't want them to think I've sort of, let myself go a little bit. They go, poor old Uncle Stephen, he looks like a recluse. And so I haven't. But it is getting a bit long, isn't it, really? I shall go in and have my usual. Number 1 all over. Titles that he keeps. Duke of York. Rank of Vice Admiral in the Navy, handed to him in 2015 after retiring. He retired in 2001. Order of the Garter, which is bestowed by the Queen, and Councillor of State, whatever God knows that is. But he's left with no honours whatsoever. No more dressing up, no more using HRH. And all he had to have done was just be helpful to people. It's got nothing to do whether, you believe it or you don't believe it. Why not tell the FBI what you know? What did you know about this man? I mean, it's a perfectly normal thing to ask somebody. It's like if somebody says to me, what do you know about James O'Brien? I can tell them chapter and verse. I know about him because I've worked with him for years, and Nick Farrar and all these other people. What is the difference between Prince Andrew being asked by the FBI, and it was on numerous occasions, can we have a chat about, it could have been something done over the phone, it could have been Zoom, it could have been anything. I mean, he does have his own case now, though. So, but he actually could have said, well, listen, I did see him in the park. I was just telling him I didn't want to see him ever again. We just fell out. And yet he'd been on his private jet. He'd stayed at his beautiful house in New York. He'd stayed on his island. He said, what sort of friendship did they have? I mean, I know loads of people. They don't invite me to sort of their private island and everything else. I realise not everybody is sort of, Prince Andrew, but he's not Prince Andrew. He's just Duke of York now. And he can't call himself HR. They'll have to get all the headed notepaper changed. That'll have to go out the window straight away. So not a great start to the year, is it, really? But when you look at all the things, I mean, he was stripped of dozens of royal patronages for golf clubs, universities, yacht clubs, sports associations, medical institutions, charities, and art establishments. He likes his golf, doesn't he? He likes his golf. I seem to remember he landed his helicopter on the lawn of Buckingham Palace once, and the Queen was furious because he was just abusing his position in every which way when he was going around and when he was pictured on this island. I remember which one it was, and he was stark naked. These pictures leaked into the press, and then all of a sudden people started going, "Oh, Prince Andrew." Up until that, he was sort of a bit of a playboy, but with lots of different girlfriends. Little did we realise that this was going to rebound years later. I shouldn't imagine in his wildest dreams he ever thought that this would happen, that he would be in the papers, basically dropped by his mother. I think she made the right decision. I don't think anybody who would disagree with that at all. You don't want anybody who's bringing shame into the royal family. But when you see him being driven away from his home yesterday, he looked, I shouldn't imagine be having a conversation with the driver and his lawyer like, "Whoa, what a day it's going to be today. Wonder what mummy wants." It's a marathon, not a sprint, and he will continue to defend himself against these claims with somebody which he denies. So, kind of going roundabout in circles, aren't we? Really, but he doesn't know her, so I don't think he's going to be paying any money out soon. I mean, to be honest with you, they're not exactly sort of free with their money. The royal family, they don't go out there. I mean, you only have to look at Harry to realise that clothes ain't top of his list. The Queen, puts the monarchy before everything. That's what she swore, when she was crowned. She's doing the job. There was never any chance that the Queen was ever going to step down and hand over to Charles. She was always going to stay there until she died. It's a bit like being Pope. And that's what's her primary objective in life, is to protect the monarchy and do everything she can for it. So she recycles clothes. All right, so they're always doing that. Always doing it. Harry, look, you always saw him in the same clothes all the time, with his boxer shorts poking out the back of his sort of shirt, which was all crumpled and creased. They don't think about things like that. They don't go out there and go, "Oh, I think I'll buy another tiara today." They don't spend money like that, but they would spend money on, the dogs and everything else, and the Royal Yacht Britannia. I don't think the Queen. I think she does catalogue shopping. To be honest with you, I think she's probably got the Littlewoods and Freeman's catalogue at home, and she sits down and flicks through it. The Kay's catalogue, and goes, "Can we 33 pence a week? This one is for the next 5 years. Should we go for that one? Let's go for that one." Oh no, a lot of it's recycled. And also bearing in mind, when she takes the clothes off at the end of the day and slips on her elasticated velour tracksuit, pink, it's a case of somebody else takes the clothes away. They would then be, dry cleaned. They have a complete dry cleaning laundry at Buckingham Palace. They have to. Look how many bedrooms they've got. That's a lot of duvet covers, which of course they don't use. They use sheets. Oh, they wouldn't have duvets? I think not. Oh no, very vulgar. No, it would be sheets, and so they would then dry clean her clothes. They would then go back into their hanging basket type affairs, their sort of clothes suit things, whatever they call them, and then they're hung back up again, and then they mark on it when it was last worn, so she doesn't go out in the same outfit twice in a couple of months. Andrew will no doubt, says Kim, bring out the "I'm Ronnie Pickering" card, even more than usual. Yeah, Ronnie Pickering. Do you know who I am? No, who are you? I'm Ronnie Pickering. Who's Ronnie Pickering? Answer: he's a nobody.
This is LBC.
We don't treat ourselves.
Oh, we do treat ourselves with a meal out.
The Amex Platinum card. With £300 global dining credit every year, you can eat at the restaurants you've always wanted to try. Representative 704.6% APR variable. Selected restaurants only. Annual fee. Terms apply. 18 plus. Subject to approval.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. So, Ronnie Pickering. Who are you? I'm Ronnie Pickering. Never heard of you. What do you do, love, apart from drive a little girly car? Very odd, isn't it? We're delighted, actually. We've given him a resurgence, because he must be well past his sell-by now. It was years ago that thing was taken, but he's had 15 million hits. to the neck, to the face, and just about everything else. What else have we got in the paper today, apart from Prince Andrew? It does dominate. Ed Sheeran wants a tomb at his mansion, big enough for 2 graves. He's begged permission to build a church-like place of worship in his grounds. And but as I was explaining to the producer, you can be buried in your own back garden if you so choose. You have to inform the local council, and it has to be checked that you're not going to cover any water courses and things like that, so in case of contamination. But apart from that, you can, if you've got a big enough garden, you could bury Auntie Annie out there. Obviously wait till she dies, and then you can do that. But you have to tell people as well. So if you then decide to sell the house, you have to say, oh, by the way, Auntie Annie's buried in the back garden. Some people might go for it, some people might not go for it at all. It's an odd one, isn't it, really? And Steve decided to take advantage of the electric company, so I moved in with 3 bears to keep me warm, says Chrissy from the Weald, and they can make my porridge. I love that, actually. This is Eon, isn't it? Who've sent out pairs of socks to customers to encourage them to turn the heating down. I love it. I love it. Energy bills expected to soar by more than 50% to nearly £2,000 in April. In fact, you remember it was OVO, I've never even heard of them, who sparked outrage for suggesting people cut their bills by cuddling their pets. Well, we used to have a crocodile. I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't recommend cuddling that. But the socks that they sent out, as if a pair of socks is going to solve your problem. I mean, would it not be better if they sent a coat out? They don't look very warm socks at all. They look cheap and cheerful. It's a cheap publicity stunt. That's what it is. And Steve, that's the second time Andrew's been dropped by his mother. First time was on his head as a child. Well, no, actually, because they didn't do things like that. They had the photo taken and then, hand them on to Nanny. Nanny looks after them. Nanny dressed them. Nanny cleaned them. Nanny did everything. Oh, yes, you don't. The royal family didn't do stuff like that. Yes, Nanny writes a book. Nanny gets kicked out of the royal family. Well, actually, it wasn't a book. It was a book to start with, but it was serialised in a women's magazine, which was a bit bad. On form this morning, says Big Andy. Big Andy. Big Bad John. Remember that song? About a mining company, Big Bad John. No, just me again. Hopeless, isn't it, really? Honestly, you do your best. You do your best. Steve, I can't stop laughing now, says Shane. We talk about the Queen wearing a pink tracksuit. Everybody turned and looked at me. I'm on a bus. I like the idea that she would wear a pink velour tracksuit. I don't know why. Why would we assume that she goes around with a tiara and an auburn sceptre? She doesn't. That's just what she wears for appearances. No, she'd be cash. I think grey I'm going to see grey tracksuit bottoms, don't you reckon? With probably fluffy slippers, and then she lets her hair down. Fag in one hand, gin and Dubonnet in the other. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Oh, she's given up booze, hasn't she? I mean, everybody agrees she's still fantastic. Unfortunately, no matter which way you look at it, Andrew had to be stripped of everything. Because nobody likes him. Nobody likes it's the arrogance of the whole thing, that's I don't know. This morning's Josie Gibson on her fun-loving rise to TV fame. So she stood in for Holly Willoughby on a few occasions. I don't call that TV fame. I mean, dear me. She says, my nan said I should go for a job in Lidl. Now I'm sitting in Holly's seat. Yeah, not permanently though, love, is it? It was just a couple of occasions. And said, I didn't restrict myself at Christmas and my size 14 jeans are a squeeze. And then, strangely enough, she's flogging a diet thing as well. They all do it. They've all got to do something. And so, in 2011, she was very fat, and you could see it on her legs, and she split from her housemate John, and that apparently is an excuse. Dale used to use that. I mean, the papers are just full of ads from celebrities, yes. So, in other words, they do a 2-page thing. They won't have to pay her any money because she can flog the company that's helping her lose weight. That's how it works. And so they then try and pretend that she's had a rise to TV fame. No, not really. There's loads of people in front of her before you get to her. I mean, it was stretching her, asking her to do the thing when she go, and you too can win £100,000 if you want to buy this car. And that's ridiculous, isn't it? She could become Cornish. Yeah, and I want to make a big thing about it. My favourite story of the week was from the One Show, where it's full of some of the most stupid people you've ever seen in your entire life. Ronan Keating was apparently hosting, and he was talking about volcanoes, and he said you did some pretty hair-raising things whilst you were on the trip. You went to an active volcano, didn't you? And Martin Clunes, who was the guest, says, yeah, Mount Yasur. And Alex Jones then pipes in, and was it hot? And you go, well, in fact, Ali Ross has said, dive in, Alex. Why don't you find out, love? What a good idea. Let's push her in. I mean, it's just, was it hot? Have you ever seen a volcano, Alex? I mean, please don't play stupid. I'm assuming you were sort of perhaps talking about the weather. Have you ever suffered from back problems, says Stella? I did have, years and years ago, and I got some tablets. My lower back has gone into spasm, and I'm walking like Frankenstein's monster. Yes, I mean, I remember I went round to the doctors, and I was clinging onto a lamppost outside, because bad backs were like bad news, very bad news. But anyway, it was sorted out very, very quickly. Gave me some nice tablets. I went, woo, and it kind of went away, which is good. Great TV lies and delusions of the month. The Apprentice. You're fired, Harry. This isn't the last you've seen of Harry, that's for sure. The John Bishop Show. John Bishop, this has been a great night. The Apprentice. Navid. I'm the EST of everything. I'm the coolest, the smartest, the wickedest, the loneliest. They're so delusional. Yeah. They don't know what they're talking about. They're all just rubbish. They are the most stupid people you've ever seen in the world. They deliberately find thick people who are pretending to be something they're not. No, that's all I can tell you. I can't tell you anything else about them. Anton Deck's plodding new quiz show, Limitless, is floundering on its own energy promise. They're saying it just not... EST stands for Everybody Shine Together. Yeah, another weirdo. But unfortunately, it's. I mean, there's one here. Deck asked Catherine and Will, "What's the first thing you'd buy with a big win?" And they came back with a camper van. A camper van. Yes, go for the awnings in the tent toilet as well, and you've got the complete set. The programme's floundering. Have you heard of Goat? You're the Goat. No? Greatest of all time. That's Goat, is it? I'm the Goat. Where does that come from? Is that the same stupid people who made up little words for Joey Essex? Yeah, it's slang, like, what does everybody say in Essex, Joey? I don't know, I don't know anybody in Essex. No, you don't, dear, do you? It's a little bit embarrassing, really. Ream, apparently, and nobody says Ream. I've never been into a shop in Essex, Brentwood or otherwise, and gone, I'll have a cup of coffee. That's Ream. Nobody says that. Wallop. Wallop was the other one. I mean, you are a pathetic little waste of space. Actually, in Chelmsford, in Essex, it is the home of the coffee shop, because nobody in Chelmsford can make a cup of coffee. They really can't. It's that we have to go out to make a cup of coffee. And how many Costa coffees are there in within 2 miles in Chelmsford? There are 25 Costas. 25 Costas. There's another branch a few hundred yards away from one in the Chelmer Village Retail Park, where there's another branch a few hundred yards away. Rival chain Pret-a-Manger, Café Nero, Coffee Republic and Starbucks have stores in the city, and there are 19 independent coffee shops as well. Must be an awful lot of money in frothy milk. There must be so much money in it. But of course, with the big coffee chains, I think Costa has the most amount of coffee shops, with 2,700, ahead of Greggs and Starbucks with 2,078 and 1,025. Amazing, isn't it? First shop in Vauxhall Bridge Road was set up in London by 1981 by the Costa brothers. Because there used to be costermongers. They were market traders, costermongers. You ever heard of costermongers? No, well, they might have been like onion sellers. Not going into that one again, are we, really? I remember Big Bad John, says Reggie. Yeah, it was very famous, the record. And a miner yelled out, "There's a light up above," and 100 men climbed from that watery grave, and now there's only one left down there to save. Big John. Big John, Jimmy Dean. Big John, Big Bad John. You must remember it, even the way I sing it, which is not brilliant. Sarah in Bromley says, "I heard that Andrew was the Queen's favourite and was spoilt." Do you think that's true? I think, listen, they're all favourites. Have you ever heard the Queen say that? No, they just put down any old rubbish in the paper. Very pleased you're seeing the Godchildren tomorrow for Christmas lunch. You sound so young at the moment. Do you gargle? Well, I mean, I haven't done, actually. I mean, not for a little while. I used to gargle quite a lot with salt. Somebody said salt was very good for broadcasting. And it's probably Victoria Beckham. I think she eats it. She has salt, you know. Do you have any salt I can put on my chip? Oh, no, she has it on toast, doesn't she? I was watching something earlier on. I was watching Kevin Costner at the funeral of Whitney Houston. He did the eulogy. And he's really good. He's really good. And his voice quavers on a few occasions. And so I had a little weep at that one. And because that was nice, poor old Whitney. But, I mean, she had the demons and she had everything else. And he was talking about, you know, we had things in common. 10 years since she died. Died in the bath, didn't she, I believe? Was it really sad? What a beautiful voice. What a fabulous, fabulous voice. But he said we had something, you know, together. We had a unique bond. What was it? He said, admittedly, he said, I was white and she was black. He said, I did notice that. The film company didn't want her to make The Bodyguard. She'd never made a film before. They wanted, well, they didn't say, but they were very keen to have a white actress in it. And she was about to go on tour for a year. And so Kevin said, we'll wait till she gets back then. And they waited, and it was, waited till it was, she was able to go on, and she stormed it in the film. She was brilliant, considering she'd never been in a film before. And I will always love you. That was lovely, wasn't it? She was great. And then I watched Oprah Winfrey. I've got to take a break. Oprah Winfrey breaking down over the interview she did with Sidney Poitier. I spent most of my morning crying, actually, out there in the office. It's a bit sad and tragic, but it is Friday, so we don't care.
This is LBC. Picture this. The year is 2084, and the last prisoner of conscience has been released. No more oppression. No more abuse of human rights. Who made it possible? You, of course. Because way back in 2023, you left a gift in your will to Amnesty International UK. You refused to rest in peace until all injustice was stopped. Write your will for free with Amnesty International UK and fight injustice long into the future. To learn more, visit amnesty.org.uk/gifts in wills. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
According to Ibrahim, he says, Steve, there's an island in Abu Dhabi called Reem Island. Just looks like a lot of trees out. It's man-made, isn't it, I would think? What was there before all of this stuff got built up? Just water, desert and things like that. Yeah, they seem to sort of... it's constant building sites and living in tower blocks and stuff like that. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. But there is a place called Reem Island. So now we know, actually. In Ashford, Steve, says Dale, there's 2 Costas within 300 metres of each other with a wimpy in between. Very odd. It does sound a bit strange, doesn't it? But they're obviously going for world domination. Did we check their tax bills just to find out who's paying? You see, Dubai has grown, and apparently it's all under the Maktoum family, isn't it? Who've sort of said, yes, you can build this, you can build this, you can have this. It's all very nice. And so you look at a picture of what it used to look like, and then you look at a picture of what it looks like now. Before it was just desert with a sort of a naff little road running through the middle of it. Now it's like a super highway. And that's in between 1990 and 2013. So it's moved at a pace, hasn't it? A bit like Vegas. Yeah, even better now. I mean, it's just absolutely amazing. It doesn't interest me going there. A friend of mine, Chris Allen, no relation, he wishes, works out there. Well, he was working out there as an estate agent, a travel agent. What am I talking about? Today, you'll be delighted to know they're going to suffer with 26 degrees, sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. So double it and add 30 approximately. So you're looking at sort of, 80s, 52, 82, give or take a little bit. They are going to get some rain on Tuesday. And Sunday, temperature drops down to 16, and they've got rain there as well. Rest of the time, it's warm, and I can't imagine it. Can't imagine it's raining, but, a little bit colder, isn't it, really? Tesco's new quadruple-strength squash has been branded radioactive for reportedly burning kids' hands and mouths. They launched 12 flavours last month. 12 flavours? I like the sound of that. 12 flavours. But to replace its double-strength version, customers get a stronger drink in a smaller bottle. I've not had squash for years. Years, I can't remember the last time I had squash at all. But apparently it permanently stains cups and glasses. Customer Melissa Kent says, my nephew couldn't drink the stuff as his mouth started tingling. It's radioactive, to say the least. Well, somebody here... not what? Well, they've said here, has anybody else been burnt by this quadruple-strength squash? Gran Sheila Howell from Worthing says Tesco advised her to seek medical attention after her 3-year-old grandson got undiluted squash on his arm and face. His skin went bright red and took over an hour to go down. He was in some discomfort. Tesco and the suppliers are investigating the claims. Website reviews complain the drink tastes too synthetic. If it's consumed undiluted or incorrectly diluted, it will be stronger. Because I never know how much you're supposed to put in of squash. I used to put in like a little bit, and then you just top up with water and you taste it. If it needs a little bit more, you stick some more juice in there. I mean, quadruple strength, just a tiny bit. Well, I would think just a little squirt of that stuff. But got to be careful with it. Anybody else got any problems with that one? Like to hear from you. What else have we got? Oh, another thieving carer. I hate these people. But this one's been caught out. Her name's Cheryl Stringer. She plundered £25,000 from a dying woman, has been ordered to pay it back with £700 extra to account for inflation. She was given 3 months to pay £25,521, which is £24,080 she took, or she can serve 6 months more in jail. You thieving old bag. Hate people like that. And whenever I read that, I always think, that could have been one of my relatives, could have been one of your relatives. And this thieving old so-and-so, she comes from Stockport in Greater Manchester. She stole the money over 10 weeks. Dreadful, isn't it? People who thieve from the elderly that they're paid to care for. Rail passengers were a little bit shocked to find an extra passenger in their carriage, a tarantula. A tarantula. It's 1.5 inches, venomous, this one is, and it was abandoned in a plastic tub. It's a pink-toed tarantula, taken to a wildlife hospital in Essex, and Animal Rescue Officer Matt Hawkins says passengers got more than they bargained for. You think somebody had it as a pet. It'll give you a sting roughly equivalent to that of a wasp. So, still dangerous, still 1.5 inches. And station staff at London Bridge, that's a pink-toed tarantula. They frighten me anyway. They really, I couldn't have anything like that in my hand. I would pass out. And some people do, don't they? I can't remember who it was on television. Somebody once had one. They put it on their hand and it moved. I nearly passed, and I was only watching on television. I didn't like that at all. I don't know how people can get excited about these things. And don't they shed their skin once every so often, and they leave the shell behind, and then there's the new one that emerges from it? I don't know what they eat. I think they eat, yes, humans. It takes them a while, but they do get round to it eventually. Steve, I'm sure Whitney's daughter died in the bath. Yes, I think you'll find she did as well, actually. So shame. It's such a shame, isn't it, when these things happen? Ken from Kidderminster. Oh, look, it's James O'Brien's territory. He knows Kidderminster very well indeed. It's still there. Goat started off in the US sports baseball writing language. Watch The Natural with Robert Redford. Thank you. And what time do you go to bed to get up so early each morning? Oh, I go to bed different times, actually. I mean, tonight I might push it to 9 o'clock. Woohoo! Look at my lifestyle, yeah. I might have Kentucky today. No, I can't. I've got to have scampi. Definitely got to have scampi. But I go to bed sometimes 4:15, 5 o'clock. But I'm tired by that time, so it doesn't bother me. I'm quite happy with that. Some people think it must be a bit peculiar, but believe you me, it's not. Jackie in Cheshire says, Steve, Reem is Arabic for gazelle, so it's Gazelle Island in Abu Dhabi. Oh, well, there you go. That's what Joey Essex is talking about then. The idiot from... they were doing a piece in one of the papers, actually, on people who've been kicked out of TOWIE. Basically because they don't contribute to the programme and their lives are not very interesting anyway, and they can't make things up for them. If they can't deliver it, they have to get rid of it. But there's a new dating programme. I think it's Celebs Go Dating. Can you find out who the cast is? Because I know that one of them is Ulrika Johnson. As if she needs any help with the dating programme. She seems to be working her way through the country at the moment, so it's keeping everybody happy. But it's very odd. So that's right, Celebs Go Dating, and they've got these awful people on again. Go back down again. Who the people? They've got this Ryan Mark Parsons on there again. He's a little Lord Fauntleroy. He was on The Apprentice. And he's turned his attention because he was one of the youngest contestants. He said, I've been so hopeless in love. It's because you're boring. That's what it's all about, matey. Ulrika Johnson, presenter and columnist, has joined the cast. 3 years ago, I got divorced. Hadn't anticipated being single, but she's looking for somebody younger. She's 54. Chloe Brockett was, unfortunately, on The Only Way is Essex. Didn't last very long. And, again, didn't really have anything to do on the programme. So she'd previously dated Jack Fincham. Woo! There's a big surprise, because he's difficult. Miles Nazaire is from Made in Chelsea. He's another one who's a bit of a dipstick. They're all failures in life because they don't... They have to go on a television programme to find somebody, and then they put abs on. Abs Love from 5. I mean, seriously. They say he's an English rapper, singer, songwriter, DJ, producer, and TV personality. Not really, love. None of the above. Nikita Jasmine. You'll recognise her because she was in Married at First Sight UK. But apparently she was removed from Married at First Sight UK for unacceptable aggression off camera. Nasty little piece of work, dear. Nasty little piece of work. And that's all we've got. Go back to the beginning. Who are the hosts of it? They've sort of managed to find three people to host. There's a picture of them. Go down. No, other way. There you go. Okay, who are they? You've got that extremely camp bloke who sits behind the desk and goes, who's it? And I seriously don't know where he came from. Who's the one in the middle, though? I don't know who he is. Is he an ex-footballer or something? And then there's a dating expert. Yes. And then there's a girl who looks a bit like Fern Cotton, but can't be Fern Cotton. I don't know who it is. Do we know who she is? It's obviously nobody. If Minty doesn't know who she is, she's definitely nobody. Minty knows them. If they've been on Love Island or anything like that. Here we go. Celebs Go Dating Team. She's Anna Williamson. He's a love doctor called Paul C. Brunson. And the junior client coordinator's Tom Reed Wilson. Tom Reed Wilson is possibly the most affected. I mean, he makes Alan Carr look butch. Seriously. But fancy having a dating expert. What does that mean? She's been on loads of dates and been unlucky. Love doctor. Oh, dear. PhD is love doctor. Oh, don't. Makes me feel all tacky and everything else. Bahrain. Oh, here we go. We've had that one, Paul, in Brentwood. I'm not even doing it. It's such an old joke. If you can't come... Mind you, do live in Brentwood. It's basically retirement city, isn't it, Brentwood? I know what that's like. What else have we got? Oh, we've got Kanye West. We've got a story about Kanye West, haven't we? Hasn't the little story that's just emerged over the past few hours? There's allegations. He's under investigation for alleged battery. Alleged battery. No arrests have been made. Took around downtown Los Angeles around 3 a.m. I mean, what in God's name is outside Soho West, a members-only club popular with celebrities. I've been to there. Well, not that one. I've been to the one over here, which is fine. And so here he is, coming out of a whatever it is, a restaurant. Couldn't think what it was, actually. And Kanye West and Kim Kardashian appear to be having a competition over who's having the biggest whirlwind romance. She's got together with Pete Davidson. And now Kanye West, his latest love interest, an actress called Julia Fox, who's got no idea how to dress. We don't know what she's been in. He's known as Ye now, or Ye. And anyway, they went to a party at a celeb hotspot where she wore this revealing skin-tight outfit. What was it about the multi-millionaire darling that had first attracted you? That's what it has to be. What an inappropriate outfit. I mean, honestly, how to take the women's movement back so many years. Not very good. What's this? A mum made a rash decision when she left her 3-year-old alone with a pot of Sudocrem. What's Sudocrem? It's rash cream over babies. Apparently, Alba McGuinness went for a shower and returned to find her daughter, Evie, caked in the stuff. She's literally... everything. Anyway, she had it all over the bed sheets, the bed guard. She's always doing things like that. You can't take your eyes off her for a second. Well, more fool you then, darling. You obviously did. Oh, Sudocrem, I've got that. I've got that at home. It's for healing. I used to use it for my burns and things like that. You can use it for eczema, nappy rash, surface wounds, acne, all sorts of bits and pieces. Sudocrem, yeah. I thought I'd heard of it. Until you showed me the actual pot. Because I've given up with tubes of stuff now, so I buy, tubs of E45. Sometimes I just slather myself in it, jump into bed, shoot straight out the other side. A bit like the baby did. But then the mother says, obviously not the brightest penny, she's always doing it, so she went to have a shower, leaving her alone with the Sudocrem. I mean, surely you must have kind of worked out in your mind, dear, that... well, she's a hairdresser. She's a hairdresser. We have to forgive her. You know what hairdressers are like. They use Sudocrem all the time. But you know why? Because their hands are constantly in water. So you get all sorts of rashes and stuff. Washing hair and all. Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm not saying they go swimming all the time. Apparently, says Shane, the redback spider can give you a nasty bite, although they're small. I've been bitten once. It really hurts. I got bitten by a bee once. It was in my slipper. What? It was bitten. It bit me. It didn't. Well, whatever it was, stung or whatever, it bit me. And I put my toe into my slipper, and it was nesting at the bottom. Well, it wasn't nesting. It was having a rest, I think. It obviously gone in there thinking that looked dark and warm and cosy. I had sort of like fluffy slippers. I know, I'm digging my own grave on this one. And I put my foot in there, and then something went tick, like that, and went, ow! And I took it out, because when bees sting you, they only sting the once, then they die, because as they pull away, they leave half their abdomen. And my toe was like something out of Tom and Jerry. It was pulsating, and it was I had a very bad reaction to it. So I'm always a bit wary of stuff like that. I'm taking a break. I'm just telling them about my allergies and things like being bitten by a bee. You know what they're like. And generally speaking, bees and I get on really well. You know, I mean, we don't go out like partying or picking curtains out or nothing like that. But I mean, we do have a good time.
This is LBC.
Leadership is about staying one step ahead. That's why the first ever all-electric BMW i5 comes with proactive care, technology that monitors your vehicle and proactively initiates contact with you when something requires action. That way, we're there before you need us. Discover the joy of moving forward. Reserve your test drive at bmw.co.uk. Test drive subject to applicant status and availability.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. To have your company, nice. Mastermind. I don't know if you've ever seen Mastermind. I mean, it's the programme that, you know, it's now hosted by Clive Myrie. And hopefuls face easy multiple choice questions in a bid to take part in the show, because they've done celebrity versions, and one of them was so funny. It really made her out to be one of the dimmest people on the entire planet. Lydia Dim went on it from... she didn't know anything. She didn't... I don't think she had a specialist subject. Seriously, I've never known anybody who they just didn't do very well at all. In fact, she was so embarrassing. But now they give them questions. You know, what's the medical term for the human voice box? Glottis, trachea, larynx, or esophagus? Her specialist subject was Sex and the City. I don't think she did very well at all. She didn't seem to know anything. I don't even know who in their right mind put her on the programme, but it was obviously somebody else to laugh at. You know, somebody is that thick that they can't... Mind you, poor old David Lammy came a cropper on it, don't you remember? Chosen subject, I think it was Bob Marley. He didn't know very much about Bob Marley, I'm afraid. I knew more about Bob Marley than he did. And this was years ago in his infancy days. What name is given to the part of the earth that lies beneath the crust and above the core layers? Is it cape, mantle, shawl, or cloak? And the answer, of course, is mantle. Everybody knows that. And I'll give you one here. In which television drama series does Brian Cox play Logan Roy? Is it A, Succession, B, Homeland, C, Suits, or D, Lupin? Okay, which one is it? It is A. Oh, you knew that. You know that. Oh, very good. Okay. In a common expression, a person who must admit to being wrong after taking a strong position must eat what type of pie? A, rumble pie, B, mumble pie, C, humble pie, or D, fumble pie? This is Mastermind Questions. That's how desperately sad the programme has become. You know, rumble is the answer, of course, straight away. We all knew that one, didn't we? You know, like, what colour is the sky? Is it blue, green with pink dots? Or, you know, is it just made up of a lot of elephants all clinging together around a balloon? I mean, really, you can't believe it. These are all types of questions which could appear on the show. However, none of these will appear on the show. Well, I mean, they'd have to be for 3-year-olds, wouldn't they? I'm assuming. I mean, it is absolutely unbelievable. Just how, you know, and they are, because sometimes it's like the £100 questions on Millionaire. The easy ones at the very beginning. But even then, I've seen people, use it, can I ask the audience? And you think, I mean, you remember Harry Redknapp didn't get anything. Didn't know anything at all. And you think to yourself, well, why would he? He's never come across to me as somebody who would know the answers to those sort of things. And also television, they say, is a bit intimidating. There was one the other day, you had to put down Anton Deck's programmes in the order in which they were transmitted. And all the people were on there. There was only one bloke. It's the fastest finger. One bloke got them. Nobody else got anything at all. And he actually got it. And then Chris Tarrant, was it Chris Tarrant? Yes, it might have been Chris Tarrant on this particular one. So it was an old one. Said, would you like to play for $1 million? I want somebody to go, I don't think so, and walk off. Yeah. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire lands the spin-off show, Fastest Finger First. This is a new show. At least it's got to be doing better than Ant and Dec. They're getting the worst reviews they've ever had. They said because the show is ponderous, slow, complicated. It's not worth it. The whole idea about quiz shows is, can you answer this question? If you can't, bugger off. Don't waste our time. Because some of them really, Lydia Dim really was as dim as they come. It was just embarrassing. Oh, dear. Anyway, what else we got? Britain's longest married couple celebrated their 81st wedding anniversary, defying the doubters who told them they wouldn't last. It's like Scott and Barbara Windsor, isn't it? People going, they won't last, they won't last. Well, they did last. Ever since Bez fell over on the ice, because he's another one of these desperate people on the television, they've done a 2-page spread with him in the Sun today. Why do we celebrate people who are useless? Can't we celebrate somebody who's a bit more successful, somebody who knows how to dance on ice, or somebody who does something? He says, I'm rubbish on ice. What's the point of being on the programme, mate? You're not going to win it, are you? Here are the ones on the dating, which we named before, the date expectations. One of them, Chloe Brockett, and as I say, she was dropped from Towie, so there's not really much hope there. But the other one is the peculiar one, Ryan Mark Parsons, who was once apparently a brand ambassador for Gucci and Harrods. He was a shop assistant, all right? He says, so when I date, they always ask what Lord Sugar is like. Do they really? How riveting. He was a contestant in 2019. He reckoned it wrecked his chances of romance. No, dear, no, you wrecked your own chances of romance. Challenge the stylist. I quite like it when they do these things. It's just basically a page filler. It's somebody who's sort of, what are you eating? What are you eating? Grapes. You know how bad they are for you. We did that on the programme the other day. You're obviously not listening to my programme. Grapes are bad for you. They're full of sugar. Honestly, I'll try and do my best here. When Kanye West dropped the can from his name and insisted on being called Ye, I thought, why doesn't he drop the E as well? Then we can call him Y, says Declan. I think he's a bit boring, actually. And somebody says, I appreciated your apology yesterday, says Richard. There was no apology for you at all. Absolutely none at all. No, I'm not playing your game, pal. I tell you, I'm not reading it out. Absolutely not. Apparently, he works at IKEA in Doncaster. So quite clearly, he's a man being put together in different sections. I've been to IKEA once. Never again. Never again. Have you ever been? Oh, of course you would have been. All your stuff's from there. You poor so-and-so. The only reason people go to IKEA is the meatballs. You're not going for anything else. When I went there, I bought one thing. First of all, parking was a nightmare. It seemed like the entire universe had turned up. And they had everything in different sections. So you've got the shelving from here, the posts from here, and the screws from somewhere else. Why it all can't be in the same place, I've got no idea. But people go there because it's cheap. You never had the meatballs? Well, you can get meatballs anywhere. They're not. I quite like meatballs. Yeah, they're apparently the Swedish are big on meatballs and Volvos. Well, it's cheap furniture, isn't it? It's self-assembly. You basically have to put it together. I used to have a neighbour who bought everything from IKEA. Everything. His settee came from it was black. Everything. His shelving was glass and chrome and stuff like that. Whereas I'm a bit more sort of Jewish Regency. I'm more into sort of velours and velvets, things like the gold. I don't know why. Steve says, Stella, even though it's this early in the morning, you never fail to make me laugh. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm keeping myself awake. That's what it's all about. I bumped into to Dom, from Chris Moyles' show the other day, and because we just passed, we're like ships that pass in the night, and he said, I'm still listening. every morning, which I thought was quite, nice thing to say. I like people in radio listening to the programme. Kind of gives me renewed hope for the future. Mind you, that's where they get their ideas from. That's where Mr. Boyles gets his ideas from. Joanna says, very thick cream. Is this going back to the Sudocrem? We don't know, actually. We're not too sure. We think it is, actually. We like that, actually. But it's funny because I only remembered it when I sort of saw the image. But definitely today it's going to be scampi. I might have that for breakfast, actually, scampi. What with? I don't have it with anything. I'll just have it by itself. Sometimes I've had it with a little bit of mashed potato. But no, I'm not going to have it with pickled onion. What, scampi and pickled onions? No, that would be silly. Honestly, I'll have to look after my diet. I want to make myself look attractive. I'm not going to sit there eating grapes, watching the weight pile onto my hips. Yes, Jelly Willies for pudding. If you haven't heard yesterday's programme, you need to download it. We spent the first 15 minutes talking about Willies because we started talking about jelly babies, and then we discovered that they did jelly willies and jelly boobs and jelly just about everything. And then you could also get like After 8, but they're after willies. They're sort of the same kind of... And the programme took a complete downward turn. I could only apologise to the management who might have been listening, seeing as they listen avidly to the programme. What else we got? Conor McGregor's pub was targeted with 2 petrol bombs. Just hours after he'd left it, police are investigating claims that pipe bombs were also left at the Black Forge Inn in Crumlin, bought by him in 2019. They say there were 2 people on scooters who passed the establishment, and the next thing they were being chased by 2 others who came out of the property. McGregor had been holding a tasting menu in the pub, so the attackers may have assumed he was inside. Good God in heaven. Pipe bombs? Blimey, that goes back a little way, doesn't it? Certainly does. The Fast Show's Mark Williams has called for the BBC to revive the sketch series. I never saw it. Was that the one that suits you, sir? Oh, that's that one. That's the only thing I know about it. I don't know anything else. And Kylie Jenner. As I say, none of us have the faintest idea who she is. We've heard of her quite clearly, but if she walked in this room, we would have to say, I'm sorry, who are you? She's now made history. The first woman to reach 300 million followers on Instagram. 300 million people have got such a low, shallow opinion of themselves. You have to log on to that.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Producer just said to me, he just said the top shop at Oxford Circus, where, unless you understand how to cross the road and you can read different coloured lights, don't bother going there. It's a nightmare. You get mown down by traffic, whichever way you sort of wander. And it's going to be an IKEA. Funny place to put an IKEA, isn't it? But they've paid £378 million for it. That's an awful lot of meatballs. That's a lot of meatballs. So it's going to be an IKEA. Do you think we'll find... Actually, luckily, there's a bus stop right outside. There you go. You see, in a move that will see meatballs, sofas, lampshades and other goods available moments from Oxford Circus Tube Station, a conditional purchase has been agreed. Wow. So there you go. Part of the vacant space will be used for the Swedish furniture chain, and a new store is planned to open in autumn 2023. Lovely. £378 million. That is a lot of sales to go through, isn't it, for one shop? I mean, it's a fairly big shop. I only went in it once, actually, just out of curiosity, because it was Topshop. That I'd forgotten that. I didn't buy anything, no. They did have a men's section, I'm sure. There was Top Man, I think, in there. And it was good. Dale says, my house is full of IKEA furniture. Well, don't brag about it. We don't. It's not one-upmanship here. We're not sort of, I shop in Debenhams. Oh, I don't shop in Debenhams. I shop in, nobody shops in Debenhams anymore, do they? So it's going to be, Martin says we don't know when. Yeah, 2023, they've said. It'll be open. I mean, because it's already there, the shop. They don't have to outfit it with anything apart from taking down all the signs saying Topshop. And then you just put up ones going IKEA. And it's very simple. You don't need to do anything else. There'll be just sort of a lot of meatballs arriving. And Kim says, I watch and like Mastermind. In fact, I remember watching lovely Sheila winning it on the celebrity version. In fact, a good friend and I sat with a glass of red watching her breeze through it. Was that our Sheila? Was our Sheila on it? She was on the BBC the other day talking about people and Boris. I mean, LBC is just about everywhere. It is absolutely everywhere. It really is. So what was Sheila's specialist subject? It was Pope John Paul II. Actually, she's very religious, isn't she, Sheila? Very religious. Pope John Paul. That's an interesting thing, isn't it? Pope John Paul II. I was watching a programme on the Pope who died the other day. They were showing. No, he didn't die the other day, but one of the popes. Well, they all die. But this particular one was the one who looked very kindly and all the rest of it. And that was John Paul II. He'd fallen ill, and they knew that his days were sort of numbered, and as he went through, they actually propped him up in the window so he could give a blessing, but he couldn't speak. And I thought he looked lovely, actually. I thought he had a nice face. He had a nice face. And then, you have to go through the ignominious way of sort of being presented, and so he lies in state after he's died, and they leave him there. And then at the very end, after, I don't know, a week or something, people can go past the body. And then he was put in this very simple wooden box. And then they dug him up again. He was moved to somewhere else. I can't remember where it was. But, I mean, you know that you're going... It's like the Queen. You know that you're going to end your days and you're going to be on display, people. And then, of course, they go through that ritual of trying to find the new Pope. And it's all based on the coloured smoke, isn't it, that comes out. And they sit there waiting to do it, and it was good. But I didn't like the Pope who followed him. He didn't look as kindly as the one who died, which I quite liked. So Sheila did very well, but she'd have been delighted. You were sitting there with a glass of red wine, and she won, of course. Well, of course she would do. Heavens above, she's a very intelligent person. We're all geniuses. You won't find a presenter on LBC. Somebody was talking about it the other day to me. They said you've got a good mix of presenters. I said yes, I would think that would be a fairly accurate description. What would my specialist subject be? Television. It'd just be television. Oh, is it going to be narrow? Okay. Reality shows. You think reality shows? I don't know. History of London, I could do. I could probably do London's theatres. Magic. Magicians. Yeah, get me booked in. I wouldn't want to do anything like that. Can you imagine if you do sit there and you just glaze over completely and you sit there staring at them, and they go, "We're waiting on an answer," and you're going, "Where am I? What am I doing? Oh my God, I'm still in bed. I'm not supposed to be here." I have watched it. Some of the people are very intelligent, very, very intelligent. And some of them makes you wonder how they actually got there. Clive Meyer is good. I worked with him when we were in Crown House and we had our TV studios at the top. He was another one of the newsreaders there. There was me, Clive, and a few other people. Very bright lad. I said he'd do very well, actually. Said he'd do very, very well. What have we got here? This is the Mike Ward interviews with Charlotte Crosby, apparently. And again, they only do interviews with these people because they're flogging something. That's all it is. It comes down to... I can't even be bothered to tell you what it is. The world's largest breeding colony of fish has been discovered in Antarctica. It covers 150 square miles. It's a breeding colony of fish. And it's got 60 million nests. Blimey. The world's largest breeding colony of fish. I didn't know there was such a thing. But it covers 150 square miles and includes 60 million nests. They're fish. What are they doing in nests? I mean, I know that the whales chase schools of fish because they know where they're going to be, mackerel or whatever it is, and they literally just scoop them up. You'll have these huge balls. Have you seen them where they get these fish and they all swim around in a circle and they become this huge ball, and then the dolphins or whatever go into them and they scatter and then they just literally pick them off. They don't live very long, bless their hearts, but I don't think they were planning on holidays or anything else. Punters had to spot a hidden umbrella in a street scene brain teaser to mark a new brolly rental trial at Premier Inns. Brolly rental? Who rents a brolly? Brollies are so cheap now. All you do is you just go and buy a brolly. I mean, they cost less than £5. I don't know. It doesn't say how much to rent one. I'd never rent a brolly. Imagine I want to rent a brolly that somebody else had. No, thank you very much indeed. I don't know what to put on the patio this year. Flower-wise, I don't know what to put in all the pots. I don't know whether to go... I mean, I'm looking at begonias. And in apricot, white, yellow, orange, pink and scarlet. And they look quite nice, actually. They look quite nice. And they produce large double flowers and they cascade. There's something nice about begonias. I might have to go to begonias this year. What did I do last year? I can't remember what I did last year. I think I did geraniums last year. And they were okay, but I did like the begonias. I haven't filled all the... Yes, no, I'm not going to ask people. I mean, some of mine are beautiful. I mean, I've had some fantastic displays in the past, but the begonias didn't do badly. But I really want something that's going to last for all of summer. And I did discover something on a website, and they sent me details of it, and then I couldn't make up my mind. I was faffing around so much, because they don't sell them out just now. They sell them out, there you go. Umbrellas. A fifth of those polled, 18%, said they'd broken or lost an umbrella after just one outing. We'll go and buy another one. Just go and buy another one. They're so cheap. Nearly a fifth wrecked one after getting it trapped inside a car door. But 85% said wind had wrecked their umbrella by blowing it inside out. Well, then you want one of those umbrellas. I've got an umbrella that's huge. It's like a golf umbrella. It doesn't blow inside out because it's got vents at the top. So when the air blows underneath, it goes out of the vents. Whereas the umbrellas that blow inside out, like the Mary Poppins ones, are umbrellas with no vents in. And so the air gets underneath, gets trapped, has got nowhere to go, so it blows the umbrella inside out. Almost a tenth of people said it got broken after a pet clawed it, and 14% ruined one by sitting on it. Who sits on an umbrella? Unless you're working at Ann Summers. I mean, I can't really believe that anybody be sitting on umbrellas. And also, somebody even ran one over. What, there was a rogue umbrella just wandering across the zebra crossing? Yeah, Brian Harvey again. And then they... Fancy putting Ab's Love on that dating programme. And that's got to be one of the most stupid ideas I've ever heard. And then they put him down as DJ and this and that. He was the DJ at Dale's wedding. And we went to a very posh hotel because Dale got married. Well, he didn't, but I mean, they went through it to... it was a fake thing. He married Nell McAndrew. Because they were just doing a thing on getting married, so we had a hen party, a stag do, and then we had at this hotel where all the rugby players stay before they go to the stadium. It's just out of town. I can't remember what it's called actually. It's beautiful, beautiful hotel, got everything, and it's a bit better than a Premier Inn. And they had the wedding there, and it was all full of celebrities. I was on a table with Esther Ranson and a load of other people, and they take pictures of you, and they. And then they have the wedding, and they release dubs and everything else. And Abs, I think, was the DJ, and I remember thinking then he was a bit peculiar. I love these things. Apparently, says Richard, they sell umbrellas at IKEA. Shut up. Shut up. We're not interested. We don't care. We don't care where they sell umbrellas. And also plants, very reasonably priced, he says. Yeah, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are, but I wouldn't want to. Listen, if I want an umbrella, I generally buy it on Amazon. But have you noticed that when it rains in London, it's a case of within minutes, there's people on the street selling umbrellas. Have you never seen that before? The street sellers selling. It's a bit like Mary Poppins, and then Bert's doing something, and he's today I'm an artist, and what do you think? I'm an artist, and he paints. But then the moment it rains, he's out selling umbrellas and all the rest of it. People adapt, or hot chestnuts. Or something like that. And then at the very end of the film, they all go fly a kite, basically saying, off. And so it's, go fly a kite, why don't you? Go to Coventry and fly it. But it was good because they had a lovely thing on, I think, one of the award shows in America. And they did a scene from Mary Poppins the musical, which was, up on the rooftops. Mary Poppins, step in time, step in time, step in time. And at the very end, they opened the double doors of this sort of fake building on the top of the roof. And Dick Van Dyke appears. The audience go crackers, absolutely crackers. You never seen the film? It's not you. It's not your sort of thing, actually. It's a little bit too highbrow and sophisticated. You wouldn't enjoy it. Wouldn't be your sort of thing. It's a lot of people jumping into chalk paintings and dancing with penguins. And, you get enough of that here. You get that all the time, actually. You can't go down the newsroom without seeing penguins skating their way down the floor. And then, early each day, to the steps of St Paul's. And then the bird woman, who they actually saw, Disney knew the bird woman, and he wanted her to just sit there and say, feed the birds, tuppence a bag. She died just after the film was made. And but she was the bird woman who sat on the steps at St Paul's. In the days when you could feed pigeons, now, of course, they're filthy, disgusting creatures who should be under the wheels of lorries, but, you know, can't have everything. That's me being caring. I can't stand them. But I've discovered a way, actually, of getting rid of our pigeons after the break. It's quite a good one, actually. And it seems to have worked for the best part of 4 days so far.
This is LBC.
Meet Charlie. She loves dogs.
Guilty.
She powers her pup empire with Shopify.
The sales won't stop.
With Charlie's tech needs sorted, she can focus on turning her home business into a global operation. Yes, boy. Join Shopify, the commerce platform powering millions of businesses worldwide. This is Possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a free trial at shopify.co.uk/setup22. Go to shopify.co.uk/setup22 to start selling online today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Friday. It's I think we'll nickname it Prince Andrew Day. Let's decide that Prince Andrew driven out, arriving for a crisis summit. I can just imagine the phone call. Can you imagine? There he is sitting at home thinking, what can we do today? Let's do another jigsaw, because he's got nothing else to do. And then the phone's brought to him. It's Her Majesty on the phone. Mummy, hello. Yes, good, thank you. Yes, I've just had some porridge. Meeting? Today? OK, where? OK, at the castle. Right, who else? William and Charles. OK, Mummy, see you later. Bye. Very depressed, very depressed. They think it was Charles. The papers are speculating it was Charles who demanded his exile, because it can't go on any longer. They kind of have to sort of distance themselves from it and move on, because they've got lots of other things to do at the moment. The least that they want to be worrying about is what Prince Andrew might or might not have done, but he's denied everything. He said he had nothing to do with anything. He doesn't even know this person. But at the moment, I should imagine the legal bills must have cost a small fortune. But it has, whichever way you look at it, brought shame. I mean, from the Falklands War hero to humiliation. Didn't take that long, did it? The relief of the forces as he's lost these military titles. 150 people wrote in, serving officers, to say that he's bringing shame on the forces. I mean, because he was Commodore-in-Chief, the Royal Navy Fleet Air Arm, Honorary Air Commodore, RAF Lossiemouth, Colonel in the Grenadier Guards, Royal Colonel, Royal Highland Fusiliers, Colonel-in-Chief, the Royal Irish Regiment, and the Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Lancers. They don't want to be associated with him. And so the Queen had no choice, really, but to remove his titles and take away his HRH as well. And he will never get them back. This isn't just we'll wait and see what happens. It's finished. It's finished. He also then becomes just, what do they call it? It's not an ordinary person. He becomes a private citizen, which means... people are going to be asking, how will he now afford a case that may cost him $6 million? Legal fees could be $6 million. The Royal Lodge, we think he's going to pay the costs of. Well, where's this money coming from? He doesn't have any work. He never did anything before. He just faffed around. He sold the chalet, but that was mortgaged. It wasn't free of mortgage. It had a huge mortgage on it. I think they borrowed $13 million. They borrowed $6 million from this other person to purchase it, and so we think it's been sold, but also we think he's having to pay for his own security. You know, we think actually, and also, oh right, so he might have to pay for the security as well. I mean, that could be the full cost of royal security is kept from the public, but they think the full cost of it for all of them, $125 million a year. Oh yes, how to get rid of pigeons. I discovered, because I've tried everything. I've tried water pistols and all the rest of it. But do you know what works? And it works a treat. Because at the moment we did have 6 that would cling on, even though we put spikes out to deter them. You know, basically they drink a thing of water and they sort of, like little fountains. But no, a cap gun. A cap gun. And do you know why? It sounds like a pistol shot. Frightens the life out of them. You've only got to go there, produce it, and go like a toy, like a toy gun, but with caps in it, which goes bang, and that frightens the life out of them. I tried it 4 days ago. They've never returned since. Mind you, the one that I've got shoots flames out as well at the same time. It does. Oh yeah, it does. It's actually a magic trick. It's a magic trick which magicians use on stage. It's a Molotov cocktail. Just call me 003.5. And it's basically a fire effect trick. And there's no wonder they've frightened the life out. Literally, one of them couldn't get out fast enough. He was trying to pack his little suitcases, grab them, and fly at the same time. Because you get the flame that shoots. It's only a little tiny flame, but it's a flame that shoots out, and then you get this crack, which goes with it. And that was quite enough to get rid of them, because they don't know if I'm actually firing at them. If only. Yeah, so the neighbours, well, you can't hear it anyway. But no, it's the noise that seems to have put them off. Because they're obviously going, if we go to this place, this could happen. This thing might actually be able to kill. But did you know what I've inherited? Parakeets. Parakeets now, because 20,000 of them fly over every day on their way to Bushy Park. Literally, the sky turns black. We've counted them. They did a big feature in one of the papers on them the other day, saying they're so tame you can stroke them. I mean, if you can climb a tree, admittedly. But I mean, there was one. They had an apple, they held the apple, and the parakeet came and sat on their hand, and the woman stroked its head while it was eating the apple. Because they're sort of semi-domesticated, and they look pretty. Certainly look a darn sight prettier than pigeons, who have a very bad press. Very, very bad press. But they've got these parakeets, and there are so many of them. I mean, literally. And I love them. I love them. Is this one of them? Oh, no, that's how to pet a parrot. Is that real? Oh, right. You see, I like parrots, but the trouble is they live forever. They live forever. I mean, a parrot can go 60 years or something. Oh, yeah, seriously, parrots go long. They don't do anything. They just sort of sit there on a perch, which is sort of a bit exciting. A bit like Prince Andrew. He'll just be sitting there on the couch, staring into the distance. But, no, I quite like them, but they do live a long time. There you go. How long do they live? 20 to 30 years, for up to 50 years or more for larger species. I love the way you have to check it, just because, one of these days you go, oh, I think you found you were wrong on that one, Steve. Never wrong. Right again. I knew that they lived a long time. So it's like those, what are those things on the Galapagos Islands, those turtles and things like that? They can live forever and a day. There's one here, 82 years old and 88 when he passed away. Oldest parrot ever is Cookie, who was a Major Mitchell's cockatoo. There you go, which is Kakatua Ledbetter. I think that's its surname. I don't know really, but I do Latin. But he passed away in 2016. But some of them are quite nice. Poncho is 92 and officially the world's oldest parrot. That's according to the Guinness Book of World Records. There you go. There's probably people listening at the moment keep parrots. I know we've got people listening who keep snakes. Frighten the life out of me, I'm afraid. Do you know Esther Ranson personally? No. She's been on to LBC loads of times. Loads and loads of times. She's been in here loads and loads of times. Do you think Andrew will end up on Oprah selling his story? Not if he's sensible. Oh, wait a minute. Take that back. Large flowered begonias, Steve, the ones that grow from corms as distinct from bedding plants, cannot withstand direct heat, direct sunlight or high summer. They can recover in September, says Ken, but they have a miserable time throughout July and August. I did really well with begonias. A few years ago, I saw them advertised, and they were smaller begonias. And when they arrived, they were sort of growing as little tiny plants inside a little sort of plastic greenhouse thing, which are very nice. Million bells are pretty, says Sally in Bridgeport, but the slugs love them. Yeah, and also, I tell you what I would never have again, fuchsias. What loves fuchsias? Blooming ants. You can see ants crawling all over fuchsias, and they drop the heads all over the place, so not for me. Chris says, I'm shattered, but I love listening to your role plays. Role plays. I've noticed, actually, I think the programme's developed over the years. I think definitely, if you listen to some of the early programmes, It was only when we started reading out people's letters, which was a forerunner to texts and emails, because we didn't have computers. Yes, I'm that old, Steve Allen, 67. And we used to sort of read out people's letters, and we became very successful at doing people's letters. And then I thought, if they gave me a set of newspapers, I could read the newspapers out. And then I discovered it was quite an easy matter to whiz through the newspapers and find the funny stories, or the stories which were bound to get people, writing in the following week and saying, oh, goodness me, I heard you talking about this. Nowadays, you can respond instantly. Waj is locked into the Spike, can't sleep. And for one here, just finishing my shift, I've just learnt on the day Prince Philip passed, while the Queen was mourning, Downing Street were having a party. Yes, you can't make any of this up. It's all going on, isn't it, really? Steve, I've been listening for a few months now, thanks to Mr. Moyles talking about your show. He's always talking about my show. He's a member of the Steve Allen Lunch Club. Andy Peters was trying to muscle in on it yesterday. He thinks we go to KFC, which actually would be a lot cheaper than it has been for some of us. But anyway, the thing is, I have to leave you at 6:30. I've listened to more since the early days. Don't write to me ever again. Okay, thank you. Very disloyal. We don't want these part-time people. I'm not doing with part-timers at all. Steve, we live in Cornwall. We have a similar problem with seagulls. Lots of the cottages have little alarms that you put on the roof that emit a sound only the gulls can hear. It seems to work very well. You can get one for cats, can't you, that you put in your garden. But this is an ultrasonic bird repeller. It's battery-powered, portable bird deterrent. Bird deterrent. That would be Love Island. It's a pigeon scarer. Yeah, I don't need it. I haven't had to pay £32.95 on my flamethrower. And it's the crack it makes that they see, I think, the bright thing, and then they hear the noise, and they think it's a gun. And that means that they might die. If I had my way, they would. But, I mean, that's another thing, isn't it? So it's a good job it's not seagulls, Steve. They're not scared of anything. I'll be back within an hour. You've not seen what I've got. I tell you, I'm like Rambo. I'm like the modern-day equivalent of Rambo. Sometimes on the tube, the pigeons get on the train at High Barnet, eat the crumbs and get off before the tube goes back underground. I've seen them get on the trains at Waterloo. They hop on the train, and seriously, when it's obviously waiting to be filled up with people, and they see if there's any food, and then literally before it leaves, they hop off the train. I mean, they're not stupid. They're really not stupid. They're just dirty. And people spend a fortune. We spend a fortune on spikes, putting them on pipes and everything else. Bit of a pain. Oh, Golda Meir's grandson. No, you don't see baby pigeons because they're the same size as the adults. They leave them in the nest. We had to get rid of one because the mess that they make is just on top of cars and all sorts of stuff, so they have to go. The moment we get a nest, we're up there getting rid of it as quick as possible. Yeah, they look like that. Because they look like things out of Jurassic Park. They're hideous looking, yeah. Yeah, they are hideous looking. And they're very messy. But they grow. Literally within a month, they're sort of you can always tell if it's a new pigeon, because when you go up there and go shoo, they just sit there looking at you because they haven't got the intelligence to realise you can do them harm. Hadn't seen me with my flamethrower. So, yes, Golda Meir's grandson defended the casting of Dame Helen Mirren as Israel's formidable first woman prime minister, saying it doesn't matter whether or not the actor is Jewish. He was speaking out after Dame Maureen Lipman said a Jew should have been cast in the thriller Golda because the Jewishness of the character is so integral. It's called acting. It's just acting. That's all it is. And, Ben Kingsley, and other people, backed by Dame Maureen has been backed by Tracy Ann Oberman. David Baddiel said she wasn't criticising Dame Helen, said, I'm sure she'll be marvellous, but it would never be allowed for Ben Kingsley to play Nelson Mandela. You just couldn't even go there. No, but who did play Nelson? Not Nelson Mandela. Who played Gandhi? Ben Kingsley. Ben Kingsley played Gandhi. Nobody complained about that at the time. It's called... Yeah, but it's just acting. He's just playing a role. It's like saying, I'd like Dame Helen to play Father Christmas. And you go, well, you can't because she hasn't got a white beard. And you go, yeah, a few weeks she could grow one.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Dog walkers over warned, avoid beaches. Doesn't really apply to us in London. But vets have been inundated with dogs who've fallen seriously ill after going for walks on beaches. Hundreds on social media have reported similar incidents on a stretch of coastline which is about 110 miles long. Follows the death of a Great Dane who developed a lung infection his owners believe was caused by swimming in polluted seawater near Portsmouth. So just be very careful. Local veterinary nurse Brogan Proud, who runs Yorkshire Coast Pet Care, has posted a warning saying don't take dogs along the coast. So it runs from Whitley Bay, North Tyneside, down through Yorkshire towards Hull. Follows the death, as I say, of this dog. And a 9-month-old Beagle Spaniel Copper had come down with a bug which caused severe vomiting and diarrhoea after a family trip to East Yorkshire. She said, we thought he was on the mend, but he was sick again last night. We're probably going to end up back at the vets again. So be warned. Be warned. And also, we only talked about this the other day, cows that attack people. If they've got calves, they will defend them. And there's a former army officer here called Janice Tvet, who came across a 30-strong herd on a walk with her partner, David, and their Labrador Goose. I don't know what sort of dog is called Goose, a Labrador, I suppose. But anyway, after knocking the mother of two down and pinning her against a fence, the animals stamped on her, causing her stomach to swell like a watermelon. She managed to escape when her military training kicked in and she went into survival mode. The couple hid in a tree where Miss Tvet slipped in and out of consciousness while Mr. Hood tried to raise the alarm. She was airlifted to hospital and treated for 7 broken ribs. Part of her colon was removed. So, I mean, I've said to you before, if you're confronted by a herd of cows, you might be shopping in Tesco or something and they might just appear. I mean, can you believe between 2015 and 2020, 22 people in the UK were killed by cows? Try to scare them by shouting and waving your arms. Saying go away under your breath doesn't really work as well. So you've got to red rag to a bull. Yeah, move away as carefully and as quietly as possible. If you're with the dogs... If you've got dogs, they might see this as a danger to their calves. Let go of the dog's lead. It'll be able to outrun the cows. Stay calm, and the cows should realise you pose no threat. Don't make eye contact if they look aggressive, and don't run. And avoid walking through a field of cows with calves if possible. Because they're all going to do it. They're all going to defend, aren't they? Because they don't know what you're going to be doing. And if the dog is there, and this woman, I mean, was nearly killed. Because they actually have, tried to basically kill her, which is awful. Steve, can you have a few kind words for my 8-year-old grandson, Harry? Because his hamster, George, died the other day. Oh, Denise, that's very sad, isn't it? We had a hamster. Our hamster, Judy, died some years ago now, but we still think about her fondly. Still think about her. And then we had another one called Judy. No, we had Judy to start with. What was the second one called? We didn't have Richard and Judy in my day. I don't think we had television, to be honest with you. But anyway, they're just lovely. But when they go to heaven. And they go and mix with all their friends. We did lose our hamster, yeah. We did lose it. But then, of course, after it passed on, we buried it in the garden and the cat dug it up. What? In the garden? Oh, in the garden, yeah. It was sort of... also, it used to had a thing. It used to hide behind cupboards in the kitchen. Because it was in its cage and it had a wheel. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a pretty boring existence for hamsters, but, they seem to quite like it. And they always come alive at night. They don't do anything in the daytime. They're fast asleep. You prod them and they go, sleeping. It's a bit like me, actually. And then it would disappear behind cupboards. And I told you that was the time it disappeared behind the washing machine. And what it was doing, they liked chewing and it was gnawing through the wires. But we didn't know that because the washing machine wasn't on when the hamster was out. And then we put it back inside. I think a couple of days later, my mother turned on the washing machine. There was a bang and all the lights went out in the house because it had fused the wiring. Number 10 Downing Street is sounding more and more, Steve, like Annabelle's nightclub every day. Well, I think it is, Kevin, our milkman. It is. I'm pretty certain it is, actually. We had a milkman next to us this morning in the car as I was coming in. It's only because I heard his music blaring out before I actually looked round. It had sort of milkman written on the side, which I thought was quite nice. Bit of a clue being all of these bottles of milk sitting on the back. At the time of the newly alleged parties, apparently the country was still in a period of national mourning, and England was still under strict COVID rules that banned socialising with other households unless you'd formed a support bubble. According to the Telegraph, The gatherings lasted beyond midnight and saw alcohol drunk with guests dancing along to music. Producer was telling me they turned up with a suitcase down here on the Strand to go to the Co-op, and they filled the suitcase up with, because it's obviously the nearest place to get booze, even though there must be places up at Victoria that they could have gone. But anyway, they went to the Co-op on the Strand with a suitcase, filled it up with booze, went back there. Party on down. They don't care, do they? I mean, they really didn't care. This was also on the night that Prince Philip had died. The day before the funeral. I mean, they just ridiculous, isn't it? Almost, I'm not sure actually which story I'm more excited about. The Prince Andrew being stripped of his titles, wondering how he's going to be paying these bills. You'll have to say to Sarah Ferguson, won't he? Listen, no more freebies, love. You're going to have to pay your way. OK, so can I have £43 for part of the shopping? I should imagine Andrew's ever been shopping, but at least we know he can eat pizza. Well, we hope he can eat pizza. That'll be the next thing, won't it? First of all, the sweating thing, and then it's going to be the pizza stuff as well. Gets more bizarre by the day. I mean, another staff member is said to have acted as a DJ. So in other words, they obviously had a console there, a DJ console with flashing lights, and you can't just act as DJ. You've got to have the equipment. Another word's present is reported to have expressed fears too much wine was being spilt on a carpet. One eyewitness also told the Telegraph that a staff member used and broke a child's swing in the garden belonging to Mr. Johnson's son, Wilfred. Because everybody wants it. When you've had a few drinks, I can go on a swing and a slide and go on the roundabout. And just go, I was the DJ. OK, rocking it for you today here at 10 Downing Street. Up 2 places, down at number 16. Here comes ABBA. I could be good at it. I could get round to it eventually. Coming soon, Sunshine in a Bottle. I don't know what it is, actually. I was never sure about this, but apparently it's called Sunbrew. And the last 2 years may have been something of a marketing nightmare for Mexican beer brand Corona. But the brewer's unfairly tarnished reputation could be given a feel-good boost with its new alcohol-free lager that's bursting with a sunshine vitamin. It's called Sunbrew, as I say. It contains 30% of an adult's required daily intake of vitamin D, and it keeps bones, teeth and muscles healthy, while research suggests it also reduces inflammation and wards off viruses. So Corona's given up, has it? Do you not see Corona anymore? Has that disappeared now? Because we used to sell, when I worked in a bar years and years ago, we did lots of Corona. Was that the one that came with a slice of lime in the top? Yeah. And did they have some bad publicity or something? So, Mark, they did. Oh, they had bad publicity. Oh, because of Corona. Oh, right. Because of Corona, they had bad publicity. There you go. There you go. So they've got this new one. It's going to be Bottles of Sunshine. But it's alcohol-free. It all sounds a bit dull to me, I'm afraid. Will the row cost the Beeb in the licence fee talks? This is over the Boris Johnson's political turmoil, threatening delicate negotiations with ministers about the future of the corporation's licence fee. And the Tories have hit out at an outrageous bias in BBC's coverage of the apology by the Prime Minister. And apparently Nick Robinson, on something called the To Die programme. Anyway, his sort of, I don't know, we have no idea what this is at all. This aggressive interview with Brandon Lewis infuriated Tory MPs. They're spending a lot of time being infuriated, haven't they? It's good. Steve, if you were a member of the royal family, which charities would you support, and would the producers get any knighthoods? Absolutely not. Good Lord, we're not wasting money on knighthoods, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. Which charities? Diabetes UK, Cancer Research, Make Some Noise, all these, charities like Make Some Noise, which help lots of little charities, would be good as far as I was concerned. There's also a lovely feature that, now we've done this. I wonder if Brian Viner was listening to the programme, because he wants to know why today's films are so bottom-numbingly long. So, I mean, classics like High Noon, Fred Zinnemann, 1 hour 25 minutes. This is an acceptable length of film. Reservoir Dogs, Quentin Tarantino, 1 hour 39 minutes. Casablanca, 1 hour 42. The Third Man, 1949. You notice the years on these things, 1 hour 44. And Psycho, 1 hour 49 minutes. Compare that to the modern marathons. The Irishman, Martin Scorsese, 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours. Bottom-numbingly awful. Avengers Endgame, 3 hours 1 minute. No Time to Die, 2 hours 43. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Tarantino, 2 hours 41. And Dune, 2 hours 36 minutes. It's way too long. I mean, Once Upon a Time in America, if you remember, is 4 hours, 11 minutes. Well, it might be lovely for them, but boring as hell for the rest of us. 4 hours, 11... Nobody. I mean, you need to get up to go to the loo, you need to go and get a drink, you need to get, of course, bucket of popcorn, and you need to get your hot dog in a roll. You know, and then you can stagger back. I mean, they used to have on some films intervals. I think when they did Cleopatra with Elizabeth Taylor, there was an interval in it, because on the DVD there's an interval. And I think Ben-Hur, there's an interval as well. If a film was particularly long, they would put it, because you need to go to toilet. And so you'd have an interval, and that's where they'd bring out the ice cream people. They'd switch on their little lights, and they would do that as well. So that's the way. You can't sit there for 4 hours, 11 minutes, no matter how brilliant the film is, because the person who's made it obviously believes in it 100%. But, you know, for the rest of us, dreadful. Far too long. I even said the Bond films are way too long for me. Way too long. You know, I think even 2 hours is pushing it. Can't they cram it into an hour and a half? That would make it much easier. Yeah, just speed it up a little bit. Steve, this is my 3-year-old rescue dog, Archie. He said, thanks for the pet advice you gave him. And if Boris leaves number 10, could you recommend him for the top job? Oh, bless him. Look at him. No, honestly. See, I always say that. Get a rescue dog. They're very grateful. They're very grateful. Some of them have been with problems, but the time you come to rescue them, they've been sorted out of all their problems, their fear. Because sometimes people beat animals, as you know, because you've heard us tell the stories of them, and people mistreat them, and then they get taken away. And the people like, you know, Battersea Cat and Dogs Home and the PDSA and loads of other places have to try and get them back to normality, so they trust humans, because otherwise they're simply terrified. Simply terrified.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice. Steve, I've been stuck a number of times by a herd of cows with my late dog. It's terrifying. Once had to be rescued, says Anna. All fields with livestock should have big signs up. Advice, do not enter a field with cows, dog or no dog. And also cows that have got calves. You know, you really don't go anywhere near them. Absolutely nowhere. Steve, years ago I was standing outside Santander underneath the overhang in pouring rain. Staff came out and gave me an umbrella. And it's still at Dad's in Isleworth, says Nick, now in Romford. Yeah, I mean, we all got loads of umbrellas, haven't we? I mean, I could put, if I cleared out the boot of the car one day this century, I'll probably find loads of umbrellas, I should imagine. Steve, I live on the coast. We have to be careful when walking dogs on the beach, as lumps of white palm oil get washed up on beach, which dogs lick, and it's a killer. So many things which are... I've still seen people feeding dogs, you know, all sorts of inappropriate things. I just think that dogs want to be fed all the time. Listen, dogs are like a never-ending food machine. You give them food, they'll keep eating. That's why you see overweight dogs. I like the story of one of Interpol's most wanted, who faked his own death in America, has been found 2 years later in a Glasgow hospital after he nearly died for real from COVID. This is a guy called Nicholas Alvaverdian, thought to have died of cancer, surrounded by his wife and 2 children, in February 2020. The American newspapers documented the passing of a pillar of the Rhode Island community who was remembered for advocating reform of the state's child welfare system, said to have been motivated after himself suffering sexual abuse while in the care of state agencies. Mr. Alvaverdian was honoured by the local mayor with a special citizen citation. But the upstanding citizen was actually Nicholas Rossi, a convicted sex offender wanted for further alleged assaults in America, and he was not dead. He changed names once more to Arthur Knight and started a new life in Scotland, where he successfully evaded capture until he was struck down with COVID last December. Rossi checked into Glasgow's Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, where, close to death, he was put on a ventilator. Medics discovered his real identity through his DNA and alerted the police when they found out he was on Interpol's red list. I didn't know they could do this in hospital. Well, you go in there and they take your DNA. They say, can we just consult the Interpol's list? How does that work? Very odd, isn't it? Officer swooped and he appeared on via video link from hospital to face extradition proceedings. And so there you go. People do that, though, don't they? People sort of move into another country and they have a different identity. And it's always quite interesting. Steve, Downing Street was just supporting local businesses by buying loads of beer. I know, that's what I thought as well. Apparently, loving the show, Steve. The Sound of Music, says this one from Lisa, had an intermission. It's where Maria decides to leave the Von Trapp house. and puts her leaving letter on the side table before walking out the front door to go to the Abbey. Yeah, she goes back to the Abbey. She can't cope with it. And then, anyway, then she's sort of, climb every mountain. Mother Abbess. Miming, I think. I think that was another one of the famous Marnie Nixon mimes. She mimed for so many people. Well, she sang for so many people who were miming that she became known as the session singer. But you're right, she did actually, and then they went for the thing, and then it sort of comes back again, and she meets the Mother Abbess, and she decides she's going to go back to the family. Of course, by that time, the kids are they're so bored with their father's new wife-to-be, that, Steve, my father saw Gone with the Wind in Bermuda during World War II. He said it was 4 hours long with the overture and intermission, says Mary in Oxford. Yeah, I mean, I did know that Gone with the Wind... I've never seen Gone with the Wind. Oh, no, I knew you two wouldn't see it. It's far too long. But that's famously Clark Gable. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. And, da-da-da-da. People went to the cinema in those days because it was the entertainment. Hardly anybody had televisions. And if you went to see an epic... I mean, Ben-Hur was 3 hours, 32 minutes. Famous for the chariot race. In fact, that's about all it was famous for, the chariot race. I mean, there's nothing that's worth watching for 4 hours. But in the early days, when you think people went home to nothing, if you went to the cinema, you were going to the Picture Palace. They were beautiful places, marble entrance halls, staircases that seemed to rise up, in interior. You'd have an organ rising out of the floor, bit of an achievement, I think. And, they'd be playing music to keep you entertained before the film started. And then in most cinemas, when I went to the cinema, you got, first of all, the adverts, but they were played on a big screen. It was a huge screen. You get all the, and then you'd get pa-pam, 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 and it'd be Pathé News, and they would show you, in Washington this week. So yeah, they'd show the news. You'd have a newsreel running at the cinema. Well, I don't know, because nobody had televisions. What do you mean, why? What are you asking me for? I didn't control the thing. And then you'd have a B film that would go with the A film. So that would be the filler film. It could be all sorts of little bits and pieces. And they were sometimes the B films were better than the main feature. And then you'd get the main feature film. And if it was too long, you'd get, a break in the middle of it, like in the middle of Gone with the Wind and The Sound of Music and things like that. And I think there was also Jesus of Nazareth, or another one about the Bible. Yeah, a B movie was the movie that supported the main movie. It had nothing to do with it. It was just a little film showing, but some of them were really quite good. You'd have all sorts of things. I mean, it would always be a sort of a current film. What did I watch the other day? Was it the Lavender Hill Mob? No, it wasn't current. It would be something old. I think it was either the Lavender Mob or... What was it? Somebody will know, because what they did at the very end of the film, which was very interesting, they've got extras, and they showed you where they filmed these bits of this film in London, which was a story of a gang of kids who all, when kids played outside. Not that kids play outside now; it's far too dangerous. But they were playing outside, and they were reading this magazine, which had gripping stories for kids, for boys specifically, and it was being used to help a gang of crooks rob people and things. Anyway, it was all very good. Shot in around London, but London, of course, at the time had been bombed, and so there were loads of places which didn't exist. Some of the places that he showed you, he said this place has not changed at all. Not changed at all. He said it's still exactly the same block of flats. This was the exterior of the church that they used, and this, and then he sort of showed you all the different pieces. What the hell was it called? It wasn't, somebody will write in and tell me, it wasn't the Lavender Hill Mob, but it was the film with, it might have come from the Children's Film Foundation, but it was very good. It had, all sorts of people in it. Yes, I'm not being very much used to you today, I'm afraid. I'm trying to do the best I can, and I can't remember it. I'm trying to see the front cover of the box in my mind to remind me what this film was called. But so it was all these kids, and in the end, all the kids of London pile in and attack the crooks, and the crooks get caught and taken away by the police. Somebody will know what it is, please. Steve, how much does it cost to go to the cinema nowadays? Well, for how much it costs, it should be an all-day experience. I mean, you should be fed popcorn on a silver tray, or gold at the very least. About 25 quid in it, I think, if you're going to go round here. Because, you're actually paying for it. Some of these seats in this one next door to us here are 60 quid. Because you can tip back in them, and you can keep your drinks and everything else in the armrest. You get a meal in some places. Have you not been in the cinema? Oh, my goodness me, yeah. We normally have our company meetings in the cinema next door, and if you get to sit in the posh seats, as I call them, they really are very... It's a case of it's like being at home, provided you've got an automatic recliner at home. But I always get I just can't go to the cinema anymore. I just fall asleep. It's just not worth it for me. The moment it goes dark, it dims down, the lights go down, and then the curtains part, and then the film. That's me. I'm gone for the count. I've lost track of the amount of free cinema seats I've been given over the years to go. Because I'm going to be interviewing the stars of the film. Last film that I saw, it was Quentin Tarantino. Inglorious blood red colour, because there's always murders in all his films, and it was next door and I fell asleep 6 times. There was only 4 of us in the cinema. They actually put on a screening. One place I went to, they put on a screening specifically for me on a Sunday morning because they couldn't manage it any other time. Hue and Cry, thank you. Did somebody know that? Brilliant. Well done, Mark. Well done. Brilliant. They put on a screening in Soho Square for me. I was the only person in this little screening cinema to watch it, and they had to have a security guard in there as well, who'd opened up the building, and the projectionist had turned up just for me. I probably fell asleep. It was Sunday morning. I had to go after I'd finished doing the programme, and I went there. The reason the security guard was in there is to make sure that you weren't an unscrupulous person and you were filming the film, which a lot of people did, and then put them up on the internet. So, it was, so he was sort of basically watching me watching the film. On some of the places I went to, they used to confiscate your telephone to make sure you didn't, film it. Which actually, definitely, I wouldn't at all, actually. Never do that. Mark in Shoreham, well done. Hue and Cry was the film. It is very good. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang had an interval when I went to see it in Leicester Square. When Chitty goes over the cliff edge, he doesn't take flight until after the interval. Well, actually, when they put Chitty Chitty Bang Bang on at the Palladium with Michael Ball, oh, chitty, you, chitty, pretty, chitty, bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, we love you, and chitty, oh, chitty, pretty, chitty, bang. And so it went on. The car was on a hydraulic, and it would come right up to the circle at the end of the show, and it would sort of rise up, and the lights would flash, and there was smoke and all the rest of it. Unfortunately, on a lot of occasions, the equipment stopped. So the car was trapped there while they're all, oh, chitty, you, chitty, pretty, chitty, bang, bang. We had to leave the theatre as we were sort of get out. All the people are up on stage trying to get them back down from this car. It was hilarious. Hilarious. Here we go. Have you cleaned out a few cupboards over the holidays? Melania Trump has. She's auctioning off her hat. For reasons known only to herself, Melania is selling the rather lovely Hervé Pierre hat she wore for President Macron's visit in 2018, along with a watercolour and some other knickknacks. Her bid started at £175,000. £175,000 for Melania. She does look a bit robotic, doesn't she, Melania Trump? She looks as though she could be, I don't know. She just doesn't quite look right, actually. But meanwhile, Olivia Newton-John is auctioning off some slightly worn shoes and boots, a selection of 6 of her scarves, and a river rock generously embellished with crystals. Now, you're the one that I want. Really want. We'll take a short break for the news. How long does it take you to drink a cup of tea? About an hour? About an hour. Can't drink it all the time. I've got to work. I'm paid for that. Do you remember the group Sparks? Yes, that's This Town Ain't Big Enough for the Both of Us. I do everything on this programme, I tell you. You've got to do your own songs now. Never mind. At least I made the effort.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's Friday. It's the 14th of January, known as Kick Andrew Out Day. Yes, he's the front page of every single newspaper because it just seemed to come to a head the other day. It seemed to move fairly quickly, that they obviously knew where he was. They had a meeting with him. I'd say they knew where he was. He doesn't actually have a job. Nobody's really sure what his job was before. He was some sort of ambassador, but now he's nothing. Nothing at all. Might have to pay for the place where he lives, which I think is the old Queen Mother's house. Sarah Ferguson lives there, presumably rent-free, because nobody knows what she does either. And the 2 girls are married, so they've disappeared off, so they're rattling around. Perhaps he could downsize. Well, to what? I don't know. I don't know whether or not you can actually manage to downsize. The trouble is, I can't imagine he's particularly bothered by this. He's probably thinking, well, that's good, I can go out and play golf or do anything else, but I don't think he can play golf. Can't imagine any golf clubs that would be welcoming him with open arms. But I think the royal family have made the right decision. They obviously thought about it. They don't make these decisions lightly. They'd have had meetings with courtiers of how can we make this go away? How can we try and do damage limitation? And I think that's the way it is. And, we'll now wait and see what happens. He, of course, has denied everything. But he's not been charged with anything. They haven't sort of said you're being charged with this or that. They've said this is basically the case that she is presenting, and we'll take it on from there. Birthdays we celebrate today. But before I do the birthdays, actually, there is only one of any interest. Charles, on this day in 1898, Charles Lutwidge Dodgson died, aged 65. Who is he? Who is he? Do you know who he is? No, not First Motor Car. He wrote Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. He's Lewis Carroll. Absolutely. Under the name Lewis Carroll. Isn't that clever? I mean, I like things like that. Showbiz. The singer from London, Frankie Bridge, 33, found fame with pop group S Club 8. I don't think S Club 8 was half as successful as S Club 7. Might as well have kept it going. And now it's only S Club 3. They don't seem to have anybody else who wants to do it. She's also a Loose Woman TV panellist, married to Wayne Bridge. They've both done reality shows. And she says, I'm not somebody who wears my stretch marks with pride. If I'm honest, I feel shame. Oh dear. There's an issue there. You can just tell, can't you? Also, January the 14th, 2004, Britain's most prolific serial killer chose the time of his own death yesterday. Harold Shipman, a control freak to the end, hanged himself in Wakefield Prison a day before his 58th birthday. It meant the former GP escaping a life sentence. His death brought many new anguishes for the families of the 215 patients that he killed. Unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. I always thought all these people who were up on those sort of charges, they were watched constantly. There'd be somebody somewhere watching them on a camera. That's what they're paid to do. And yet, even Andrew's friend, the multi... I mean, I don't know how it happens. I don't know if you remember the Rolling Stones guitarist Brian Jones, but he wrote to a teenage fan saying basically, I can't give out my home address, but I'll give you some clues. They were then sent to Christine Dalton, who developed a crush after seeing the Stones on Ready, Steady, Go. She wrote the band's fan address wrote to the band's fan club to ask for his address, and even made a trip to West London from her home in Bedfordshire to try and find him. So 4 times he did handwritten letters, signed with kisses. In the first he said he couldn't give his phone number or address. In the second he said, I'm sorry you didn't find the house. I'm moving, and enclosed a signed photo. Christine is now married, as you can well imagine. She's 70. She found the items during a move. She said the letters were so innocent and it was nice. He took the time to write back. Her teenage crush faded, but she did go to the Stones concert in Hyde Park when the band paid tribute to Jones, who 2 days earlier had died, aged 27, in the swimming pool of his East Sussex home. They reckon, I think they'll go for more than 3,400, don't you? Definitely more than 3,400. I mean, that is quite something. And they've got the envelope. She's kept it as perfectly as it possibly can be kept. But I'd forgotten, actually, that when they did the Hyde Park concert, he died 2 days earlier in a swimming pool. There was something about bands in those days that they didn't, I mean, Keith Moon was another one who was sort of the wild man of pop. He was another one who had issues. The energy giant E.ON is facing a bit of a backlash after sending pairs of socks to customers to encourage them to turn their heating down. I mean, what possible use is a pair of blooming socks? Gloves. Thank you. Gloves, or, a scarf or a hat, pair of socks. Possible use is that? I mean, it's basically an advertising thing for them. E.ON said 30,000 customers were sent the socks after engaging with an energy-saving campaign last year. They were sent to encourage them to think about their carbon footprints. This is, the company have apologised as well. This is OVO, saying you can snuggle up to your pets and exercise to cut back on heating bills. Who wants to do that? Eating bowls of oatmeal, doing star jumps. Well, my Auntie Enid, I mean, she's 97 now. She couldn't do a star jump if you told her what it was. And cuddling pets among the recommendations on the deleted webpage. Why would a dog want to cuddle you, or a pussycat, or a hamster, or something like that? It doesn't keep you warm at all. Ridiculous. Sally in Malta says, delighted to hear you mention rescue dogs, Steve. Please remind people to give them 4 to 6 weeks to settle in. It's well worth the effort. My 3 dogs and 1 cat were all rescued, and I wouldn't have an animal any other way. No, absolutely. They need lots of love and attention, and they'll repay you, tenfold. Easily tenfold. Other birthdays, apart from Frankie Bridge. Edward St. Auburn. Yes, I don't know how they pronounce St. Auburn. Anyway, he was a London-born author, is 62 today, and he inspired the Sky Atlantic series of the same name, which is called the Patrick Melrose novel, Sky Atlantic series, with Benedict Cumberbatch. I'm none the wiser on that one, I'm afraid, at all. I have no idea what they're talking about. No idea. Duchess of Cambridge's parents have made a fortune from their party paraphernalia firm, but her brother, Marshmallow business, has now officially gone boomf. Bust, leaving taxpayers £140,000 out of pocket and creditors owed £800,000. Marshmallows, I know. I don't understand that, actually. The Facebook is owed £55,000, Royal Mail £22,000, and then creditors expected to lose £485,000 of the £651,000 owed to them. He's just not very successful, is he? One report says HMRC are expected to be paid in full. Other creditors set to share £165,000. Middleton, who declines to comment, has previously described himself as an ideas man who struggles with the minutiae of running a business. I think that's patently obvious, love, isn't it? Should stay well clear of it. Dame Judi Dench is 87. 87. Delighted to be cast as the wife of Sir Kenneth Branagh in the 2018 film about Shakespeare, All Is True. Now she's amused to be playing his grandmother in the movie Belfast, out next week. Ken asked me, will you play my grandmother, the Oscar winner says, so I played his wife in All Is True, so why not his granny? She's quite marvellous, isn't she? She's just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. What have we got here? Hugh Grant. He's just got himself a £240,000 Ferrari. I'd love to see his insurance. Yeah, midlife crisis there. It's either that or a motorbike. I wonder how much he pays in insurance, because if you're in entertainment business, you get a bit penalised for it. I don't know why, actually. I think the reason was given that you might be taking a celebrity friend with you. And, of course, if you have an accident, they're going to be suing big time. Hence, they make you pay for it. Not as far as I'm concerned. What else have we got in the paper today? Classical spectaculars are still going strong. And the Nutcracker, Cinderella, Swan Lake, Romeo and Juliet, and Snow Maiden. This is the Russian State Ballet of Siberia, if you please. The Russian State Ballet of... Yes, how many bows for them? Accompanied by the orchestra of the Russian State Ballet of Siberia. Don't argue with us. We're going to play for you. And there's loads of them, but as I say, they're playing Reading, Southend. It's obviously, perhaps they don't know. Oxford, Wimbledon, Northampton, Bournemouth High, Wickham, Southend and Bristol. It's produced by Raymond Gubby, who produces some of the biggest shows that you're ever going to see. In fact, he's also doing Carl Jenkins in concert. Is he doing this one? This is the Classical Spectacular at the Royal Albert Hall in London. And this includes the Music, Lights, Lasers and Fireworks and the 1812 Overture, with thundering cannons. They apparently look really, really good. And Sinatra, simply Sinatra, is at the Royal Festival Hall. It's a singer-like. All your favourite hits performed by our show band and guest star singer Matt Ford. Come fly with me, my way, fly me to the moon, luck be a lady tonight. And he does them all like in the style of Frank Sinatra. Yeah, that's quite a nice idea, isn't it? Would you like that? Matt Ford, yes. Well, that's what it says. Is he a comedian? Really? What, and he sings as well? No, it can't be the same person. Also, I'm afraid you've got to put up with Anton and Erin again. Yes, Tony Beak and Erin will be out there strutting their stuff. He's only just finished doing pantomime. It didn't get the most fantastic reviews. And this is all Raymond Gubby, actually. He's doing very well. Also, Fired Dance. It is Raymond Gubby as well. Gorka, Marquez and Karen Haar. So he's got so many shows. I can't believe how many shows he's got going on. In fact, even the Simply Sinatra is one of his. Every single one of these shows, the Classical Spectacular, Tony and Erin in Showtime, and the Nutcracker from the Russian State Ballet of Siberia. I suppose over there you have to dance. It's so blooming cold. But isn't it funny when you think they're going to be playing Southend? I don't know why. Don't know why I think it's funny playing Southend. Nothing funny about Southend, actually. Queen Cassandra adrift for sake of the monarchy. Do you know, the funny thing is, even in her 90s, she's not messing about, is she? It's a case of don't mess with your mother, OK? Otherwise, you'll pay the price. So now we've got rid of him from the royal family. Where he's going to get this money from, I've got no idea. This you would love to find out, wouldn't you?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. So, a revival of the Fast Show to mark its 30th anniversary. I don't think I ever saw it. I do remember that line, "Suits you, sir," but I can't remember what it was to do with. And is there something in for it? Oh, that was when they were playing Taylors with Paul Whitehouse. And they did have a revival in 2020. It ran actually for 6 years. You know, very, very good, but quite variable. So in other words, hit and miss. So, right, a bit like the One Show, only they're sort of just variable. They sort of don't go anywhere. I don't know what on earth's happening with that Alex woman. I don't think she's got any idea what she's talking about half the time. But there's also somebody in the papers today. This is somebody who had a stalking order against them, and they've gone to court to appeal against it. They were chasing a celebrity, and they would constantly ring their doorbell and everything else and send them notes and letters and phone them and things like that. And so there was a restraining order quite clearly put on somebody. They're going to go back to court to try and get it overturned. I don't think so. I don't understand why that would ever work. That would just be ridiculous. Lauren Silverman's whopping diamond ring is being shown. We think some of the papers are running with the fact it cost £2.5 million. It didn't. They've already denied it's £250,000, which, to be honest with you, if it was £2.5 million, you wouldn't be able to go out wearing the thing anywhere. Yeah, I mean, they've obviously gone for the cheaper Christmas cracker version. £250,000 is good enough. I mean, he's not known for wasting his money, Simon. He's worked for it, so he's determined to make sure it stays with it. And did you know that they have a new receptionist on The Apprentice? This is the girl who sits outside and goes, the phone rings, "Hello, Lord Sugar will see you now," and that's what she says. Well, the one that they've just hired, obviously the last one had had enough of it, didn't get any publicity. She's made a very big impression. Because we thought that they really were. The producer thought that she really was his real live receptionist. She's not. She's a television prop. This one, yeah, you feel cheated now, don't you? That's all she says. "Lord Sugar will see you now," and then I think she's doing Hangman when she sort of does it. Like when we discovered Richard Osman on Pointless, his computer he sits in front of is completely blank. There's nothing on it. It's just a pretend computer. Sorry to break it to you. Oh, there you go. And Spider-Man doesn't really fly at all. And also, the Rovers isn't a real pub. No, it's not. There never was a brewery up there filling up the Rovers. Newton and Ridley. Always loved that. It was good. Anyway, Ashley Young has made a big impression. And you know the reason she's made a big impression? She says, "When I first had to take the boardroom call from Lord Sugar, I was nervous, but I assume it's a television programme, dear. I wouldn't mind, but in fact, she's American. She comes from Florida, and she was a parade performer and actor at the Universal Studios. She was also a professional scuba diver and took part in an underwater show. Since moving to the UK, she's featured in a variety of adverts, including one for Cadbury's Cream Eggs in 2021. It's a riveting story, this. She also starred in Glow Up Makeup Challenge and modelled for a photographer in the Great British Photography Challenge. And she's an ambassador for a non-profit organisation because she's only got one arm. She's got part of the other arm. And so this is selling of the story. So she's on there. She said, "I've noticed there are more and more opportunities for people with limb differences, which is amazing." She's apparently got a gold prosthesis with a bionic hand attached to it. But I don't think you don't see that on The Apprentice. She's just sitting behind I didn't even notice them. I just know that they go, Lord Sugar will see you now. And that's, I mean, let's face it, if you've been advertising Cadbury's cream eggs, you can only go down, can't you, after that? She doesn't get any bigger and better. And so she's only ever got one hand on the desk because she doesn't wear her prosthesis on the television. I don't know why, actually. And so then it's basic. They say, Apprentice stars great reception. It just says, Lord Sugar will see you now. It's not complicated. Even I could do it. It doesn't matter whether you've got half an arm, half a hand, half a leg. It doesn't make any difference as your ability to answer a telephone. She can pick it up and she can say, Lord Sugar will see you now. Fed up with it already, actually. I don't know. I haven't even seen any of The Apprentice this time round, and I'm not likely to. Mainly because the people are just so irritating. I can't bear to see people who you know damn well can't actually do anything. Because they don't have the ability. That's why they're on the television, because they want to be famous. I didn't see the toothbrush thing, but the bloke who's been kicked out has now been bleating like there's no tomorrow. Why is he bleating? Well, because I don't have a company at the moment and all the rest of it. He's a former rugby player, obviously desperate to try and make something of himself, and the answer is he didn't. He couldn't make a toothbrush. They described it quite rude terms, and that was it. Susie says, I used to go to Hounslow Odeon in the early 70s when I was a young teenager. Always a B film on then, and the adverts ranged from lavishly produced Gordon's Gin to the local Indian restaurant and laundrette. Yeah, the Gordon's Gin was fabulous because it was a glass. Oh, itchy nose now. And I'm going to sneeze now. Now I'm going to sneeze. Typical, isn't it? Get one thing, get the other. And the Gordon's Gin advert had this music running, and it was a clear glass and clear ice cubes in it, which made it look even better, and they would pour the gin in from a height, and then the slice of, and it looked fantastic. I mean, on a giant screen, 40, no colour, black and white, you cheeky devil. Honestly, how old do you think I am? Steve Allen, 67. So Gordon's Gin to the local, and then you go. There used to be an advert with sort of Kenny Everett on, advertising a local Indian restaurant. And you'd go, come to the Tandoori Maharaja, and guess what? There's no flocked wallpaper, because the big thing in the early days of the Indian restaurants, it was all orange lighting and flocked wallpaper. I never understood why, but it was. And because all the food looked the same to me. Indian restaurants were fairly new, but it was flocked wallpaper. I can see it to this day. I can't have them. I can't. It's creamy and it's ghee and stuff like that. Although a lot of places are not using ghee, but even so, no curries send me round the bend. I do look longingly in Marks and Spencer's, and I think I could buy that, then I can get some onion bhajis, and I could try something. I've had a few Chinese meals, but they also send me round the bend. The only thing that doesn't is I can have their little duck spring rolls or the vegetable spring rolls. And I did spill that was my sweet and sour chicken, all down my legs, I fell asleep. I have to be honest, I had a couple of sherbets, and I'd rested it on my legs. I'd been over to get and it was delicious. It was sweet and sour chicken with this lovely phosphorescent sauce, which made it look as though it had come from Dungeness Power Station. And I was eating it, and then I just watching television. I closed my eyes. When I woke up, I'd opened my leg. Well, I was just wearing my pants, just my pants, and I opened my legs. Don't ask me why, it's just one of those things. And the plate had tipped all the way down my legs. So when I woke up, I thought I'd hemorrhaged. I had bits of pineapple stuck to my legs, bits of chicken and this gooey orange sauce all over the place. I didn't know what had gone on. Not having a very good day. So I've avoided things like that in the future. But no, I'd love a curry. But we used to go to an Indian restaurant off Baker Street after the Magic Circle. On a Monday. It was quite a good thing to do, actually. It was a good chance to get together and have something to eat, and poppadoms, and really lovely. And then I had to stop eating that because I nearly had a complete breakdown because I'd forgotten about it. Steve, you've forgotten the white cockerel that crowed for Pathé News. The one that went, Sandra, dun 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 dun, and the cockerel would go like that. That wasn't a very good impression of a cockerel at all, but I've never done an impersonation of a cockerel. Steve, I saw the Hateful Eight in the Odeon next to your studios a couple of years ago was an extended version, 70mm print, so very widescreen, and we had an intermission. They also gave away a programme of the film, which I'd never come across before. It was quite an event and made watching the film even more enjoyable. It was supposed to be an event, Mark, going to the cinema. You went to the palaces. They were called picture palaces for a reason. They were very lavish. People had never seen all this red velvet, Go to the one in Tooting. The Tooting cinema is absolutely beautiful. They have an open day once a year, and when it's on, I'll tell you next time round. And you should definitely go, because you can go inside this. It's a bingo hall, but it's stunning as a picture house. It was just beautiful. I mean, you walk in there and it's tucked away, and you think, my God, these places really were. The Granada Tooting is infamous, and you look inside it. It's like being inside a cathedral. I mean, it really is. It's just, I love places like that. It's like you go to any theatre show. I used to be a member of a local operatic society years ago. When I was at school, I couldn't sing. And the stage in our corn exchange in the town where I was growing up was just very plain. But then by the time you'd moved in, all the scenery and the sets and the costumes and everything else, it just changed. That's like Cameron McIntosh. His shows all start the same, empty stage, and they always finish empty stage. So the magic is in the middle, and then it disappears. So you'll never see a full set at the end of a Cameron McIntosh show. He makes sure that at the beginning of the show it's empty, and then it starts filling up and things have flown in and rise out of the floor, like the Phantom of the Opera, the candles rising out of the floor and the boat and all the rest of it. But more fascinating facts. Hue and Cry, Steve. My dad and his friends were asked to be in it, but didn't trust them, so he didn't go back the next day, says Ruth. Oh, he should have done. Should have done. Janet says, I'm around your age and nobody said the word cinema. That you were either going to the pictures or the flicks. You certainly were.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Dawn Neesom's up nice and early. We like it when people are up nice and early. Yeah, but mind you, it's quite late for her, the producer said. Normally she's up at 4 in the morning. I don't know when this woman gets a chance to sleep. But because I tweeted, it was defo blooming cold this morning. It was noticeably so. Even Mr. Neil says, blooming brass monkey weather out there. It was cold. It was noticeably cold. You feel it because it goes through your bones, and you go, ooh, it is a little bit nippy out there. Steve, Andrew could downsize to somewhere in Woking. He likes it there. He seems to remember his time there very well. Well, we're not sure if he does. We're not sure if he does. I mean, all these things will have to come out, won't they, a little bit later on? Because, as we pointed out 101 times, it's sort of, there are so many questions and no answers forthcoming. He goes out, he's Prince Andrew, he goes and takes his daughter to a place that he would never be familiar with, a pizza place. I'm surprised he even knew what a pizza was, to be honest with you. I shouldn't imagine it features in their cooking plans or regime. He goes there, it's a birthday party. Presumably, he must have gone with security, because in those days, they didn't go anywhere without their bodyguards. They would sort of take them. It doesn't matter who you were, you got bodyguards. They're very keen on making sure that somebody will be with you all the time. And they sit at another table and they're basically watching. Nobody's come forward. No bodyguards have come forward to say, well, I can vouch that he was definitely there on the day. And he has denied everything. Everything. But he did say that it couldn't have occurred because he was at this pizza place. So I'm assuming that the pizza place, they must be sweating buckets down there at the moment, waiting to find out if they go through their records on that particular day, whether or not there is records. There must be. If it was a booking, all these places, they do not throw away paperwork. You go to a pub and they've got all the receipts from the breweries and everything else. You have to keep it. You have to keep it for tax purposes. 7 years. 7 years you've got to keep for tax purposes. And then they would keep it, especially if it was Prince Andrew turning up. That's kind of a big deal, I would have thought. It's like if we were sitting here and all of a sudden there was a knock at the door and it was Prince William, we're going to remember that for the rest... Morning, sir. We're going to remember that for the rest of our lives, aren't we? The day that Prince William dropped in. Yeah, he's going to be on with Nick. I mean, you would remember something like that. But obviously people nowadays remember all the different things. Thank you, Ash. And one here... Steve, I attended an anniversary screening of the original King Kong at the Odeon, Leicester Square. Before the film, a most magnificent organ rose up from the stage to entertain the crowd. The producer couldn't believe this, but most cinemas had the organ. That's what entertained people. And it would literally, the floor would open up and the organ would rise up and they would then play. And he would play popular tunes of the day and, probably until the 50s it started fading out a little bit. And they would have sort of pre-recorded music. But an organist would come in, and these were huge Wurlitzers organs. And in fact, some of them you can find in museums now, because they took them out because they weren't used. When they pulled the cinemas down, many of them went. The organs had to come out at the same time. Anyway, this organ rose from the stage. Afterwards, I got to meet the famous animator Ray Harryhausen, who started out as the assistant to the King Kong animator. Ray went on to animate classics like Jason and the Argonauts. And, Steve, have you ever seen a film in the cinema on super screen where the screen is from the floor to the ceiling, says Connie. No, but isn't this the same as the one down at Waterloo? The IMAX, isn't it? Is this where the screen is in the round kind of thing? It's a circular building, and I think the screen is in the round, because they have to explain to some people that apparently they have a film of a roller coaster and you feel that you're actually on the roller coaster because it's in the round. Am I right on that? Thank you. There you go. Simulating effects like water, wind, scent and strobe lighting that are timed to enhance. You will be thrilled in your seat. Been a long time. Speaking of your seat, it moves. The high-tech motion programming means it moves in time with the film's action, and along with vibrations and shaking, you will feel that you're part of the car chase, standing in the eye of the storm or steering the boat right into a tidal wave. The new Scream horror film is showing in 4DX. I'm not sure I'd want that. I feel a bit ill. I feel a bit ill thinking about something like that. I'm not sure I could do that. I've seen it in a film years and years ago that came out, and the cinema was all the seats were wired up, and in Madame Tussauds the seats are wired up as well. When you go to Madame Tussauds in the Planetarium, they squirt water. They could squirt water from the seat in front of you. I don't know how it works. It's either that or the person in front of me was incontinent, but I mean, it seemed okay. And could have been anything, I don't know. Nobody else seemed to get wet. And but they have seats that vibrate and they move, and they've got things like that. It sort of adds to the effect. But I'm sure at the IMAX, when it first started, they had a film of a giant roller coaster in America, and people were leaning forward in the seats because it makes you feel as though you are part of the ride, because the film goes sort of wraps around you. It's quite clever, but I mean, I just want to go to the cinema just to sleep. That's all I want to go there for. I want to have a giant hot dog and I want to go to sleep. I don't want to do anything else. So, Connie, the answer is, would I have the courage and nerve? Probably not. Probably not. Albert says, didn't the police guarding 10 Downing Street ever get suspicious when all those people turned up? Oh, no, look the other way. Look the other way. Listen, I shouldn't imagine they worry about things going on inside Downing Street. They're just there to make sure that the wrong people don't get into Downing Street. Which actually, when you work it out, they failed miserably, I think. Ray says, went to see Where Eagles Dare in 1968, which at the time was classified as a B film, with Richard Burton and Clint Eastwood. Crikey. Do you have nice plans for the weekend? No more than normal sort of things. Go to see the Godchildren tomorrow. They don't know I'm taking down, because I didn't see them at Christmas. So, of course, I've got to take some money down. I'm getting a haircut today, bit of a thrill. And I'm going to buy some oil so I can have my scampi. I mean, I'll tell you, you want to live the dream? Get a job in radio. It's fantastic. Steve, seeing as you talked about the Rovers pub, do you remember the comic book Roy of the Rovers? Made my childhood, says Chris. No, we didn't do football things. We didn't. I mean, I wasn't particularly interested in football at all, so I wouldn't have bought Roy of the Rovers. We didn't have comics. No, not at all. Dawn Neeson says, cheeky. Up at 4 a.m, run done, 3:30 start. On Saturday. She says, have a nice weekend. Have a lovely weekend. Thank you. I always get told cheeky. It is. I don't know. Seriously, I don't know where she sleeps, this woman. Seriously, got no idea. Perhaps she's an automata. Perhaps she's just a robotic kind of person. That's very cheeky. Very cheeky. Tanker driver Phil says, Steve, there may not be a brewery called Newton and Ridley in Manchester filling up the Rovers' return, but somebody with a good business eye started a taxi firm in Manchester calling it Streetcars. And it's very successful with tourists hoping to find Steve McDonald driving their cab. Forgotten about that. Forgot about that. As an ex-smoker, Steve, of over 45 years, I can confidently state that nothing tastes more like stubbed-out ciggies soaked for a week in polluted canal water than poppadoms. Oh, I love poppadoms. Love. You won't find me lacking in the poppadom department. I've been known to just buy boxes of chutney and also that yoghurt that you dip. Oh, yes, thank you. In fact, they do mini poppadoms in Marks and Spencer's, and then they do a whole pack of 3 of the dips. Oh, yeah, flavoured mini. They're either flavoured or they're the plain ones. Might have to get some of those as well, actually. They're very... Oh, no, I love poppadoms. Absolutely. You won't find me arguing about poppadoms at all. State Cinema in Thurrock, Steve. It's still got the organ that comes up from the ground. Beautiful cinema. I think it's from the 1920s. And Penny says, I thought of you yesterday. I drove through Twickenham on my way to meet a friend at Ham House. I couldn't believe the atrocious state of so many of the roads. It's poorly maintained. You're joking. All our roads are beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We don't have potholes or anything in Twickenham. They're constantly repairing the roads. Well, not constantly repairing them, but no, you're just trying to do us down because you come from snooty old Oxfordshire. That's what it is. Oh, in Oxfordshire we have cart tracks. No, yeah, that's where we go to dump our rubbish, Penny, in Oxford. What annoys me about the most suspected parties, Steve, is the Queen alone at Prince Philip's funeral. Well, she wasn't really alone. She was alone in her seats, but there were the rest of the royal family there. So, I mean, she was socially distanced, but I also thought that was a bit sad. I thought she looked sad and forlorn, but if you've noticed, she hides things like that very, very well. She was sitting there with a mask on. She was near nobody, and she's watching a man she's been married to for God knows how long be buried. Kim says, I'm off to the dentist for a checkup later this morning, Steve. Wee bit of shopping too, taking the boy friend's dogs out for a hike tomorrow. Yoga on Sunday in preparation for my 60th on the 18th of January. But have a good weekend. I'll talk to you Monday. It's nice, isn't it? It's like, very friendly, this programme, very friendly. The only time... Yes, thank you. Tim says, the only time I saw an organ rising out of the floor was at Blackpool Tower in the 70s when my parents took me to see Ken Dodd and the man himself was playing it, says Tim. Really? I didn't even know he did play that, actually. Had you been talking about a comedian who plays every instrument under the sun, I could have believed it. There was a time before the internet and mobile phones, Steve, the Queen got caught in snow and stopped in a pub for the night. Famous story now, and the landlord definitely remembers. Well, I would remember that. Even seeing her in a car passing you would remember that. You just would.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. I don't know what the forecast is over the weekend. Was it cold again, I think? It's a real cold snap, even though we've had 6 degrees before. And, I mean, it's going to be 8 degrees tomorrow. Today's 6 degrees. Sunny with light winds. But, I mean, you can feel it. So if you're in Scotland at the moment or anywhere north of Watford Gap, it must be absolutely freezing for you. I mean, here in London... because there's so many buildings, you get a lot of the heat. So 8 degrees, Monday, 8 degrees. Tuesday, that's Glasgow, is it? Oh, blimey. I was going to say Tuesday, you've got 10 degrees. Positively heat wave, I should imagine. Thick cloud and gentle breeze, 8 degrees today for you up in Glasgow. So nice to have your company anyway. But, I mean, it is cold, isn't it? You can feel it. If you were out of town and taking that, I feel sorry for people who've got to take dogs for a walk. Because come rain or shine, the dogs don't care. They just want to go outside because they want to go to the toilet. A bit like the people in Leicester Square, actually, over New Year's Eve. They just want to go outside and go to the toilet. They don't seem to want to stay inside. Ulrika Johnson has admitted she loves dating toy boys because they don't know who she is. Really? Of course they know who she is. Everybody must know. She told Loose Women about her recent dates. They didn't know I was Ulrika Johnson. Well, who do they think you were? I mean, surely you must have exchanged names, but... She says, I guess the youngest was 26, so she's looking for 26 to 36. She's 54. I don't think that's a major problem, is it really? I don't think so. And, Sarah Jane Dunn's still dragging out her 5 minutes of fame. Do you remember Sarah Jane Dunn? She was in Hollyoaks, and then she's out because she's doing her OnlyFans things. She charges £11 a month for naughty content. She asked followers if they wanted to buy her clobber clothes. But somebody wrote in and went, how much is the lamp behind you? Obviously proving she's not as popular as she thought she was. But she says, anybody interested in buying some of the pieces? Really, it's getting a bit desperate now, isn't it, really? Poor soul. But she says she'd gone on to OnlyFans to take control of her images, choices, and what you do with your body. But within 24 hours of quitting, she had 11,000 new followers. She was horrified when some content appeared for free on web forums. No kidding. Imagine what, you weren't making money out of it. It's very sad. It doesn't go all the way through, does it? It's a bit of a shame, really. But, you know, that's what you choose to do. It's your business. More dogs. More dogs everywhere. Little ones here. Perfect puppies born to save lives for the charity Medical Detection Dogs. And these are dogs who are trained to sniff out diseases like Parkinson's, cancer, and malaria. I mean, how clever are these dogs? How clever. But I've done this one. I did that earlier on. The dogs on the beaches. The advice: don't go anywhere near beaches with dogs. There's a 110-mile stretch where they think the sea is very polluted. There's also Britain's most unwanted dog, looking for a loving owner. It's a 2-year-old lurcher. I like lurchers. I don't think they bark. I have a sneaking feeling they don't bark. A friend of mine had a lurcher and it didn't bark. And I have a feeling they're one of the dogs that don't for some peculiar reason. But anyway, she spent almost all her life living in kennels. She's so lonely. She's only got soft toys to cuddle up to, and the RSPCA, because she's scared of other dogs. And she suffers from anxiety. Lurchers hardly ever bark excessively, and due to their naturally laid-back dispositions, they're simply uninterested in barking unless for a good reason. I thought so. Yeah, I know. That was amazing, isn't it? The things I remember. It's only because a friend of mine, he had a lurcher. I don't know whether it's his lurcher or something. It might have been his brother's lurcher. And I remember thinking it didn't bark. But they have a quiet and sweet-natured personality, and it helps make them the ideal family pet. So they're not interested in barking unless it's for a particular reason. You know, should I bark? No. Might do it next week. I don't know. Yeah, pigeons again. Woof. No, can't be bothered. What's the point? Exerted all that energy. But this one here is 2 years old, and it so desperately wants to be loved. There was a family who couldn't cope, so she sought solace with Winnie the Pooh, who she cuddles up with every night because she's scared of other dogs and she gets anxiety, and it's people she wants to be around. You would think that, see, the trouble is if you take a dog like that, you're going to want to take it out for walks, and because there's other dogs and she might have a panic attack or something. So she's a friendly dog who loves to spend time with people, but she needs somebody who's very confident. You can't just go and adopt a dog without knowing how to look after them. So taking a dog out for a walk could be an absolute nightmare as far as she's concerned, unless you've got a garden where, you know, she doesn't see other dogs or anything else, just lives with humans. I feel a bit sorry for her. She's only 2 years old, the poor thing. Oh, I couldn't have. I'd love a dog, but it would just be, they'd be sleeping all at the beginning. What's he doing now? Oh, God, he's doing scampi. You know, oh, we've got to get up now. No, we're going back to bed again. Oh, blimey. Oh, not more Prosecco. Can't believe it. Not the Golden Girls again. Box set. Look at the time, 5 to 7. Ghost hunters were left terrified in a derelict school after hearing footsteps and child ghoulish voices. It'll be the children, won't it, who go to the school? Team leader Tony Ferguson said of the grammar school in Swanage in Dorset, "It was the worst experience I've ever had. They're mad, those broomsticks, these people." He was Cornish, yes. He said it was just pure evil, and I was not expecting it. Honestly, Jackanory, Jacket says Ghost Hunter Tony. So a derelict school, footsteps, that'd be yours, love. That'd be your footsteps. And the ghoulish voices, that'd be you again. And so is there anybody there? Hello? I mean, it's ridiculous. Seriously, these people believe it, though. They really want to believe something, that they believe that there are spirits trapped over here and they can't make it to the other side. I mean, it's just rubbish, honestly. Millions of workers have left their jobs over the past year due to what? Lack of motivation and progression and rude bosses. Rude bosses. By God, I tell you, I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky. They're never rude. Never rude. Well, I say rude. They're not rude. They wouldn't dare not to be rude to me. You can't be rude to me. I'll be rude back. Oh, apparently, Barmy vegans have renamed the... Oh, God, I can read this one, actually. I read it to you earlier on. This is the sex positions one. Shall I not do that? No. Oh, okay. Might be a bit too rude for you at this time of the morning. Well, for the producer, it's far too rude. Neil Morrissey can add a new skill to his CV thanks to the Good Karma Hospital. Most nights he played host as DJ for the cast after they've... I do love the Good Karma Hospital. I think it was very good, actually. And I also like the other holiday thing they did, the hotel in India, where they stuck people like Miriam Margolyes in and everything else. Was that the Marigold? I thought that was really good. It was so interesting to see people... that you were sort of thinking, oh, my goodness me, this is what they're like away from the cameras. Get ready for a sister act to join something called The Cabins, whatever in God's name that is. Another dreary show, I think. Mandy was apparently previously from the ITV2 dating show, but failed to find love, is coming back for another go. There's obviously something the matter with you, dear, if you didn't make it first time round. So it challenges singletons to the most revealing first dates of their lives. Have you seen these people? First dates of their lives. It's ridiculous. Our cast of singles throw out the rule book and delete their dating apps as they attempt to find true love. Jack and Ori in a cabin, apparently. Beauty therapist Annabelle, works in a nail bar, says, I want somebody very confident that knows what they want out of life. Yeah, not somebody who's been on a reality show, that's a fact. You can't have conversations with these people. They've got nothing to talk about.